You made it back. Welcome to Dark Tales, where the stories do not end when the screen goes black, they follow you into the hours after. Before I begin, tell me one thing in the comments. What city are you in tonight, and what time does the clock read where you are sitting? I keep a small map in my head of everyone who listens, and I want to know where you are. If this is your first visit, the subscribe button is right there, and the little bell beside it makes sure the next story finds you the moment it is ready. Stay with me, breathe slow, and let us step into it together. My patrol partner broke his ankle 2 miles from camp. He could not walk. His radio was dead. He did not transmit a single message for over 90 minutes. But at 5:30 that evening, I heard his voice come through my radio, clear as day, telling me he was 40 minutes out. And at 6 o'clock, I heard his voice again, this time from the trail outside my camp, 30 yards away in the dark, telling me to turn off my light. I pointed my headlamp at the trail. What was standing there was not Colton Driggs. This is what happened on Hawksbill Crag, and why neither of us ever went back to the Ozarks. I have been a seasonal ranger in the Ozark National Forest for 3 years. The posting covers a stretch of backcountry along the upper Buffalo River in northern Arkansas, where the limestone bluffs rise 200 feet above the water and the hollows between them stay dark even at noon. It is beautiful country. It is also the loneliest place I have ever worked. My patrol partner was a man named Colton Driggs. He was 10 years older than me. Quiet in the way that people who have spent too many seasons alone in the woods become quiet. Not unfriendly, but conserving words like a man conserving water in a drought. He had a scar across the bridge of his nose from a fall on wet limestone, and he always carried a thermos of black coffee that smelled like it could strip paint. That thermos was how I knew something was wrong. We were running a 2-day patrol along the upper ridgeline in late October. The plan was simple. Colton would take the eastern trail and I would take the western trail. We would meet at the fire tower on Hawksbill Crag by sundown, camp there overnight, and hike out together the next morning. Standard procedure. We had done it a dozen times. I reached the fire tower at 4:30. Colton was not there. I radioed him. "Driggs, this is Maddox. I am at the tower. What is your position?" Static. Then his voice, clear but oddly flat. "Copy, Maddox. I am about 40 minutes out. Had to detour around a blowdown on the east trail. I will be there before dark." "Copy. I will get the fire going." I set up camp, built a fire in the ring beside the tower, and heated water for coffee. The sun dropped behind the western ridge, and the hollow below filled with shadow like a bowl filling with dark water. The temperature fell fast, the way it does in the Ozarks in autumn, where the limestone holds the cold and releases it at night like a slow exhalation. 40 minutes passed, then an hour, then 90 minutes. No Colton. I radioed again. "Driggs, what is your status? You are overdue." His voice came back immediately, same flat tone. "Almost there. 5 minutes. Stay at the fire." Something about that response bothered me, but I could not identify what. I sat by the fire and waited. 5 minutes became 10. 10 became 20. The forest below the ridge was completely dark now, and the only sounds were the fire and the occasional crack of a branch somewhere in the hollow. Then I heard footsteps on the trail. Heavy, deliberate, coming up the switchback from the east. I stood up and pointed my headlamp toward the sound. "Colton, right here." His voice, coming from the trail. Close, maybe 30 yards, but my headlamp beam showed nothing. Just empty trail and dark trees. "I cannot see you. Where are you?" "Right here. Turn off the light." I did not turn off the light. Instead, I unholstered my bear spray and took 2 steps back toward the fire tower. The footsteps had stopped. The voice had stopped. The forest was silent. My radio crackled. "Maddox, this is Driggs." A different voice. Same person, but different. This version of Colton's voice was strained, breathing hard, and carried the unmistakable edge of someone in pain. I fell on the east switchback about 2 miles out. "I think my ankle is broken. I need you to come get me. Bring the first aid kit." "Colton, I just heard your voice on the trail, 30 yards from camp." A long pause. Then, very quietly, "Maddox, I have not transmitted in over an hour. My radio died after my fall. I just got it working again. I have been sitting on this rock for 90 minutes. Whatever you heard on the trail, it was not me." Before I tell you what happened next, I need to ask you something. If you are still listening, if this story has your attention, take 1 second and hit that subscribe button. Leave a like. It costs you nothing, but it means everything to this channel. And if you have ever experienced something you cannot explain, drop it in the comments. I read every single one. Now, back to what I found on that trail. The blood drained from my face. I turned my headlamp back toward the trail where the footsteps and the voice had come from. The beam cut through the dark and illuminated the path, the trees, the rocks, and something standing just off the trail, perhaps 25 yards away, between 2 oak trees. It was tall and thin, and It was not standing the way a person stands. The proportions were wrong. The arms were too long. It was motionless, and in the split second my light touched it, I saw that it had no expression. Not a blank face, no face at all. Just a pale, smooth surface above the shoulders where a face should have been. Then it stepped behind the tree and was gone. I did not sleep that night. I locked myself in the fire tower with my radio and my bear spray and a hatchet from the emergency kit. I contacted dispatch and reported Colton's injury. A rescue team reached him at dawn on the East Trail, exactly where he said he would be, 2 miles from camp, with a fractured ankle and a radio that showed no outgoing transmissions between 5:15 and 6:45 that evening. The voice I heard at 5:30, the one that told me he was 40 minutes out, had not come from Colton's radio. I finished the season. I did not re-enlist. Colton transferred to a district in Missouri and does not talk about that night. But when I asked him once, months later, whether he had heard anything unusual while he was sitting on that rock with his broken ankle waiting for help, he was quiet for a long time. "I heard you calling my name," he said, "from the direction of the tower, over and over, telling me to get up and walk toward you. But I could not walk, and something about the voice was not right. It sounded like you, but the rhythm was wrong. Like someone had recorded your voice and was playing it back one word at a time." He never went back to the Ozarks. Neither did I. The last real entry in the camp logbook is in my handwriting, and it is a lie. I wrote that the water took him. I wrote that the current pulled his boat into the dark and that he went under, because that is the kind of death a family can survive. A drowning, an accident, the thing the swamp does to careless men. But I was there, and I know what came up out of the flood that night, and stood at the bottom of our stairs, breathing wrong, smelling of rot and river mud, patient as 40 years. I know it set a dead man's glove on our dock the way you set something down to free your hands, and I know it said a name. I spent one summer as a ranger in the largest river swamp in this country, in the deep water past the sorrel cut, where the old hands had one rule they would break for nothing. Not for a hunter, not for a fisher, not for a dog. We do not go into the swamp after dark. I am going to tell you why. All of it, even the parts that do not make sense, especially those. So turn off your lights, put on your headphones, and whatever you hear out on the water tonight, do not answer it, because the thing past the sorrel cut does not need to come and find you. It only needs to learn your name. But before I take you out onto that water, do one thing for me. If stories like this one are the reason you keep your lights on at night, take a second to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It is the one thing that keeps these stories coming, and the next one is already worse than this. Then settle in and stay close, because this is everything that happened past the sorrel cut. I am going to tell it the right way now, the way it happened, even the parts that do not make sense, especially those parts. If you have ever stood on the deck of a boat at 3 in the morning with the engine off, in water you cannot see the bottom of, and felt something on the far bank go still because you went still, then you already know that some things in this country are older than the maps. The rest of you will think I am a frightened man dressing up an accident. That is fine. I would have thought the same thing 2 summers ago. I would have laughed. I do not laugh about the basin anymore. Let me back up. Let me tell you who I was before any of it, because that man is gone and I miss him. My name does not matter much for this, but the people in it have a right to theirs, so I will give you those as we go. I grew up in Henderson, on the East Levee, close enough to the Atchafalaya that I learned to run a pirogue before I learned to ride a bike. My grandfather trapped nutria and ran trot lines in the basin for 40 years. My father did the same until his back gave out, and then he sold marine parts out of a shed and drank too much and told the same 3 stories until he died. The swamp was the only church my family ever kept. We did not say it that way. We just went, every weekend that the water allowed, and we came back smelling like mud and motor oil and something green that does not have a name in English. I left all of it at 19. I told myself I was leaving the heat and the mosquitoes and the dead end of it, but the truth is I was leaving my father. I went to Baton Rouge and then to the rigs off the coast, 2 weeks on and 1 week off, good money and bad sleep. I married a woman named Teresa who could not stand the smell of the basin on my boots, and we lasted 9 years, and then we did not. When the layoffs came through in the spring, I had a divorce, a truck with a bad transmission, and a savings account that would not get me through the summer. So I came home. People do. The basin has a gravity to it. You spend half your life pulling away from it and the other half being pulled back. I took a job with the state, a seasonal position with the wildlife management area that covers a big stretch of the Atchafalaya Basin. Officially, I was a wildlife management technician with enforcement duties, which is a long way of saying I was a ranger. I checked licenses and creel limits. I patrolled the public water and the closed water. I logged boat traffic and water levels and fish kills. When somebody got lost or stuck or hurt out in the deep swamp, I was part of who went and got them. The pay was nothing special. The hours were brutal in the summer, but it put me back on the water, and for the first few weeks that was enough. I would idle out at dawn with coffee going cold in the cup holder and the mist coming off the bayou and sheets, and I would think, this is the only thing I was ever any good at. I want you to understand that part. I loved it. I am not a man who hated the swamp and got what was coming to him. I loved that place the way you love something that could kill you, which is the only honest way to love water. The wildlife management area is enormous. People who have never seen it cannot picture it. It is the largest river swamp in the country, a flooded forest of bald cypress and tupelo gum that runs for miles in every direction, cut through with bayous and canals and dead-end channels that the maps barely keep up with, because the water moves the sediment and the sediment moves the land. There are places out there that flood in the spring and turn to mudflat in the fall, and a channel that carried your boat in June will be a wall of green by August. The locals navigate by memory, by the shape of a particular cypress or the lean of a dead snag, because the official charts are a polite fiction. I knew a good deal of it from my childhood. I did not know all of it. Nobody knows all of it. That is the first thing you have to accept out there. The basin is bigger than your knowledge of it, always, and it does not care how long your family has run it. My base was a camp the state kept on pilings out near the far edge of the management area, where the public water gave way to a long stretch of closed channels that had been shut to fishing and trapping for a conservation study. The camp was a single building up on stilts above the high water line, with a generator, a radio, 3 bunks, a propane stove, and a screened porch that the mosquitoes treated as a suggestion rather than a barrier. There was a metal dock, 2 patrol boats, a flat-bottom aluminum john boat with a mud motor for the shallow runs, and a fiberglass center console for the open water. We had a sat phone that worked when it felt like it, and a VHF radio that talked to dispatch over in the Paris station when the weather was clear. Cell signal did not exist. You could hold your phone up to the sky out there until your arm fell off and you would get nothing. There were 3 of us at the camp most of that summer, with a 4th coming and going. Bo Landry was the senior man, and he had been working that basin longer than I had been alive. He was past 60, lean and burned brown, with hands that looked like they had been carved out of cypress root. He spoke Cajun French when he was tired or angry, which was often, and English the rest of the time, and he did not waste words in either language. He kept a worn rosary looped around the throttle of his boat, the beads gone smooth from his thumb, and I never once saw him pray with it out loud. He chewed on flat wooden picks that he whittled himself from cypress, a new one every day, and he had a way of going completely still and watching the tree line that made the hair on my arms stand up before I understood why. Bo had lost his younger brother in the basin a long time before I got there. Nobody told me the details and I did not ask. But I learned, slowly, that Bo Landry did not lose people. He would do anything, break any rule, ignore any order, to come back with everyone he went out with. It was not pride. It was the closest thing he had to religion. I would watch it almost kill him before the summer was over. Dale Pruitt was the youngest, 25, a gearhead from up around Lafayette who could fix any motor on the water with a multi-tool and a length of fuel line. He ran the boats and the radios and the generator, and he kept the camp from falling apart. Dale talked constantly, which Bo hated, and I came to love, because the silence out there got into your head if you let it. He had a girlfriend named Steph, and a plan to move to Texas and open a small engine shop, and he counted down to it out loud, paychecks and months, like a man marking days on a cell wall. Dale did not believe in anything he could not put a wrench to. That was his whole personality at the start of the summer, and it was completely gone by the end of it. The 4th was Camille Suelo. She was a wildlife technician running a study for the state, surveying the alligator and nutria populations in the closed channels, and she came out to the camp for stretches of 3 or 4 days at a time and then went back to her lab and her data. Camille was meticulous in a way the rest of us were not. She kept field notebooks in tiny, precise handwriting, photographed everything, logged coordinates with a handheld unit, and got genuinely irritated when the basin refused to behave the way her transect said it should. She was the one keeping records. That mattered later, more than any of us could have guessed. Camille noticed patterns. It was her job to notice patterns, and it turned out the basin had been showing her one for a while and she had been writing it off as bad data because the alternative did not fit on any of her forms. That was the camp. 3 men and a visiting technician, a radio, 2 boats, and several hundred square miles of flooded forest where the sun went down hard and fast, and the dark came up out of the water like something rising. For the first 3 weeks, nothing happened. I want to be honest about that. The horror did not start on my first night. It crept. It came in so slow that by the time I understood what I was looking at, I had already been living inside it for the better part of a month. The work was the work. We ran patrols on a rotating schedule, checking the public landings and the open channels for license violations and limit violations and the occasional drunk who flipped his boat. We logged water levels twice a day at a staff gauge bolted to the dock. We took weather readings. We ran the closed channels less often, mostly to keep poachers honest and to ferry Camille to her survey points. We did equipment checks, generator maintenance, radio checks with dispatch at set times, and we kept the logbook. The logbook was a green hardcover ledger that lived on a shelf by the radio, and it went back years. Every crew that ever worked that camp had written in it. Patrol times, weather, boat traffic counts, incidents, rescues, the names of people who had gone missing, and the names of the ones who came back and the ones who did not. I read it at night when I could not sleep, the way you read a stranger's diary, and at first it was just the ordinary record of a hard place. Drownings, heat cases, a man who lost 3 fingers to an outboard prop, a teenager who got turned around in the closed channels and spent 2 nights out before they found him, dehydrated and raving but alive. It was in the second week that I started noticing the other entries, the short ones, the ones that did not quite finish their own sentence. There was an entry from 4 summers before mine. It read, in a hand I did not know. Boat recovered far end Bayou Sorrel Cut. Engine running, no persons. Searched 2 days, nothing recovered. There was no name, no incident number, no follow-up. The line under it, the next day's entry, was a routine water level reading, as though the writer had decided not to think about it anymore. There was another, 3 years back. Trapper Guidry reports lost dog and bait gone from camp. Far channels, advised to stay public water, did not file. And then, 2 weeks later, in the same hand, Guidry reports same, will not patrol far channels alone per BL. BL was Beau Landry. He had written that rule down years before I ever showed up, and I had read it without understanding it. Will not patrol far channels alone. I thought it was about safety, about the genuine danger of the deep swamp, the snags and the gators and the way the channels closed up behind you. I was right that it was about danger. I was wrong about what kind. I asked Beau about it one evening, out on the porch, with the generator humming and the frogs going like a wall of sound in the dark. I had the logbook open on my knee. I read him the line about the boat with the engine running and no persons, and I asked him what happened. Beau did not look at me right away. He worked the cypress pick in the corner of his mouth and watched the tree line across the water, which was just a black mass under a sky that still held a little blue. That was a man named Ferrand, he said finally. Crawfisher. Fished the closed water because the crawfish do not read the signs. Good on the water, better than you. He paused. We found his boat past the sorrel cut, idling. His traps were stacked. His coffee was still warm in the thermos. His shotgun was on the deck with the safety off and 1 shell gone. And you never found him. We never found him. Drowned? Beau took the pick out of his mouth and looked at it. The water was 3 feet there. He was a foot taller than that. A man does not drown standing up in his own boat. I did not know what to say to that, so I said the stupid thing. Maybe he fell in, hit his head. The current. There was no current in that cut. It is a dead end. Beau put the pick back in his mouth. He looked at me for the first time, and his eyes in the porch light were flat and tired, and not at all unkind. You are going to hear things out there at night. The young one, Dale. He sleeps like the dead. He does not hear it. But you are basin people. You will hear it. When you do the smart thing and you do not go look. You write down the time, you stay inside, and in the morning you tell me. You understand? I did not understand. I told him I did. Far channels you go with another boat or you do not go, he said. After dark you do not go at all. Not for a hunter, not for a fisher, not for a dog. Nothing out there past the sorrel cut after dark is worth what it will cost you to fetch it. We go in the morning, in the light. 2 boats. He stood up, his knees cracking, and he gathered up the rosary from where it had been sitting on the rail. Now put the book away. Reading a thing in the dark only feeds it. He went inside. I sat out on the porch a while longer with the logbook closed on my knee and the frogs screaming in the dark, and I told myself that Beau Landry was an old man who had lost his brother to the basin and never gotten over it, and that the swamp does to old men what it does to old houses. It lets the damp in until they sag and creak with their own sad weight. I told myself there was nothing past the sorrel cut but mud and gators and the ordinary murder that water does to careless men. Before I take you out past the sorrel cut, where most of you will wish I had stopped reading, do one thing for me. If you have ever felt the dark go quiet around you and known, without knowing how, that something was listening, then take 1 second to like this video, leave a comment and subscribe. It costs you nothing, and it keeps these stories coming. Now, let me tell you what happened next. Because then the frogs stopped. Then the frogs stopped. It was not gradual. It was as though somebody had reached out and put a hand over the throat of the whole basin. 1 second there was that solid wall of sound, the spring peepers and the bullfrogs and the cricket frogs all going at once, the way they had gone every night since I arrived. The next second there was nothing. A silence so total that I could hear the blood in my own ears, and the soft tick of the generator's exhaust cooling. I sat very still. I told myself a heron had landed nearby, or a gator had slid off a log, or a barred owl had dropped through the canopy after something. Ordinary swamp things. Frogs go quiet for ordinary swamp things, but frogs do not go quiet over the whole basin at once. They go quiet in a circle, where the danger is, and the rest of them keep singing. This was different. This was the entire dark gone mute, from the dock to the far tree line and beyond, as if every living thing that made a sound out there had been told the same thing at the same time and had all decided at once to be small and silent and not be noticed. I do not know how long it lasted. It felt like minutes. It was probably less. And then, far out across the water, from the direction of the closed channels, from the direction of the sorrel cut, there came a single sound that I have never been able to describe to anyone in a way that satisfied them. It was not a gator. I have heard 10,000 gators bellow, and it was not that. It was not a panther, though that was the closest thing, and I have heard those too. It was low and long, and it went up at the end into something that was almost a word, and it carried across the water the way a sound carries over still water at night, which is to say it sounded close even though I knew it was far. And when it stopped, the frogs did not start again for a long time. I went inside. I did not write down the time. I told myself I would do it in the morning, and in the morning I told myself I had imagined the whole thing, and I did not write it in the logbook, and that was the first mistake I made out there. I want it on the record now. I heard it on my 19th night in the basin, and I did not write it down, and if I had, maybe Bo would have done something different, and maybe Junior Castile would still be alive. Maybe. The basin does not deal in maybes. But I think about it. The heat that summer was the kind that people who do not live in the swamp do not believe in. By the middle of June, the air over the basin was a wet weight you wore on your shoulders from the moment you stepped out of the camp. The water sat flat and brown and warm as bath water, and the cypress canopy held the heat in under it like a lid on a pot. You drank water constantly, and you sweated it out faster than you could put it in, and your shirt never dried, not once, not even at night. The mosquitoes came up off the water in clouds thick enough to change the color of the air, and the deer flies took bites out of you that bled. Camille had a forearm that looked like a war zone, and she logged the bug counts the same way she logged everything, in her tiny precise hand, as if the suffering became more bearable once it was data. We worked the early mornings and the late evenings, and we hid from the worst of the midday in the camp, where the generator ran a single window unit that turned the main room into a tolerable place to write reports and stare at the ceiling. It was a good rhythm. It was the rhythm of every working person who has ever made a living off the basin in summer. You move when the swamp lets you, and you wait when it does not. I had put the night of the frogs out of my mind, mostly. Daylight does that. Daylight turns the basin back into a working place full of working problems, and the problems that summer were ordinary ones. A John boat full of out-of-parish men kept fishing the closed channels, and we ran them off twice before Dale finally caught their registration numbers and we filed on them. A family from up north got their pontoon boat hung on a sandbar in the public water, and we spent a hot afternoon getting them off. A gator that had gotten used to being fed by fishermen started following boats and bumping them, and Camille had opinions about that, mostly about the fishermen. It was during the gator business that I first heard the name Junior Castile. We were at the public landing at the east end, the busy one, where the boat ramp stayed crowded on weekends, and there was a bait shop and a beer cooler and a parking lot full of trucks and trailers. Bo and I had come in to file the report on the closed channel men and to top off the boat's fuel. There was a knot of locals standing around the bait shop in the shade, the way locals do, and one of them, an older man in a sweat-stained cap, lifted his chin at Bo in greeting. "Landry, you seen Junior out your way?" Bo stopped. "Junior Castile? He went out 3 days back. Said he was going to run his traps and be home for supper. Marie called the deputy this morning. Deputy said wait. You know how that is." The man spat. "Boy's been fishing that basin since he could walk. I told her he is probably camped out somewhere, with a flat battery and a full ice chest, drinking up his own profits." "Where was he running traps?" Bo asked, and his voice had changed. I noticed it because I was learning to notice Bo's voice. It had gone flat and careful, the way it had on the porch. The man shrugged. "West side. He had been pulling good numbers off the closed water. You know, Junior, the signs do not mean much to him. The far channels," Bo said. It was not a question. Could be. Could be. You know how he is." Bo did not say anything for a moment. Then he thanked the man, and we walked back to the boat, and Bo got on the radio to dispatch the second we were clear of the landing. "I want to tell you about Junior Castile, even though I never met him alive, because by the time this is over you will feel like you knew him, the way you feel like you knew somebody after you have spent 2 days searching for their body." He was 31. He had a wife named Marie and 2 little girls and a third on the way. He ran a crawfish boat out of Catahoula, and he was, by every account, one of the best on the water, fast and fearless and a little reckless, the kind of man who fished the closed channels not out of greed but because that was where the crawfish were and he had mouths to feed, and the signs were just paint on a board as far as he was concerned. People liked him. That came through clear in every conversation we had over the next week. People genuinely liked Junior Castillo, and they were genuinely afraid for him, under the easy talk about flat batteries and full ice chests, because everybody who knew the basin knew that 3 days was a long time for a man who had said he would be home for supper. That afternoon, Bo pulled me and Dale aside at the camp and laid it out. "We are going to look for him in the morning," he said. "First light, all 3 boats if we can get a 3rd crew from the parish. We start at the west landings and we work the channels he would have run. Camille, you stay at camp and run the radio." "I can run a boat," Camille said. "I know you can. I need somebody at the radio who will write down what they hear and where, and who will not panic." He looked at her until she nodded. Then he looked at me and Dale. "We work in the light. We stay in pairs. Nobody goes past the sorrel cut alone, and nobody goes anywhere after dark. If we do not find him by dark, we come back to camp and we go out again the next morning. We do not freelance. You hear a thing, you do not chase it. You mark it and you tell me." Dale, who had not been there for the porch conversation and did not know about the logbook, made a face. "If the guy is hurt out there, an hour could matter. Why are we sitting on our hands after dark?" Bo looked at him for a long moment. "Because the basin at night does not give back what it takes. You will learn that or you will not. I would rather you learned it from me than the other way around." He said it quietly, and there was something in it that even Dale heard, because Dale shut his mouth and did not argue. We went out the next morning before the sun cleared the trees. 2 boats, me and Bo in the center console, and Dale alone in the John boat with the mud motor for the shallow runs, because the parish could not spare a 3rd crew until the afternoon. The mist was thick on the water and the world was gray and soft and beautiful and absolutely silent except for our engines, and I remember thinking, against everything, that it was a good morning to be on the water. The heat had not come up yet. The light was the color of pearl. A great blue heron lifted off a snag ahead of us and ghosted away into the mist, and for a moment I forgot what we were doing out there. Then we found the first sign, and I did not forget again. It was on a chenier, one of those slightly higher patches of ground in the swamp where the soil builds up and the hardwoods grow, and the deer and the hogs bed down. We were running a channel that Junior was known to trap, looking for his boat, looking for any sign of him, and Bo cut the engine and let us drift toward the chenier because he had seen something on the mud at the waterline. It was a deer, a doe, full grown, and it had been killed and left. That by itself is not strange in the basin. Gators take deer at the waterline all the time. Panthers do not officially exist in Louisiana anymore, but anybody who works the deep swamp will tell you quietly that something with a long tail and a big paw does, and it takes deer too. Coyotes work the cheniers. Death is the basin's main industry. A dead deer is nothing, but this deer was wrong, and it took me a moment to understand why. It had not been eaten. That was the first wrong thing. A gator drowns a deer and eats it over days, tearing off chunks and storing the rest under a log to soften. A panther feeds on the soft parts and buries the rest under leaves. A coyote pack reduces a carcass to scattered bone in a night. This doe was whole. It was lying on its side in the mud at the edge of the chenier, and it was intact, and it had been opened along the belly with a single long pull, and nothing had been taken. The organs were there, in the mud, arranged. I am not going to say arranged. I told myself for weeks that I had imagined the arrangement, but they were not strewn the way an animal strews them. They were set out beside the body in a way that I did not have a word for, and did not want one. And the deer had been killed by something with hands, or with claws that worked like hands, because the cuts were not the ragged tear of a gator or the puncture of a cat's canines. They were long and clean and deliberate, and the doe's neck was broken in a way that you do not see from a fall or a fight, twisted around past where a neck goes. Bo looked at it for a long time and did not get out of the boat. I started to. I had one foot on the gunwale, because the technician in me wanted to photograph it for the report, the way Camille would have, and because some stupid part of me wanted to prove it was ordinary by getting close to it. "Stay in the boat," Bo said. "I just want to get a picture for the stay in the boat." His hand was on my arm, and it was not a suggestion. I sat back down. He stared at the chenier, at the tree line behind it, at the dark gaps between the hardwoods where the morning light did not reach, and he was doing that thing again, the going completely still, the listening with his whole body. I found myself doing it too. I listened. The chenier was silent. No birds in the trees. No insects. The mist hung in the gaps between the trunks and did not move. Out on the water, behind us, the frogs and the morning birds were just starting up. But over the chenier there was nothing. That same lid-on-a-pot silence I had heard the night of the frogs. A silence with a shape to it. a silence that was the absence of sound where sound should be. "We do not stop here," Bo said. He started the engine. The sound of it was obscene in that silence. Too loud, too human. "We mark it and we go. Camille will want to see it. We bring her in daylight, in 2 boats. Not now." "What did that?" I asked him as we pulled away. I had to almost shout it over the engine. Bo did not answer for a while. He had us out in the channel, moving, the cheniere dropping away behind us, before he said anything. And when he did not look at me. "Something that does not need to eat what it kills," he said. "Mark it on the chart, write the time." I marked it on the chart, I wrote the time. This time I did write it down. The deer was the thing that made me start writing it down, and I have wondered ever since whether the writing helped or whether it only fed the thing. The way Bo said reading a thing at night feeds it. I do not know. I wrote it down anyway. A man has to do something with his hands when he is afraid, and I am a person who writes things down. We did not find Junior Castile that day. We found his trap line, partly run, the floats bobbing where he had left off. We found the channel he had been working. We found, late in the afternoon, the place where his trail went cold, a wide spot near the mouth of the sorrel cut where the channel opened into a flooded flat of dead cypress. The gray trunks standing up out of the brown water like the pilings of a drowned city. And there, with the light starting to slant and the heat at its worst and the 3rd boat finally arrived from the parish, Bo called it for the day, because we were close to the sorrel cut, and the sun was going down, and Bo Landry did not go past the sorrel cut after dark for any man, not even one with a wife and 2 little girls, and a 3rd on the way. Dale argued. The parish men argued. I said nothing, because I had seen the deer. "We go back at first light," Bo said. "All 3 boats. We worked the sorrel cut and the flats past it in the morning, in the light, together." He looked at the lowering sun and the gray drowned forest ahead of us, and for just a moment I saw something on his face that I had not seen before and did not see again until the very end. It was not stubbornness. It was fear, old and patient and worn smooth, the way the beads of his rosary were worn smooth. "I am sorry, Junior," he said, so quietly I do not think he meant me to hear it. "I am sorry, but I am not feeding you another one." I did not know what that meant. I found out. That night the radio gave us the storm warning, and the storm changed everything, because it kept us off the water for 2 days, and during those 2 days the thing that was out there past the sorrel cut had Junior Castile all to itself, and it did with him whatever it does. And when we finally got back out there, what we found was not a rescue anymore. It was a recovery. And it was worse than that. But I am getting ahead. Let me stay in order. Order is the only thing that keeps this from becoming the ravings Bo warned me about. We came back to camp at dark, all 3 boats, the parish men peeling off to their own landing and the rest of us idling up to the metal dock as the last light went out of the sky. Camille met us on the dock with the look of somebody who has been listening to a radio all day and writing down things that did not make sense. "You need to see something," she said, before we even had the boats tied off. She was holding her field notebook. We sat in the main room of the camp with the window unit groaning and the moths beating against the screens, and Camille laid out her data on the table. She had been doing carcass surveys all summer, part of the alligator study, logging dead animals she found in the closed channels, recording species and condition and location and probable cause of death, because mortality data tells you things about a population. She was thorough. She had photographs and coordinates and dates going back to the start of her field season, and going back further, because she had pulled the records from the technicians who had run the study in the years before her. "I kept finding kills I could not classify," she said, "all summer. Deer, mostly. Some hogs. A few gators, which is strange in itself, because what kills a grown gator? I logged them as undetermined predation because that is the honest thing to do when you do not know. But look, she had a map. On it she had plotted every undetermined kill, hers and the ones from the previous technicians, 4 years of them. They were not scattered randomly across the management area, the way ordinary predation would be. They were concentrated. They made a rough ring, a territory, and the heart of that territory, the densest cluster of them, was the flooded flats past the sorrel cut. "Predators have territories," she said. "That is normal. But the size of this one, and the kill rate, it does not match anything I know. A panther territory would be bigger and the kills would be fewer and they would be eaten. These are not eaten." She tapped a photograph. It was a hog, a big boar, opened the same way the doe had been opened, the same long clean pull, nothing taken. Whatever this is, it kills more than it needs and it does not feed. That is not how animals work. Animals do not waste energy. Killing costs energy. Nothing kills for no reason. "Something does," Bo said. He was standing by the window, not looking at the map. Camille looked at him. "What? You said nothing kills for no reason. Something does." He turned around. In the bad light of the camp, he looked older than I had ever seen him. "Keep going. Show them the dates. Camille hesitated, then went on. The kills cluster in time too. They are not evenly spread through the year. They come in waves, a few weeks at a time, and then nothing for months. And the waves. She pulled out another sheet. The waves line up with the times when people go missing in the basin. I went back through the parish records. Every time there is a cluster of these kills past the Sorrel Cut, within a month, somebody who was working the far channels does not come home. 4 years, 4 times. Ferendi, the crawfisher, 4 summers ago. A hunter the next fall. A man running an illegal trapline 2 springs ago that nobody reported until his brother came looking. And now there is a cluster, the biggest one yet. It has been building for 3 weeks. And Junior Castile did not come home. I finished. The deer was 3 weeks into the cluster. The night of the frogs was 3 weeks into the cluster. I had heard the sound at the start of the worst wave of kills in 4 years, and I had not written it down. The room was quiet except for the window unit and the moths. Dale, who had been listening with his arms crossed and his jaw set, finally spoke. Okay, so there is a big predator out past the Sorrel Cut. A panther, a pack of something, a rogue gator, whatever. It has a good territory, and it is having a good year. People who go out there alone get hurt or lost, or they drown, and we blame the animal. That is sad, but it is not. It is not whatever you two are dancing around. Just say it. What do you think it is? Bo looked at him for a long time. Then he sat down at the table heavily and took the cypress pick out of his mouth and set it down. And that small thing scared me more than anything Camille had shown us, because I had never seen Bo Landry put the pick down to talk. My grandmother had a word for it, he said. I am not going to say the word, because saying the word in the dark out here is a foolish thing, and I am not a foolish man. The old people had names for the thing that lives in the deep swamp and takes a man every few years and does not give him back. They said it was a man once. They said it was a man who did a thing he should not have done, or had a thing done to him, and the basin kept him and changed him, and now he is not a man and not an animal. He is the hunger that is in the basin wearing the shape of a man. They said he runs the far channels at night. They said he is patient. They said he can go years quiet and then he wakes up hungry and he kills more than he can eat. And when the killing is not enough, he takes a person, and after he takes a person, he goes quiet again for a long time. Fed. He stopped. Nobody said anything. I do not ask you to believe it, Bo said. I did not believe it. I was a young man like you, Dale. I had a wrench for every problem. I had a brother. He picked the rosary up off the table where he had set it and turned it over in his hands. My brother Antoine and I ran a trap line past the Sorrel Cut when we were young men, against our father's word, because the trapping was good and we did not believe the old stories. We were out there a week. On the 5th night the frogs stopped, all at once, the way they do, and Antoine heard something out on the water and he took the pirogue to go look, because he was a man with a wrench for every problem, and I told him to stay, and he laughed at me, and he went. You found him? Camille asked. Her voice was very small. I found the pirogue, Bo said. 3 days later, idling against a cypress knee, his gun on the deck with one shell gone. 40 years ago. He set the rosary down again, carefully, like it was made of something that could break. I have worked this basin every summer since, and I have written one rule in that book in there that every crew follows whether they believe it or not. We do not go past the Sorrel Cut after dark, not for a hunter, not for a fisher, not for a dog, because I went out there once for the only person I loved, and the basin kept him, and it has been waiting 40 years for me to come back and bring it another one. And I will not feed it, not Junior Castile, not any of you, not me. The window unit groaned. A moth got through a gap in the screen and went mad against the bare bulb over the table. We go out at first light, Bo said, picking up the cypress pick and putting it back in his mouth. And just like that, he was the senior man again, flat and careful and in command. We work the flats past the Sorrel Cut in the morning, all 3 boats, together in the light. We find Junior if he can be found. And we are off that water before dark if I have to drag every one of you off it by the collar. Now eat something and sleep. Tomorrow is a long day. We did not sleep. At least I did not. I lay in my bunk and listened to the basin and waited for the frogs to stop, and they did not. And somehow that was worse, because it meant the thing out there was not coming to the camp tonight. It was past the Sorrel Cut, fed and patient, sitting with whatever was left of Junior Castile, and it had no reason to come and find us. Not yet. The storm came up out of the Gulf the next morning and shut the basin down for 2 days. I will tell you about those 2 days, because that is when the thing came closer than it had ever come. And that is when Dale Pruitt stopped believing in a world made only of things you can put a wrench to. The storm was a tropical system that had not organized enough to get a name, but it did not need a name to flatten the basin. The wind came first, bending the cypress and tearing limbs down into the water, And then the rain came in sheets, so thick you could not see the dock from the porch, and the radio filled up with weather warnings and small craft advisories and the calm, clipped voice of dispatch telling everybody on the water to get off it. We got off it. We pulled both patrol boats up onto the lift and lashed everything down and shuttered the windows, and then there was nothing to do but sit inside the camp while the storm beat on it and wait for it to pass. The first day was just weather. Bad weather. The kind that makes a camp on stilts feel like a boat in a heavy sea. The whole structure shuddering when the gusts hit. The rain hammering the metal roof so loud we had to raise our voices. The water came up fast the way it does in the basin, the brown flood rising up the pilings, swallowing the lower steps of the dock, turning the world into a single sheet of moving water with the cypress trunks standing up out of it. We played cards. Dale told stories about his engine shop in Texas. Camille organized her data. Bo cleaned his shotgun, slowly, methodically, and kept it within reach after, which I noticed and did not mention. It was the second night of the storm that it came. The rain had backed off to a steady drumming and the wind had dropped, and we had turned off the generator to save fuel and were sitting in the dark with a couple of battery lanterns, because the storm had knocked out the radio repeater over in the parish and dispatch was just static. We were cut off. No radio, no phone, no way out until the water settled and the wind died enough to launch a boat. 4 people in a box on stilts in the middle of a flooded forest, in the dark, in the rain. Dale heard it first, which surprised everybody, because Dale slept like the dead, and Bo had said the young one would not hear it. "You hear that?" Dale said. He had been half asleep in a chair, and he sat up. We listened. At first there was just the rain on the roof and the drip of water off the eaves and the slap of the flood against the pilings. And then, under it, there was a sound that did not belong to the storm. It was a sound from the water, close, from the direction of the dock, a sound of something large moving through the flood, slow, deliberate, parting the water and letting it close again. Not the random slap of debris, not a gator, which moves and then goes still. This moved steadily, the way a thing moves when it is going somewhere, when it has a purpose. It moved along the edge of the camp, around the pilings, slow, and we sat in the dark and tracked it by sound, all 4 of us, nobody breathing. "Gator," Dale whispered, but he did not believe it. You could hear in his voice that he did not believe it. Big gator, riding out the storm. The sound stopped. It stopped directly below the porch, at the foot of the dock steps, in the place where the flood had risen up over the lower steps. And then there was a different sound, a sound I will hear for the rest of my life, a sound of weight coming up out of the water and onto the dock, a wet, heavy, deliberate sound, and then the soft groan of the dock boards taking a load, and then a pause, and then another step. Something had come up out of the flood and it was on the dock and it was walking toward the camp. Bo moved. He moved without a sound, faster than a man his age had any right to move, and he had the shotgun off the table, and he was between us and the door before I had even fully understood what I was hearing. He did not turn on a light. He did not say a word. He stood in the dark with the shotgun low and ready, and his head cocked, listening, and the rest of us froze where we sat, and the thing on the dock took another step, and another, and stopped. It was at the bottom of the camp's outer stairs. I could hear it breathing. I want to be precise about this, because it is the part nobody believes, and it is the part I am most sure of. I could hear it breathing, and it was not the breathing of an animal. It was slow and deep and ragged, a wet rattling draw and release, like air pulled through something that was not built for air anymore, and under the breathing there was a smell that came up the stairs and through the gaps in the screen, a smell of rot and river mud and something else, something sweet and wrong and old, a smell like meat left too long in standing water. It was the smell that had been over the dead deer. It was the smell of the chenier where the birds did not sing. And then it spoke. I have argued with myself about this for 2 years. I have told myself it was the wind. I have told myself it was a barred owl, which can make sounds that are almost human, or a bobcat, which screams like a woman, or that my own terrified mind built a word out of noise the way a mind will. I have told myself every reasonable thing. But I was there, and I heard it, and it spoke, and what it said, in a voice that was low and wet and came up the stairs out of that smell, what it said was a name. It said, Bo. It said it, the way you say a name, when you are calling a man to come outside. Patient, almost gentle. Bo. And then it waited. Bo Landry did not move. He stood in the dark with the shotgun, and he did not answer, and he did not so much as shift his weight, and I understood, watching the black shape of him against the gray of the window, that this was the discipline of 40 years, that this was the thing he had been practicing every night for 4 decades, the not answering, the not going to look. His brother had answered, his brother had gone to look. Bo did not answer. The thing said the name again, Bo. And then, lower, almost too low to hear, it said something else, 2 words, and I am not going to write the 2 words, because they were the kind of thing only one other person living could have known. A thing from 40 years ago. A thing a younger brother might have said to an older one on a trap line. And they were said in a voice that was trying to be a voice it had heard a long time ago and could not quite remember how. It was close. It was horribly almost close. And it was wrong in a way I cannot put into words. The way a word is wrong when you say it too many times and it stops meaning anything. The way a face is wrong in a dream. Bo made a sound. It was very small. It was the sound a man makes when something reaches into the oldest part of him and squeezes. But he did not move, and he did not answer, and he did not go to look. We stayed like that for a long time. The rain drummed. The thing breathed at the bottom of the stairs. The smell filled the camp. And then, slowly, the breathing moved away, back along the dock, the boards groaning under the slow, deliberate weight, and then there was the sound of it going back down into the flood, the wet, heavy slide of it, and then the steady parting of the water as it moved off, around the pilings, away from the camp, out toward the dark, drowned forest, until there was only the rain again. Nobody spoke. Nobody moved. After a long time, Bo lowered the shotgun, and he reached out in the dark and turned on one of the battery lanterns, and the small ordinary light of it was the most beautiful thing I have ever seen. Dale was crying. He was sitting in his chair with his knees drawn up and his face wet, this 25-year-old gearhead who had a wrench for every problem, and he was crying without any sound, and when he saw me looking, he did not even try to hide it. "That was not a gator," he said. His voice was wrecked. "Tell me what that was. You tell me right now what that was." "It was a thing that knows my brother's voice," Bo said. He set the shotgun down on the table. His hands were steady. I do not know how his hands were steady. It has been 40 years learning it. It is closer than it used to be. It still cannot quite get it right. He looked at the dark window, at the rain. It comes to the camp when the water is high enough for it to climb the dock. It does not happen often. The flood has to be just right. Tonight it was just right. He looked at the three of us, white-faced in the lantern light. "Now you know why we keep the rule. Now you know what is out past the sorrel cut. We find Junior in the morning if the storm breaks, and then we leave this place and we do not come back until the wave passes and it goes quiet again. We do not have to understand it. We only have to not feed it." Camille had her field notebook open. Her hand was shaking so badly she could barely write. But she was writing. She was writing down the time, and the smell, and the breathing, and the name. Because that is what she did. That is what I did. That is what people like us do. We write it down, we try to make it data, we try to make it a thing that fits on a form. I do not know if it helps. I have come to think it does not. I have come to think Bo was right. That some things feed on being looked at, on being written down, on being made into a story. But we could not help ourselves. We are the kind of people who have to know. The thing did not come back that night. The storm broke before dawn, the way summer storms do, all at once. The wind dying and the rain trailing off and a sick green light coming up in the east. We went out onto the porch when it was light enough, the four of us, and we looked at the dock. There were marks on the boards, wet even after the rain, as though they were still wet from underneath. They were prints, of a kind, long and broad, and they did not match anything, not a gator, not a man, not a panther. They came up the dock from the flood, and they stopped at the bottom of the camp stairs, and they went back. And at the bottom of the stairs, where the thing had stood and said Bo Landry's name, there was a single object that had not been there before. It was a crawfisherman's glove, a heavy rubber glove, the kind they wear to run traps, the kind that protects your hands from the pinch and the cold. It was lying on the dock at the bottom of the stairs, palm up, as though it had been set there, placed there, the way the dough's organs had been set out in the mud. It was Junior Castile's. We would confirm that later, from Marie, who recognized it, who broke down when she saw the photograph of it. But we knew before we confirmed it. We knew standing on that porch in the sick green light. The thing past the sorrel cut had brought us a piece of Junior Castile and set it at the bottom of our stairs, and I have never been able to decide what that was. A warning, an invitation, a trade. I do not know how a thing like that thinks, if it thinks. I only know that it had wanted us to find it, and we found it. And Bo Landry looked at that glove for a long time, and then he went inside and got on the radio, and the storm had brought the repeater back, and he called the parish and he reported a presumed drowning. A presumed drowning. That was the lie he told the radio. The same lie I would later write in the logbook. Because there is no form for the truth. Because the truth does not fit on the line. Because you cannot tell a dispatcher in a clean-clipped voice that the swamp has a thing in it that takes a man every few years and brings back his glove. We went out that morning to look for the rest of Junior Castile. We never found it. But we found something else past the sorrel cut, in the drowned flats, and it is the thing I see when I close my eyes, and I will tell you about it, and then I will tell you how it ended, and how it cost us, because it did cost us. The basin does not give you a scare for free. We went out past the sorrel cut for the first time that morning. All three boats, the parish crew rejoined, in the full hard light of a summer day after a storm. which is the only time Bo Landry would ever have allowed it. The flood was still high. The drowned flats past the cut were a sheet of brown water studded with the gray dead cypress, and the morning was dead still, the way it gets after a storm, the air washed clean and heavy and silent. I do not want you to think the daylight made it safe. It did not feel safe. It felt like walking into a house where something terrible has happened, where the rooms are ordinary and full of sun and you cannot stop looking at the doorways. The flats past the cut were silent the way the Cheniere had been silent, the way the dock had been silent before the thing came up the stairs. No birds, no frogs, though the storm could explain that. No alligators sunning on the logs, though the flood could explain that. Just the gray trunks and the brown water and our 3 engines too loud. And the smell that got stronger the deeper we went. Rot and mud and that sweet wrong old meat smell that I will never be free of. Bo took us in slow. He had the rosary in his fist, not praying, just holding it, the beads wrapped around his knuckles. Dale ran the John boat and did not say a word, which was its own kind of horror, a silent Dale. Camille photographed and logged. The parish men, 2 deputies who had not been at the camp the night before and did not know what we knew, kept up an uneasy patter, joking the way men joke when they are afraid and do not know exactly why. We found Junior's boat first. It was exactly the way Bo had described his brother's. 40 years and 1 boat removed. It was idling. The engine was running. Low, the fuel nearly gone, the way an engine runs when it has been idling for days. It was hung against a cypress knee in the shallow water at the edge of the flats, turning slowly in the dead still air on the thread of current the storm had pushed through. His traps were stacked on the deck, neat, run and stacked, a good day's work. His thermos was in the cup holder. His phone was on the seat. His shotgun was on the deck with the safety off and 1 shell gone. 1 shell gone. The same as Ferrand, the same as Antoine Landry 40 years before. A man sees the thing coming and he fires once. 1 shell, and then there is no second shell, because there is no time for a second shell, because whatever comes does not give you time for a second shell. We never found Junior. I want to be honest about the parts we found and the parts we did not, because the not finding is the worst part, the part that lets the basin keep working on you long after you have left it. We found his boat and his traps and his thermos and his phone and his shotgun with 1 shell gone. We found, snagged on a cypress knee 100 yards on, his other glove, the mate to the one left at our stairs. We found, deeper in the flats, on a low hummock barely above the flood, a place where the mud was disturbed and the dead grass was flattened and there was a smell that made the younger deputy turn away and be sick over the side of the boat. We found dark stains on the gray bark of a cypress at the waterline, at a height that did not make sense, too high, the height of a man's chest if the man had been lifted. We found, set on a cypress knee near the stains, the way you would set something down to free your hands, Junior Castile's wedding ring, set down, placed, like the glove, like the doe's organs in the mud. There is a deliberateness to what is out there that I cannot make peace with. An animal does not place things. An animal does not bring a glove to your stairs and set it palm up and say a name. Whatever is past the sorrel cut kills like an animal, and then it does something else, something with the bodies, something with the objects, something that looks for all the world like it is trying to communicate, or like it remembers, dimly, the shape of being something that communicates. Bo said his grandmother called it a man once. Standing in those flats, looking at that ring on that cypress knee, I believed her. The younger deputy, the one who had been sick, wanted to push deeper into the flats. He was angry, the way men get angry when they are frightened, and he wanted to find Junior, all of him, and bring him home to Marie. And that is a good and human want, and I do not fault him for it. He had a John boat, and he gunned it deeper into the drowned forest before Bo could stop him, in toward the heart of the territory, the densest cluster on Camille's map, the place all the kills pointed at. Bo went after him. Of course he did. Bo Landry, who had spent 40 years not going to look, gunned his own engine, and went after that deputy into the heart of the thing's country. Because Bo Landry did not lose people, that was his religion, and he was not going to lose another one in those flats while he had breath. I went with him. Dale came in the John boat. Camille and the other deputy held at Junior's boat. It was past noon. We had hours of daylight. I keep telling myself we had hours of daylight. As if that mattered, as if the daylight had protected us, when the truth is that the only thing that protected us was that the thing had eaten 3 days before and was not hungry yet. We went into the heart of its country in the full light of day, and we were not taken. And I have come to understand that this was not our courage or Bo's skill. It was that the thing was full. That is the whole of it. We lived because it had just eaten Junior Castile. We caught up to the deputy a half-mile in, where the flats narrowed back into a channel and the dead cypress gave way to a stand of living tupelo so thick the light went green and dim under it. He had cut his engine. He was sitting in his boat very still, and when we came up on him he held up a hand, slow and pointed. On the bank, in the green dimness, half in the water, there was a den. I do not have a better word for it. It was a place where the mud bank had been worked, hollowed, lined with dragged-in cypress branches and dead grass and other things, and around it, on the bank and in the shallow water and hung in the low branches of the tupelo, were the kills. 4 years of them, or what the basin had left of them. Bones, mostly, picked and pale. Deer and hog and gator and, here and there, things that were not deer or hog or gator. A boot. A tackle box gone green with algae. A trapper's hat. The frame of a pack. The slow accumulation of everything the thing had taken and brought back and arranged around the place where it slept. And the smell came off it in a wave that I can still summon if I am foolish enough to try. And the green dim light hung in the tupelo, and did not move, and the silence over that place was so complete that I could hear the deputy's boat ticking as the engine cooled. And on the far bank, in the deepest green shadow under the tupelo, something was watching us. I did not see it clearly. I want to be honest about that too, because I have read the accounts that claim to see it clearly, that describe the eyes and the teeth and the rest of it, and I think those people are either braver than me or are lying. I did not see it clearly. I saw a shape in the shadow that was the wrong size and the wrong shape to be anything I had a name for. It was crouched, low, the way a man crouches and the way a thing on 4 legs crouches both at once, and neither. It was the color of the mud in the shadow. It was tall, even crouched. It did not move, and the not moving was the worst of it, because everything alive moves a little, breathes, shifts, and this was as still as the dead cypress, as still as the silence, and only the fact that I knew, the way you know in a dream, that it was looking at me, told me it was there at all. The deputy raised his rifle. "No," Bo said. He did not shout it. He said it low and flat and absolute. "Do not. You will not kill it, and you will make it hungry. Put it down. We are leaving. Now. Slow. We are leaving." The deputy did not put it down. He was a frightened, angry man looking at the thing that had killed Junior Castile, and every part of him wanted to put a round into that shadow, and I understood it. God help me, I wanted him to. I wanted to see it fall and be an animal, be a thing a bullet could end. He sighted on the shadow, and the shadow moved. It did not charge. It did not flee. It simply was not where it had been, and then it was somewhere else, deeper in the green, and then it was gone. And the speed of it, the absolute silence of it, the way a thing that big went from there to gone without a sound, that is what broke the deputy. That is what broke all of us. He did not fire. His hands were shaking too hard to fire. We backed our boats out of that channel in reverse, none of us willing to turn our backs on that den, and we did not breathe right until we were out in the open flats again with the hard sun on us, and even then we did not breathe right, because we all knew it was still there, in the green, watching us leave, full and patient and in no hurry at all. We got back to Junior's boat. We collected what there was to collect, the ring, the gloves, the shotgun, the personal things to give to Marie. Bo marked the den on the chart and then, after a moment, he scratched the mark out, hard, until the paper tore, and he said we would not be telling the parish exactly where it was, because some young deputy with something to prove would come out here and try to kill it and feed it instead. And the basin had been fed enough. We were off the water before dark. Bo saw to that. We were back at the camp with the boats on the lift and the doors shut before the sun went down. And we sat up all night with every light burning and the generator running and the shotgun on the table. And the frogs sang the whole night long, because the thing was full, because it had Junior, because it would be quiet now for a long time. That should have been the end of it. We found what there was to find. We reported the drowning. The wave was over. Bo's plan was to pull the crew out and shut the camp until the management area reopened in the fall, by which time the thing would have gone deep and quiet again. We should have left the next morning and never gone back out past the sorrel cut. And most of us would have carried it for the rest of our lives, but we would have carried it alive. But the basin does not let you off that easy. And Camille Suelo was the kind of person who has to know. And so was I. And that is how it cost us, in the end. Not because the thing came for us, because we went back for the thing. I have gone back and forth, for 2 years, on how much of what happened next was Camille's fault. And the honest answer is that it was not her fault at all. It was the basin's fault, because the basin gets into the kind of people who have to know and it uses that against them. Camille had 4 years of data pointing at a den she had now seen with her own eyes. She had photographs of kills, coordinates, a mortality pattern that would have rewritten what anyone thought lived in that swamp. She had in the most literal sense the discovery of a lifetime sitting in the green dark past the sorrel cut. And she was a person who had to know, the way I was, the way the dead crawfisher Ferrand had been, the way Beau's brother Antoine had been. The basin knows that kind of person. It is patient with that kind of person. It waits. She did not say anything that night. She was too shaken. We all were. But the next morning, when Beau laid out the plan to pull the crew and shut the camp, Camille asked for one more day. One transect, she said. Daylight. 2 boats, all the rules. I want to document the den properly. Photographs, samples, measurements. This is, Bo, this is the only record that will ever exist of this. If we shut the camp and the wave passes, it goes deep, and nobody ever. This is the chance. One day, in the light, I will not go near it. I will document from the boat, and we leave before noon. Bo said no. He said no flatly and finally, and he meant it. And for a few hours, that was that. But here is the thing I have to confess, because this account is also a confession. I took Camille's side, not out loud, not at first. But that night, the last night, with everyone keyed up and nobody sleeping, Camille came and sat by my bunk and laid it out for me quietly. All of it, the data, the discovery, the responsibility she felt to make a record, and some part of me, the part that writes things down, the part that has to know, that part agreed with her. I told her I would back her with Bo. I told her one daylight transact with all the rules was not crazy. I told her we owed it to the people the thing had taken to at least make a record so that someday someone would believe, so that the next crew would not learn it the hard way the way we had. I was wrong. I want that on the record above everything else. Bo was right and I was wrong, and I helped talk a careful old man into breaking the one rule that had kept him alive for 40 years. And it cost us. And the cost was not mine to pay. The cost is never the one who deserves it. That is the cruelest thing about the basin. In the morning, the three of us, me and Camille against Bo, wore him down. Not with the data, with the responsibility. Camille framed it as a duty to the dead and the future, and that was the one argument that could move Bo Landry, because Bo's whole life was a duty to the dead and the future, was a refusal to let the basin take one more without a fight. If we made a record, Camille said, then Antoine would mean something, then Junior would mean something, then the next crew would know. Bo sat with that for a long time, working the cypress pick, holding the rosary, and then he said one day, in the light, all the rules, off the water by noon, and he said it like a man signing something he knew he should not sign. We went out at first light, 2 boats, me and Bo and Camille in the center console, Dale in the John boat, because we needed the shallow draft to get up the Tupelo channel to the den. Dale did not want to go. Dale had been the one crying in the dark 2 nights before. But Dale also would not let the rest of us go without him, because that is who Dale turned out to be when it mattered. Under all the talk about Texas and engine shops, he was a person who would not let his crew go into the green dark without him. He counted his months out loud the whole way out, paychecks and weeks until Texas, like a man saying a rosary of his own. The flats past the sorrel cut were as silent as before. The smell was less. 2 days on, the thing fed and quiet. We went in slow. We found Junior's boat gone, recovered by the parish the day before, but the cypress knee where his ring had been set was still there, and the stains on the bark, browner now. We went on. The morning was bright and dead still, and the silence over the flats was so total that Dale's mud motor sounded like a scream. We came to the narrow channel where the dead cypress gave way to the living Tupelo, where the light went green and dim, and Bo stopped both boats at the mouth of it and looked into the green for a long time before he would take us in. He was listening with his whole body. The rosary was wrapped around his fist. "Quick," he said. "Camille, you get your pictures from the boat. You do not get out. Nobody gets out. 10 minutes and we are gone. If I say go, we go, and you do not argue. You do not finish your picture. We go." Yes? We said yes. We went in. The den was as we had left it. The bones, the boots, the tackle box, the slow museum of everything the thing had taken. Camille shot it methodically, her camera clicking, narrating coordinates and measurements to herself in her tiny, precise voice, and the rest of us sat with the engines idling and watched the green dark on the far bank where the shape had crouched. And there was nothing there, and the nothing was almost worse than the something. It was Dale who saw what we had missed. He had taken the John boat a little up channel, past the den, to get an angle Camille wanted, and he called back to us, low and urgent. Hey, there is something up here. Bo, there is, oh God, there is somebody up here." There was a person up the channel. It was a man, or it had the shape of a man, standing in the shallow water at the edge of the Tupelo, 50 yards up channel, in the green dim light, with his back to us. He was standing very still. He was wearing the brown coveralls of a crawfisherman. He had dark hair. He was the right size, the right shape. And for one terrible leaping instant my heart said, Junior. Junior is alive. Junior survived out here, and I saw the same hope flare on Dale's face, and I think even Bo felt it for half a second, the unkillable human hope that the missing man is somehow alive. "Junior?" Dale called. He was already turning the John boat up channel. "Junior Castile? It is okay, man. It is okay, we got you." "Dale? No," Bo said, and there was a note in his voice I had not heard before. Not the flat command. Something raw, something that knew. "Dale, stop the boat. That is not Junior. Stop the boat. Dale, stop." The figure up channel did not turn around, but it spoke. it said, in a voice that was wet and low and trying very hard to be a young man's voice, a voice that was almost, horribly almost, right. "It is okay. You got me. It is okay." It said Dale's words back to him. It said them in Dale's own cadence. The words Dale had just spoken, fed back wrong. The way the thing on the stairs had said Beau's name. The way it had reached 40 years into Beau's memory for 2 words his brother might have said. It had been listening. It had been listening to us the whole time, 2 days of us, and it had learned. And now it stood in the shape of a man with its back to us and said our own kindness back to us, in a voice that was learning to be human and was not human and would never be human. And it was the most frightening thing I have ever heard, because for 1/2 of 1 second it worked. For 1/2 of 1 second Dale's whole body leaned toward it, and then Dale understood. I saw it hit him. I saw the hope go out of his face and the horror come into it. And he hauled the John boat's tiller over to turn and run, and the engine that Dale Pruitt kept in perfect order, the engine that Dale could fix with a multi-tool and a length of fuel line. The engine chose that moment to die. It died the way an engine dies when it has been idling too long in the heat and the operator panics and floods it. It coughed and quit, and Dale Pruitt was 50 yards up a green dim channel from us, alone, in the dead John boat, between us and the thing in the shape of a man, and the thing in the shape of a man turned around. I am not going to describe its face. I told you I would be honest, and the honest thing is that I have spent 2 years trying not to remember its face, and I will not put it into your head the way it is in mine. I will tell you that it was almost a man's face, and that the almost is what does the damage. The almost is what you cannot live with. I will tell you that it came off that bank and into the channel toward Dale's dead boat without a splash, without a sound, fast, the way the shadow had moved, here and then there, and that Dale was screaming and yanking the starter cord and the engine was not catching, and that Beau Landry gunned our boat up that channel straight at the thing without a half-second of hesitation. 40 years of discipline gone in an instant because his crew was in the water, because Beau Landry did not lose people. What happened next happened in seconds, and I have slowed it down 10,000 times, and it does not get clearer. It only gets worse. Beau drove our boat between Dale and the thing. He stood up at the wheel and he fired the shotgun. Once, into the thing or near it or over it, the deafening flat crack of it in that silence, and the thing flinched. It flinched. It was a thing that a shotgun could make flinch, and that is the one mercy in all of this, that it was at least that much a creature of the world. It went sideways into the Tupelo. Beau got the boat alongside Dale's and screamed at him to jump, and Dale jumped. Dale came over the side into our boat, in a tangle of arms and legs, and Beau threw the throttle down and we ran. We ran out of that green channel with the thing somewhere behind us in the Tupelo and the engine screaming and the dead cypress flashing past, and Camille was firing. She had grabbed Beau's pistol and she was firing back into the green at nothing. At everything, and I had Dale by the collar holding him in the boat, and Beau was driving like a man possessed, like a man who had waited 40 years to get someone out of those flats alive and was not going to fail twice. We made it to the open flats. We made it to the sorrel cut. We did not stop. We ran all the way back to the camp with both boats wide open, Dale's dead John boat abandoned in the channel, left behind, a sacrifice, and behind us the green dark closed up and the thing did not follow us out into the light. It never follows you out into the light. It does not have to. It knows you have to come back through the dark eventually. It is patient. It is so patient. We made it. All 4 of us, alive, back at the camp. But the basin does not give you a scare for free. It does not let you run from its heart and pay nothing. We made it back with all 4 of us alive, and I have to tell you what it cost, because it did cost. And the cost was Beau. Beau Landry was bleeding when we got him to the dock, and we had not even seen it happen. In the green channel, in the seconds when he drove the boat between Dale and the thing, when it went sideways into the Tupelo, it had reached the boat. None of us saw it. It happened in the half-second the shotgun went off, in the chaos of Dale coming over the side. It had reached our boat, and it had laid Beau's left arm and shoulder open. 3 long, clean cuts, the same long, clean cuts that had opened the dough on the chenier. The same deliberate pull, and Beau had driven us 40 minutes back to camp without a word about it because he was getting his crew out, and a man like Beau does not stop driving the boat because he is bleeding. We saw it when he tried to climb out onto the dock, and his arm would not hold him. The cuts were deep. They were not the ragged tear of a snag or a prop. They were clean and long, and they had gone to the bone in places, and the blood was bad, and we were 40 water minutes and a long radio relay from any help, with the repeater working, but the nearest medical help a helicopter or an ambulance and boat away. Camille, who had medical training as part of her field certification, packed the wounds and got the bleeding slowed while I got on the radio, and Dale, gray-faced, silent Dale, got the fastest boat fueled to run Beau to the landing where the parish could meet us. Beau was conscious. He was gray and he was shaking with the blood loss, but he was conscious, and he held onto my wrist with his good hand while Camille worked, and he made me listen. "You write it as a drowning," he said. "Junior, You write it as a drowning. And the den, you do not put the den on any chart. You hear me? Some fool will go kill it and feed it. You let it go quiet. You let it go deep. You shut this camp and you do not let them open it in the fall. You make up a reason, water levels, funding, anything. You keep people off that far water until the wave is good and past. His grip was hard. And you do not come back. You are basin people. It knows you now. It has heard your voice for 2 days. It will be listening for you. You do not come back. Promise me. I promised him. I would have promised him anything. Antoine, he said. And his eyes were not quite focused anymore, and I thought we were losing him. I never went to look. 40 years. I never went to look. You tell them I never went to look. And then, lower, the last clear thing he said before the shock took him under. But I got these ones out. Tell Antoine I got these ones out. We ran him to the landing. The parish met us with an ambulance. They got him to a hospital in Lafayette and he lived. I want you to know that, because so much of this is loss, and Beau Landry lived. He lost most of the use of his left arm. He never worked the basin again. But he lived, and the last I heard of him, a year ago, he was on his porch in Catahoula with his rosary and his cypress picks, an old man who got out of those flats alive, who got all of his crew out alive, which is the only thing he ever wanted, and the one thing the basin had told him for 40 years he could never have. Dale Pruitt quit the next day. He did not finish the season. He took Steph and he moved to Texas a month early, and he opened his engine shop, and we trade messages sometimes, and we do not ever talk about what we heard in the Green Channel, the voice that said, "It is okay, you got me," in his own cadence, the voice that he leaned toward for half a second. I think Dale leans toward it still, in his dreams. I think we all do. The thing learned our kindness and gave it back to us as bait, and you do not recover from learning that your own decency can be used as a hook. Dale is alive and well and far from the basin, and I am glad. He was a person who would not let his crew go into the dark alone. The basin almost took him for it. There is no justice out there. I have stopped looking for it. Camille Suelo finished her study, but she did not publish the part that mattered. She had the data, the photographs, the den, the discovery of a lifetime, and she sat on it. We talked about it, the two of us, the people who had to know, and in the end she decided that some things you do not write up, not because they are not true, but because publishing them is its own kind of feeding, is its own kind of going to look, is its own kind of opening a door and calling out into the dark. She filed her alligator survey. She classified the kills as undetermined predation, the honest coward's term, and she left it at that, and she changed her field of study the next year to something inland, something dry, something with no green channels in it. The last thing she said to me about it, she said, "I had to know. Now I know. I do not recommend it. I think about that more than almost anything else. I had to know. Now I know. I do not recommend it." And me. I shut the camp. I told the state the water levels were unstable and the structure was unsafe, which was not entirely a lie. The storm had done real damage to the pilings, and I recommended the farm management area stay closed through the fall, and because I was the one who had been out there and they were not, they listened. I wrote the logbook entry. I wrote that the water took Junior Castile, that the current pulled his boat into a cypress knee, and he must have gone under in the dark. I wrote the lie in my own steady hand because the truth does not fit on the line, and because Marie Castile deserved a story she could survive. A drowning, an accident, a thing the basin does to careless men, and not the other thing, not the den and the bones and the glove set palm up on our stairs, not the ring placed on the cypress knee, not the voice in the green that learned to say her husband's kindness back to us. I sat on that porch the last night, alone. The camp shut behind me, the boat's gone. Just me and the radio waiting for the morning pickup. And I listened to the basin one final time. The frogs sang. They sang all night, a solid wall of sound. Because the thing was fed, because the wave had passed, because it had Junior, and it had a piece of Beau, and it would go quiet now for a long time, years maybe, until it woke again hungry and the kills started again past the sorrel cut, and some new crew with some new rule read the logbook and did not understand. And once, near 3 in the morning, the frogs stopped, all at once. The whole basin gone silent, the way it had on my 19th night, the silence with a shape to it, the silence that is the absence of sound where sound should be. And I sat very still on that porch, the way Beau had taught me, and I did not go to look, and I did not answer, and I waited. And out of the dark, from the direction of the far channels, from the direction of the sorrel cut, something said my name. It said it the way you say a name when you are calling a man to come outside. Patient, almost gentle, almost right. It had heard my voice for 2 days. It had learned. It was not as good at my name as it was at Beau's. It had only had 2 days and not 40 years. But it was close. It was getting close. And it said my name across the still black water, and then it waited for me to answer. I did not answer. I sat on that porch until the sun came up and the frogs began again and the pickup boat came. And I got on it, and I left the basin, and I have not gone back. But here's the thing. Here's the thing I have to end on because it is the truest thing I know, and it is the thing that keeps me up. I left the basin, but the basin is in me. It is the only church my family ever kept. My grandfather is in it and my father is in it, and every good morning I ever had on the water is in it. The mist coming off the bayou in sheets and the heron lifting off the snag and the light, the color of pearl. I left, and I am never going back, and I mean it, and I know I mean it. And every night, the last thing before I sleep, in the silence of a dry house far from any green channel, I listen. I cannot help it. I am the kind of person who has to know. I listen, and the silence is just silence. An ordinary house at night, and there is nothing in it. There is nothing out there. There is nothing. But the thing past the sorrel cut is patient. It learned Beau's brother's voice in 40 years. It only needs my name, and it nearly had my name the last night I sat on that porch. And it knows I am basin people. And it knows that the people who have to know are the ones who always, in the end, go to look. So I listen, and I wait, and I do not answer. Not yet. I said I would tell it the right way. All of it, even the parts that do not make sense. And there is one part left, and it is the part I have told no one. Not Camille, not Dale, not Beau. And I am only writing it now because I have come to believe that the writing is the only thing keeping it outside of me instead of in. About a year after I left the basin, a letter came to me from the parish. It was forwarded through the state, through 3 offices, the way things reach a man who has moved and not left a clean address. It was from Marie Castile. She had found, she wrote, while finally going through Junior's things, a small waterproof notebook that he kept in his boat, the kind a crawfisherman keeps to log his trap numbers and his good spots. The parish had given her his recovered effects months before, and she had not been able to look at them until now. The notebook had survived. Junior had written in it the morning of the day he went out for the last time, the day he did not come home for supper, and most of it was trap counts and weights, the ordinary arithmetic of a man making a living. And Marie said reading it was like hearing his voice, his real voice, the way it was before. And she wanted me to know, because I was the ranger who had searched for him, that the last thing her husband ever wrote was not afraid. He was having a good day. The crawfish were running. He wrote that he would pull the far line and be home for supper. She thanked me. She thanked me for searching, for bringing back his ring and his gloves, for the dignity of it, for writing it down the way I did. The drowning, the accident, the thing the basin does to careless men. She said it helped her and the girls to know it was quick, that the water took him, that he did not suffer. I sat with that letter for a long time, and at the bottom, almost as an afterthought, Marie wrote one more thing. She wrote that on the last page of the notebook. After the trap counts, in handwriting that was Junior's but shakier, scrawled, there were 3 more words, and she did not know what they meant, and she wondered if they were a ranger thing, a basin thing, something I might understand, because she could not make sense of them and they had been bothering her. The 3 words Junior Castile wrote on the last page of his notebook, the last thing he ever wrote, in a shaking hand, were these: "It knows names." I have never written back to Marie Castile. I do not know what I would say. I have the letter still, in a drawer in a dry house far from any green channel, and sometimes at night when the silence in the house gets the shape to it, the shape of the absence of sound where sound should be, I take the letter out and I read those 3 words in Junior's shaking hand, the words of a man who had a good day and pulled his far line and saw the thing come for him and understood, in the last of the light, what it was and what it could do, and got out 1 more shotgun shell and 1 more sentence before the basin kept him. It knows names. It knew Antoine's. It knew Junior's. It knew Beau's. And it nearly had mine. I do not go to look. I do not answer. I write it down, which Beau told me only feeds it, and maybe he is right. Maybe by writing this I have only said my own name out loud into the dark one more time for it to learn. But I am the kind of person who has to know, and now you know too, and I am sorry for that. I am sorry to have put it in your head, because that is the last true thing about the basin and about the thing past the sorrel cut. It does not need to come and find you. It only needs you to be the kind of person who has to know. And then it waits, and it learns your name. And one quiet night, far from any water, in a dry house where there is nothing, where there is nothing, where there is nothing, you will hear the silence take on a shape, and out of it, patient and almost gentle and almost right, something will say your name, and you will know it from the basin, and you will not answer, not yet. Three rangers set their canoes in the water at the edge of 1,000,000 acres of wilderness. Only one of them came back the same. Somewhere in the boundary waters, along the cold Canadian line, there is a bay that does not appear on any warning sign. Most of the year it is just water. Black, deep, beautiful, ringed by spruce. But every few years, in the hungry late cold before the lakes freeze, that bay goes silent. The loons stop calling. A cold settles over it that no thermometer will measure. And something patient begins to study whoever was foolish enough to paddle in. Now, before that thing out there learns your name too, do yourself one small favor. If you have not subscribed yet, tap that button and leave a like. Think of it as the smart thing the people in this story never did. They ignored the warning. You do not have to. A solo paddler vanished from a campsite that was left perfectly in order. His boots stood by the tent. His food still hung in the trees. Only the man was missing. What the rangers found on a nameless island was worse than a body. And on the long dark paddle out, the wilderness began to call their names in voices they knew. This is the account of a man who broke every protocol he was trained to follow and survived because of one old rule written in a cabin logbook in faded ink. He has never been able to explain what he heard on that water. He only knows what it cost him to stop answering it. Headphones on, lights low, and whatever you do tonight, if the loons go quiet, do not call back. There is a bay in the boundary waters that I will not paddle into again. I do not care about the pension. I do not care what the incident report says. The last time I went in, 3 of us set our canoes in the water at the put-in. I am the only one who came back the same. I am going to tell it the way it happened, in order, because that is the only way it makes any sense at all. And I want it written down somewhere that is not a government file, where a man with a clipboard decided what I was allowed to say. My name is Wade. I have worked seasonal wilderness patrol in the Boundary Waters canoe area for 6 years. If you do not know it, the Boundary Waters is 1 million acres of lakes and forest along the Canadian line in northern Minnesota. No motors, no roads once you are in. You move by canoe and by carrying that canoe over your head along muddy trails between the lakes. Those trails are called portages. You learn to love them and hate them at the same time. I grew up 2 hours south of the entry points, in a town that lost its mill before I finished high school. My father took me into the canoe country every August until the year his back gave out. When the city chewed me up, when my marriage in the Twin Cities ended and I could not stand the sound of traffic anymore, I came back north. The Forest Service needed seasonal rangers who could paddle, read water, and stay calm alone for days. I could do all 3. I told myself the quiet would fix me. For 5 seasons it did. The work is real work. We check permits and campsites. We clean fire grates and haul out the trash that careless visitors leave. We log every paddler who passes through, when they entered, where they plan to camp, when they plan to come out. We run radio check-ins with dispatch twice a day, morning and evening. We carry topographic maps in a waterproof case, and we know the lakes by their shapes. When a party does not come out on schedule, we are the ones who go looking. Search and rescue in the Boundary Waters is slow and brutal and often ends with us finding a tipped canoe and a cold body, because the water in October is 40 degrees and it does not forgive a mistake. I tell you all of this, so you understand that I am not a man who scares easy. I have pulled drowned fishermen out of weeds. I have walked up on bears at 15 feet. I have spent November nights alone in a patrol cabin with the wind howling so hard the stovepipe sang. None of that is what this story is about. This is about a bay on a lake I will not name, because I do not want anyone going to look for it. Dispatch ran out of a small station near the entry point. The dispatcher that fall was a woman named Bev Talak. Bev had worked the radio for almost 30 years, and she collected old survey maps of the canoe country the way other people collect stamps. She knew every lake, every portage number, every story. She had a voice like a teacher who has already heard your excuse. When Bev told you to check in on time, you checked in on time. My partner that October was a young seasonal named Marcus Reyes. Marcus was 24 and hungry for a permanent posting. He had a good camera and he was always shooting the water at dawn, the mist coming off the lakes, the loons. He wanted to build a portfolio that would get him noticed by the higher-ups. He talked a lot, mostly to fill the quiet, and he could not sit still. But he was strong on a portage and he never complained about the mud. And after a week in a canoe with a man, you learn what he is made of. Marcus was made of good stuff. I want that said plainly, because of how this ends. Over us both was Dale Brunner. Dale was the senior ranger at the station, 58 years old, with a face like a cracked boot, and a toothpick that lived in the corner of his mouth. He had 1 season left before he retired to a place outside Phoenix where his sister lived, and he reminded us of it every single day. He said he was done with cold. He said he wanted to be somewhere a man could sweat in February. Dale had been in the canoe country longer than anyone, and he did not talk about the things he had seen out there, which I should have noticed sooner than I did. The 3rd week of that October, an outfitter called the station. The outfitters are the local businesses that rent canoes and gear and shuttle paddlers to the entry points. This one was run by a man named Henry Skye. Henry was Ojibwe, and his family had guided in that country for longer than there had been a Forest Service to write down their names. He ran his late father's business and he was good at it. Careful, honest. The kind of man who would call and tell you a party looked underprepared instead of just taking their money. When Henry Skye called the station, you listened. He had outfitted a solo paddler named Aaron Voss. Voss was an experienced man from Iowa, mid-40s, who had done long solo trips before. He had rented a canoe and a permit for a 9-day loop. He was due back at Henry's Landing on a Tuesday. By Thursday morning, he had not come out, and his truck was still in the lot, and that was 2 days past his window. Bev called me on the radio. Marcus and I were already in the field, working a chain of lakes a half-day's paddle from the entry. She gave us Voss's permit, his planned route, and his last logged campsite from the visitor logbook at the entry point. Then she paused, which Bev never did. Henry asked me to tell you something, she said. He says Voss's route runs him through the North Bay on the Big Lake. He says if you go in there, you go in the morning and you come out before dark. He was real particular about it, Wade. I asked her what that was supposed to mean. I am only telling you what he told me, Bev said. Check in at 6 tonight. That should have been the first thing that stopped me. A man like Henry Skye does not waste words on a radio relay. But I had a missing paddler and a route to run, and I have learned that out here you do the next thing and the next thing and you do not stand around chewing on a feeling. So we turned the canoe north and started toward the Big Lake. It took us most of that day to reach it. 3 portages. One of them a long, miserable carry through a bog that sucked at our boots and left us both filthy to the knees. We checked the campsites along the way. They were empty. The season was nearly over and the cold had pushed most people out of the country. By late afternoon, we had the whole chain to ourselves, which is normal in late October, and which usually feels like a gift. The leaves were down. The air was sharp and clean and smelled like wet stone and pine. A north wind pushed small waves across the open water. We made the entrance to the Big Lake an hour before sunset. It is a large lake, miles long, with a deep arm that bends to the north and ends in the bay. Voss's logged route took him up that north arm. His last entry, copied from the logbook, listed a campsite on a point near the mouth of the bay. We decided to make that campsite our base, check in with Bev, and search the bay in the morning, the way Henry had said. Here is the thing I keep coming back to. As we paddled up that north arm, the lake went quiet. I do not mean it was peaceful. I mean it went silent in a way that I felt in my teeth. The Boundary Waters in October is not a silent place. There are loons. There are always loons. That long wavering call across the water that is the most beautiful and the most lonesome sound I know. There are ravens. There is the slap of waves and the wind in the dead leaves and the splash of a fish. The country has a sound, a low constant breathing, and after 6 years I did not even hear it anymore. The way you stop hearing a clock in your own house. I heard it when it stopped. We came around a wooded point into the north arm and it was as if someone had closed a door. No loons, no ravens. The wind did not die, but the wind in the trees made no sound, or my ears would not take it. Marcus stopped paddling. I watched his shoulders go still in front of me. He turned around in the bow, and his face had a question on it that he did not want to ask out loud. You hear that? He said. It was not a question. Wind shifted, I said. I did not believe it. We paddled to the point campsite as the sun dropped behind the trees. It is a good site, a flat shelf of rock with a fire grate and room for 2 tents, and it was occupied, after a fashion. There was a tent already pitched there. It was Aaron Voss's tent. We knew because his permit number was written on a tag inside the door flap, the way the rules require. It was a green solo tent, set up neat and square, the rain fly staked tight. His canoe was pulled up on the rock and turned over, the paddle laid across it. His food pack hung from a tree on a bare rope, exactly the way you are taught to hang it. His cook set sat by the grate, clean. A pair of camp boots stood by the tent door, side by side, laces tucked in. Everything was in its place. Everything was correct, and there was no sign of the man at all. A paddler does not leave his camp standing like that. He does not leave his food hanging in his canoe and his boots and walk off into a million acres of forest. If Voss had drowned, the canoe would be in the water or gone. If a bear had come through, the food pack would be torn down. If he had hiked off and gotten lost, his canoe would still be here, but his boots would be gone. Because a man does not go walking in the bush in camp slippers. Nothing about it added up. It was a camp that a man had been lifted out of, in the middle of an ordinary evening, and never come back to. Marcus wanted to call it in right then. I checked my watch. It was 6, our check-in time. I keyed the radio. The radio gave me static. That is not unusual in the deep country, where the hills block the signal. We have a relay protocol for it, but I tried Bev 3 times and got nothing but a hiss that rose and fell like breathing. And I will tell you that the hiss bothered me more than the silence had. I told Marcus we would set our own tents on the far side of the rock shelf, away from Voss's, and we would search the bay at first light, and we would not, under any condition, go into that bay in the dark. He asked me why Henry Skye had said that. He asked me what was in the bay. I told him I did not know. That was the truth. I did not know yet. We got a small fire going in the grate. The light felt good. We did not say much. The silence sat around our little circle of firelight like a held breath, and I found myself listening to it the way you listen for a sound you cannot name. Once, somewhere out on the dark water of the North Arm, there was a single splash. Too big for a fish. Then nothing. Marcus looked at me over the fire and I shook my head, and we did not talk about it. I lay in my tent that night and listened to the lake breathe through the static of a dead radio, and I told myself that in the morning we would find Voss, or find sign of him, and it would have a plain, ugly explanation, the way these things always do. I almost believed it. Right here is where I want you to do one thing before I take you into the rest of this. If this story has its hooks in you, take 1 second to like this video and subscribe to the channel, because what happens in that bay is the part I have never been able to explain, and you are going to want to be here for all of it. Around 2 in the morning, something walked the shoreline of our point. I heard it through the wall of the tent, slow steps on the rock and dead leaves, deliberate, with a long pause between each one. A bear is heavy and careless and you hear it crashing. A moose is huge and you feel it through the ground. This was neither. This was something that knew exactly where it was putting its weight, and was in no hurry at all, and was walking the edge of our camp the way a man walks the edge of a thing he is deciding whether to take. I lay perfectly still. The steps went all the way around the point, slow, patient, and came back, and stopped. I judged it to be standing near Voss's empty tent. It stood there a long time. I did not hear it leave. At some point near dawn, I realized the sound of it had simply not been there for a while, and I had no memory of when it stopped. When the gray light came, I crawled out. The frost was on everything, and in the frost, around Voss's tent, there were tracks. I have tracked a lot of animals in this country. It is part of the job. I can read a wolf trail from a fox trail, a bear from a moose, a man in boots from a man in moccasins. I know what every common track in the boundary waters looks like in mud, in snow, and in frost. I did not know what made these. They came out of the tree line, crossed the frost in the open near Voss's tent, and went back into the trees toward the bay. They were long, longer than a man's foot by half again, narrow, and they sank deep into the frozen ground in a way that told me whatever made them was heavy, far heavier than its size should allow. The stride between them was wrong. It was too long for me to match by walking. I tried. I had to lunge to put my own boot in the next print, and I am not a short man, and they did not behave like an animal's trail. An animal wanders. It noses at things. It changes its mind. It leaves a messy, human-readable story of its night. These went in a straight line to Voss's tent, stopped, stood, and went back. Whatever it was, it had come to look, and then it had left. Marcus photographed the tracks. His hands were shaking and he was angry at himself for it, and he kept saying it had to be something. A moose with a hurt leg, a person playing a joke, a trick of the frost melting and refreezing. I let him talk. He needed to. I crouched by the prints and I felt the cold come up off them, and I understood for the first time that the cold around our camp was not the morning. The morning was a normal frosty October dawn, maybe 35 degrees. The air over those tracks, and over Voss's empty tent, was colder than that. Colder by a lot. It was the cold of a deep freeze, the kind that bites the inside of your nose, and it hung in a pocket over that ground and nowhere else. I am not going to pretend I had a thought I could say out loud. I just knew, standing there, that we were not dealing with a lost paddler and a plain, ugly explanation. I knew it in the animal part of my brain, the old part, the part that does not care what your reports say. I made a decision that I have gone over 1,000 times since. I should have packed us up and paddled out and called in a full search team with daylight and numbers. That is the protocol. Instead, I told myself that Voss might still be alive somewhere in that bay, hurt, waiting, and that every hour mattered, and that we were here now. I told Marcus we would do one careful search of the bay, in daylight, the way Henry Skye had said, and then we would go out and report. He did not argue. I think he wanted the daylight reason to do something brave as much as I wanted the daylight reason to look. We left our tents standing on the point and took the canoe up into the bay with the sun. The bay is shaped like a long, crooked finger pointing northwest into the hills. The shores are steep, dark spruce coming right down to the water, and the water there is black and very deep and very still. No wind reached into it. The surface lay flat as poured glass. As we paddled in, the silence closed over us again, total, and now I could hear every drop off my paddle blade like a struck bell, and I started lifting the paddle more gently to make less sound, and I noticed Marcus doing the same without either of us saying a word. We found Voss's overturned canoe a quarter-mile into the bay. It was a rental, Henry Skye's livery name stenciled on the side, floating low and upside down against a fallen tree on the north shore. The paddle was gone. There was no body. We turned it over. There was no damage to it, no hole, no break. A canoe does not flip itself on flat water. and it was a half-mile from the campsite where his tent stood neat and his boots stood by the door. The story made no sense in any direction I tried to read it. We searched the shoreline from the water, calling his name. My voice went out across that flat black water and did not echo. It just stopped, swallowed, as if the bay ate sound. After the third call, I quit doing it because I did not like how it felt to put my voice into that air and have nothing come back. It was Marcus who saw the second campsite. It was on a small island near the head of the bay, a place not marked on our map as a designated site. We paddled to it, and what we found there is the thing I have never told anyone the full truth of, until now. There was gear arranged on that island. Voss's gear, some of it, things that matched the pack and the cook set back at the point. A water bottle, a folding knife, a fishing reel, a wool hat. They were not dropped or scattered. They were laid out, set in a line on a flat rock, evenly spaced, each one squared to the next, the way a man might lay out his tools, or the way a child might arrange found treasures. The knife was open and laid with the others. The hat was folded into a neat square. It was careful, it was deliberate, and there was a wrongness to that care that I felt in my stomach, because nothing human and sane had any reason to do it, and nothing animal could have done it at all. And in the center of the line of objects, set up on its little folding stand, was Aaron Voss's camera. Marcus picked it up before I could stop him. It was a good camera, like his own. He turned it on and the battery still had life, and he scrolled back through the last photos the man had taken, and I watched his face while he did it, and I watched his face change. He did not hand it to me. He put it down very carefully and he said we needed to leave. He said it in a flat voice that was not like him. I asked him what was on it. He shook his head. He said the last pictures were of the bay at night. He said in the first few you could see nothing, just black water. He said in the last one there was something standing on the shore at the edge of the flash, and that he was not going to describe it to me, and that we needed to be on the open lake before dark, right now. I have thought, since, that he was right to refuse. I think if I had seen that picture I would not be able to write any of this. I think it would have stayed in front of my eyes. There are mercies in this world, and one of them is a friend who will look at a thing so you do not have to. We got back in the canoe. We left the gear and the camera where they were, because I will tell you honestly that neither of us would put a hand on those things a second time. We paddled for the mouth of the bay as hard as quiet would allow, and the silence was so complete that the sound of our own breathing seemed loud and dangerous, and the cold came up off that flat black water in a way no October morning makes. We were halfway out of the bay when I heard Marcus call my name from the shore. I want to be very clear about this. Marcus was in the bow of the canoe, in front of me, his back to me, paddling. I could see him. His mouth was not moving, and from the dark tree line of the north shore, off to our right, a voice that was his voice in every detail, his exact voice, called out, "Wade, Wade, over here." It was warm. It was friendly. It had the little upward lift he put on the end of my name when he was about to make a joke. It came from the trees 40 yards off, from a place where no person was and no person could have gotten ahead of us. Marcus had stopped paddling. He had gone rigid. He had heard it too. He turned and looked at me, and his real mouth, his actual face, said in a whisper, "That is not me, Wade." I did not say that. I knew he had not. I had been looking at him. I told him to paddle. I did not yell it. I said it low and even, the way you talk to a spooked horse. We dug in and drove the canoe out of the mouth of that bay and into the open water of the North Arm, and the voice did not call again, and the silence broke the moment we cleared the point, and there was a loon out on the big water making its long, lonesome call, and I have never in my life been so glad to hear it. We did not stop at our campsite. We pulled in just long enough to throw our tents and packs into the canoe, wet and tangled, and we left Voss's tent standing where it was, because the cold pocket was still there around it, and we left it. We made it back down the lake and through the first portage by mid-afternoon. I tried the radio at the top of the portage, on high ground, and this time Bev came through. The relief in my chest at the sound of her dry, sharp voice was something I cannot describe. I gave her the situation in plain words. Overdue paddler not located. Canoe found capsized, no body. Gear found staged. Conditions in the bay unsafe. Requesting a full team and that the bay be closed. Bev was quiet for a moment. Then she said Dale was already on his way in to meet us, that he had come in on his own when our 6 o'clock check-in missed the night before. She said he had been agitated about it in a way she had not seen from him in 20 years. She said to come to the patrol cabin on the lake below, the one with the wood stove, and wait for him there, and not to go back up that arm for anything. We made the patrol cabin at dusk. It is an old log cabin the Forest Service keeps on a point, with bunks and a wood stove and a logbook of its own going back decades. We got a fire going. Marcus sat by it with his knees pulled up and did not take his coat off for a long time. I made coffee on the stove, and my hands were steady and my mind was not. I opened the cabin logbook while we waited, looking for I do not know what. Rangers and trappers and the rare winter traveler had written in it for years. Weather notes, ice conditions, the small dull record of the country. I paged back through the Octobers, and I found, every few years, the same kind of entry. Different hands, different decades. The wording always careful, always short, the way a man writes when he does not want to commit too much to paper. October of a year I will not give. A trapper's hand. The North Bay quiet again. Lost the Hendrickson boy. Do not go in after the loons stop. And years before that, another hand. Bay closed itself this fall. The cold does not read on the glass. Stay out until the freeze. And the oldest one I found. The ink gone brown. Just 6 words. When the bay goes silent, leave. I was reading those words by the light of the stove, when the cabin door opened and Dale came in out of the dark. And I had never seen the man look the way he looked. Dale Brunner shut the door behind him and put his back against it like he wanted to hold something out. He looked at me, and he looked at Marcus pulled up small by the stove, and he looked at the open logbook in my hands, and his face went slack. You were in the bay, he said. It was not a question. I told him what we had found. The neat empty tent. The boots by the door. The tracks in the frost and the cold that did not read on a thermometer. The staged gear on the island. The camera Marcus would not let me see. The voice from the trees that was Marcus's voice while Marcus sat in front of me with his mouth shut. Dale sat down heavily on a bunk. He took the toothpick out of his mouth and he held it in his fingers and looked at it like he had forgotten what it was. And then he told us the only piece of explaining anyone in this whole story ever gave me. And it was not much, and I am glad now that it was not much. Because the parts that were not explained are the parts that left room for me to keep my mind. He said he had been a young ranger 30-some years back, on a search like ours. He said there had been an old guide with him then, a man who had learned the country from Henry Sky's father. He said they had gone up the North Bay after a missing party of 2, late in the season, and the bay had gone quiet the way it goes quiet, and the old guide had turned the canoe around in the middle of the search and refused to go on. And Dale had been angry about it, young and angry, and had called him a coward. And the old guide had let him be angry. And then that night at the cabin, the old guide had told him just enough. He said there was a thing the old people knew about. He said you did not name it, because naming a thing is a way of calling it, and he was not going to name it in this cabin with the dark pressed against the windows. He said it was not always there. He said it came into that country in the hungry years, in the late cold, when the game thinned out and the freeze had not yet locked the lakes, and that it was a starving thing, and a cold thing, and that the cold around it was the cold of starvation itself. He said it did not hunt the way an animal hunts. He said it studied, it watched a camp, it learned the shape of a man and the sound of his voice, and it was patient past any animal patience, and it took its time, and when it took someone it did not leave the mess an animal leaves. It left things arranged. He said the old people had a hard word for what happened to a man it took, and that the word meant something like becoming the hunger, and that he would not say that word either. He said the only rule that had ever kept anyone alive was the rule in that logbook in my hands. When the bay goes silent, you leave. You do not search. You do not try to save the one who is already in there with it. You get the living out and you wait for the hard freeze. And after the freeze, the bay is just a bay again and the cold goes north. And the loons come back and you can go in and find what is left and write your report and tell yourself a story about thin ice. That was all he said. He put the toothpick back in his mouth. He said we would sleep at the cabin and, at first light, all 3 of us would paddle out the south way, away from the arm, and we would report a drowning. Because a drowning is a thing the world believes, and the bay would be closed for the season for safety. And that would be the end of it. I want you to understand that I did not believe all of that. I wanted on the record that the ranger in me, the man with the maps and the protocols, did not accept a word of it as fact. But the man who had stood over those tracks in the frost, and heard his partner's voice come out of empty trees, that man did not need to believe it. That man just wanted to be out of that country. We did not get the morning. It came in the dark, a few hours before dawn, and it came because of the radio. In the worst way I can tell you, the radio in the cabin crackled to life around 3 in the morning. We had it set to the station frequency. It hissed, that rising and falling hiss like slow breathing, and then through the hiss came a voice, and the voice said, "Wade, Marcus, this is dispatch, come back." It was Bev's voice. It was exactly Bev's voice. The dry sharpness, the teacher's tired patience, and every one of us came awake and sat up, because it was 3 in the morning and Bev was 40 miles away at the station and there was no reason on this earth for her to be on the radio at 3 in the morning telling us to come back. Marcus reached for the handset. Dale caught his wrist. Dale was staring at the radio. He had gone the color of ash, and he said, very quietly, "Bev signs off at 10. There is nobody on that radio at 3. The voice came again. "Wade, come back. There is a problem with the search. We need you to launch now. Bring the canoe to the north arm." and it had Bev's exact cadence, every bit of it, except that Bev had never once in 30 years called the North Bay anything but the North Bay, and this voice said the North Arm, the way Marcus and I had said it to each other, on the water, where no one could have heard us. It had learned us. It had heard us. And now it was using the radio, or it was using something, to call us back in. And then, under the false Bev voice, far off but rising, I heard the other thing. I heard steps on the cabin porch, slow, deliberate, the long pause between each one, the same patient wait I had heard walk our point 2 nights before. It had not stayed in the bay. It had followed us down the chain of lakes, through the silence, in the dark, and it was on the porch of the cabin, and the cold was coming under the door in a wave that put the wood stove fire down to coals in seconds and frosted the inside of the windows white. Dale stood up. He was a man with 1 season left and a sister in Phoenix, and a plan to never be cold again, and he stood up between us and that door, and he told us to take the back window and the canoe and go. There is a small window at the rear of that cabin, just big enough. Marcus went through it first because he was the youngest and the quickest, and I made him. I went after. Dale did not. I have lived with this for 2 years. Dale did not come through the window. He stayed in the cabin between us and the front door, and he did the thing that the old rule says you do not do, which is he tried to give the living time, and he made noise at the front of the cabin, banging the stove door, shouting, drawing the cold and the weight and the patient steps to him and away from the window. I heard him doing it as my feet hit the frozen ground. I heard him shout once, a hard, angry shout, the same anger he must have felt at 30 when the old guide turned the canoe around. And then I heard the cabin door bang open, and then I did not hear Dale anymore. I did not hear anything from him at all. There was no scream. That is the part that wakes me up. A scream would mean a struggle, an animal, a fall. There was just the door, and then a silence so total and so cold that it was its own kind of sound. And I knew, the way I had known over the tracks, that he was gone, and that it had not been quick or slow. It had simply been outside of those things. Marcus and I got the canoe into the black water and we paddled south into the dark with no light, because I would not put a light up, by feel and by the gray shapes of the shore against the stars. The cold chased us off that point. I felt it on the back of my neck, that deep freeze burn, and the silence came with it. No loons, no wind, just our paddles and our breath. And once, behind us, from the dark of the shore we had left, I heard Dale's voice call out, "Wade, wait, I made it, come back for me." And it was perfect. It was exactly him, the gravel in it, the toothpick lisp. And I knew that he had not made it, and I knew what was using his voice now. And I put my paddle in the water and I did not look back and I did not answer and I made Marcus do the same. And that is the hardest thing I have ever done, to paddle away from your friend's voice calling your name in the dark and know that answering it will kill you. We paddled until the sky went gray. The cold fell away from us somewhere in the last hour, the way Dale had said it would when you cleared the country it was hunting. The loons came back. I have never hated and loved a sound so much. We came out at an entry point 12 miles south of where we should have, sometime after full light, and a fisherman in the lot called it in, and the real Bev, the living Bev, sent people, and the official story got written the way Dale said it would get written. A drowning. Aaron Voss, capsized on a cold lake, body not recovered until after freeze-up, found at last under the ice near the head of the bay, and I will not tell you the condition of what they found because it is in a file, and it is enough that it matched nothing about a drowning and the report said drowning anyway. Dale Brunner, senior ranger, lost in the line of duty during a search, presumed drowned attempting a rescue, body never recovered, because there was nothing to recover, because what the bay takes it does not give back the same. The bay was closed for the rest of that season for safety. It opened again the next year. The loons were back. It was just a bay again. Marcus did not come back the next season. He never sold a single photo from that camera, or any other. Last I heard he had moved to Arizona, of all places, somewhere hot and dry and far from any lake, and I do not blame him, and we do not talk, because we cannot talk without being back on that black water, with a voice calling our names from the empty shore. Some things you can only survive alone, even when there were 2 of you. I worked 1 more season. I told myself I could. I told myself the country was bigger than one bay. And it is. Most of it is the most beautiful place God ever made. But every October, in the late cold, before the freeze, I would catch myself listening. And one evening on a different lake entirely, miles from any of it, the loons went quiet, just for a minute, just the ordinary quiet of dusk. And I was in my canoe, and I could not breathe, and I could not lift the paddle, and I sat there shaking on flat calm water until a loon called, and the world started again. I turned in my badge that week. I do not paddle anymore. I live in town now, with traffic outside the window, and I have learned to love the noise of it. People who knew me before do not understand. They say I gave up the thing I loved. I did not give it up. It is still up there, The lakes and the portages and the morning mist Marcus used to photograph. All of it, exactly as beautiful as it ever was. I think about it every day, but there is a bay on a lake I will not name. And every few years, in the hungry late cold before the freeze, it goes silent. The loons stop. The cold comes, that does not read on the glass. And something patient and starving studies the shape of whoever was foolish enough to come in, and learns their voice, and takes its time. If you are ever up there in late October, and you paddle into still black water, and you notice that you cannot hear the loons anymore, do not call out. Do not search. Do not answer a voice you know. Turn the canoe around, and get out before dark. That is the only rule that has ever kept anyone alive. Dale broke it once at 30 and lived to regret it, and kept it for 30 years, and broke it one last time for us. I have kept it every day since, and I am going to keep keeping it. In town, with the traffic, where it is loud, and where the silence can never get all the way in. There is a lake in the Boundary Waters that does not appear on the public maps. I know because I have looked. I have pulled every topographic survey the Forest Service keeps on file for Superior National Forest, and I have cross-referenced them against the paddling maps sold to tourists at every outfitter from Ely to Grand Marais. The lake is not there. It was there once. I saw it with my own eyes on a 1987 quad sheet pinned to the wall of the Fernhook station before Merritt Holloway tore it down and fed it to the wood stove without a word of explanation. I watched the paper curl and blacken, watched the blue contour of that unnamed lake shrink to nothing, and I understood that some things are kept off the record for a reason. I am writing this now because silence has not helped me. Silence has not helped anyone who worked that post. And if you are reading this, you deserve to know what waits in the deep interior of the Boundary Waters canoe area wilderness before you go looking for it yourself. My name does not matter. What matters is what I saw, what I heard, and what followed me out of those woods in September of last year. I was 28 years old when I took the position. I had spent 4 seasons on a wildland fire crew in Central Oregon, cutting line through sage and ponderosa until the smoke and the overtime and the constant motion burned something out of me that I have not gotten back. I wanted stillness. I wanted green. I wanted water instead of fire. When the seasonal posting for a backcountry ranger in the BWCAW came across my screen, I applied before I finished reading the description. The Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness covers just over 1 million acres of northern Minnesota, pressed against the Canadian border like a held breath. It is one of the most visited wilderness areas in the country, but that statistic is misleading. The visitors cluster near the entry points, paddling the popular loops that hug the edges of the permit zone. Beyond those loops, past the 3rd and 4th portage, the landscape opens into something older and more indifferent than most people are prepared to encounter. The lakes multiply. The portage trails thin to game paths and then to nothing. The boreal forest closes overhead like a green ceiling and does not let go until you are deep enough that the concept of rescue becomes theoretical. I arrived in Ely, Minnesota, on the last day of August. The town sits at the western edge of the wilderness, a cluster of outfitters and lodges and bait shops arranged along a main street that smells of pine resin and lake water. Tourism is the lifeblood. Every other building advertises canoe rentals, guided trips, or shuttle services to the entry points. The locals move with the unhurried confidence of people who have lived their entire lives in a place that most visitors only pass through. My supervisor was a man named Merritt Holloway. He met me at the Forest Service District office on the east side of town, a low cinder block building with a flag out front that had been bleached nearly white by weather. Merritt was in his early 50s, with a face that looked like it had been carved from birch bark and left out in the elements for a decade. His hands were the first thing I noticed. The skin across his knuckles was tight and shiny, the fingers slightly curled even at rest, the unmistakable scarring of severe frostbite. He caught me looking and flexed them once, as if testing whether they still worked. "You are the fire kid," he said. It was not a question. Former fire. 4 seasons on the Bend crew in Oregon. I read your file. You are fit, you can navigate, and you do not panic easily. That is what I need. He did not smile. He did not extend his hand. He turned and walked into the building, and I followed. The briefing took most of the afternoon. Merritt walked me through the duty roster, the radio protocols, the patrol schedule, and the emergency procedures with the clipped efficiency of someone who had given this speech many times and had long since stopped caring whether the recipient was impressed. The Fernhook station, where I would be based, sat on the south shore of Fernhook Lake, accessible only by canoe. It was a 12-mile paddle from the nearest entry point, with 3 portages ranging from a quarter mile to nearly a full mile over rough granite terrain. "You will be alone out there most of the time," Merritt said, spreading a topographic map across the desk between us. "I run the district from here in town. Nola Vickers handles dispatch. You will check in by radio every morning at 0700 and every evening at 1900. If you miss a check-in, we send someone. If you miss two, we send everyone. Understood. The previous ranger, a seasonal like you, lasted 6 weeks. He quit in the middle of August, walked out to the entry point in the dark, left his gear in the canoe, and drove home to Duluth. Did not call in, did not file a report, did not return his radio. I had to drive down there to collect the equipment myself. Did he say why? Merritt studied me for a moment, and something shifted behind his eyes. It was not exactly suspicion. It was more like a man deciding how much weight to put on a bridge before crossing it. He said the woods were wrong. That is a direct quote. The woods are wrong. I asked him to clarify. He would not. He returned his badge by mail 3 days later with a note that said he was not coming back and that I should not send anyone else to Fernhook. And you sent me. I sent you because the post needs to be staffed. Fire season is winding down. The fall paddling permits are active, and I need someone in the interior to manage campsites, check permits, and maintain the portage trails before freeze-up. That is the job. The previous ranger had personal issues that affected his judgment. I am telling you this for transparency, not because I think it is relevant to your duties. I nodded, but something about the way Merritt delivered that last sentence told me he was not entirely convinced of it himself. We spent the next hour going over equipment. The station was stocked with basic provisions, a medical kit, tools for trail maintenance, a hand crank radio as backup, and a 12-gauge shotgun for bear encounters. Merritt showed me how to operate the primary radio, a Motorola unit that ran on a repeater mounted on a ridge 3 miles north of the station. Reception is generally reliable within a 10-mile radius of the station, he said. Beyond that, it gets spotty. There are dead zones, especially in the valleys between the ridgelines. If you are in a dead zone and you need help, you paddle until you find signal. That is the protocol. What about satellite phones? Budget does not cover them. I have requested one for the past 3 years. The answer has been the same each time. The last item he showed me was the visitor logbook, a thick, water-stained binder that lived at the station. Every ranger who had worked the Fernhook post was expected to log daily observations, weather conditions, wildlife sightings, permit checks, trail conditions, and anything unusual. Unusual meaning what? I asked. Meaning anything that deviates from the expected pattern. Strange animal behavior, evidence of illegal activity, structural damage to the station or facilities. Use your judgment. He closed the binder and slid it across the desk. One more thing, he said as I gathered my gear. The interior lakes north and northeast of Fernhook are technically within your patrol area, but I would not recommend going past Sable Lake alone. The terrain gets rough, the portages are not maintained, and cell and radio coverage drops to nothing. If you need to check those areas, call it in first and wait for backup. What is past Sable Lake? Merritt picked up the topographic map and began folding it with deliberate precision. More lakes, he said. More trees. Nothing you need to worry about. He handed me the folded map and walked me to the door. The sun was already sinking behind the tree line, casting long shadows across the gravel parking lot. Somewhere in the distance, a loon called across the water, its tremolo echoing through the cooling air. Get some rest tonight, Merritt said. You launch tomorrow at dawn. The paddle to Fernhook takes most of the day if you are carrying a full load. I thanked him and turned toward my truck, but his voice stopped me. One more thing. He was standing in the doorway, backlit by the fluorescent glow of the office. If you hear something out there that you cannot identify, do not go looking for it. Radio it in and stay at the station. That is not a suggestion. Before I could ask what he meant, he stepped inside and closed the door. I spent the night at a motel on the edge of town, the kind of place with wood-paneled walls and a stuffed walleye mounted above the television. I did not sleep well. The room was too warm, the mattress too soft after years of sleeping on fireline cots and the hard ground of spike camps. But it was not just physical discomfort that kept me awake. It was the accumulation of small details from the afternoon, each one insignificant on its own, but collectively forming a shape I could not quite see. The ranger who quit without explanation. The warning about the interior lakes. The instruction not to investigate unfamiliar sounds. The frostbite scars on Merritt Holloway's hands, which looked old but still seemed to cause him pain. I told myself these were the normal hazards of remote wilderness work. People quit difficult postings all the time. Supervisors warned new employees about dangerous terrain as a matter of liability. And frostbite was an occupational hazard in northern Minnesota, where winter temperatures routinely dropped below -30. But there was something else. Something in the quality of Merritt's attention when he spoke about the interior. The way his eyes went flat and careful, like a man walking on ice that might not hold his weight. I had seen that look before, on the faces of fire crew supervisors assessing a blow-up that was about to overrun their position. It was the look of someone managing a situation they did not fully understand and could not fully control. I launched from the Moose Lake entry point at first light. The morning was cool and still. the lake surfaced like polished steel beneath a sky that was just beginning to brighten from black to deep blue. My canoe was an 18-foot Kevlar Wenana, loaded to the gunwales with provisions, tools, and personal gear. The weight made the first few strokes heavy, but I found my rhythm quickly, the paddle pulling through the dark water with a steady cadence that settled my thoughts. The route to Fernhook took me through 4 lakes connected by 3 portages. The first 2 lakes were popular with day trippers, and I passed several groups loading canoes and adjusting life vests at the designated campsites. They waved as I glided past, their voices carrying across the water in the amplified way that sound travels over still lakes. I waved back but did not stop. The weight of my load demanded momentum, and I wanted to reach the station before dark. By noon, I had crossed the second portage, a brutal 300-yard haul over a granite ridge that left my shoulders burning and my boots soaked from a boggy section near the far end. The third lake was quieter. I saw one other canoe, far across the water, moving slowly toward a campsite on the eastern shore. Otherwise, I was alone. The silence grew with each mile. Not the absence of sound exactly, but a change in its quality. On the first 2 lakes, I had heard the constant background noise of the boreal forest, the chatter of red squirrels, the tapping of woodpeckers, the occasional splash of a fish breaking the surface. As I moved deeper into the interior, those sounds diminished. By the time I reached the third portage, a long, punishing carry over uneven terrain choked with alder and tag elder, the forest had gone quiet in a way that felt deliberate. I told myself it was the time of day. Early afternoon in the boreal forest is often a quiet period, the dawn chorus long finished and the evening activity not yet begun. Animals rest during the heat of the day, even in the north. It was a reasonable explanation, and I believed it for exactly as long as it took me to finish the portage and slide my canoe into Fernhook Lake. Fernhook was beautiful and deeply unsettling at the same time. The lake was roughly oval, perhaps a mile long and half a mile wide, ringed by dense spruce and birch that came right to the water's edge. The water was dark, stained the color of strong tea by the tannic acid leaching from the surrounding peat bogs. The station sat on a slight rise on the south shore, a small log cabin with a green metal roof and a dock that extended 20 feet into the lake. A flagpole stood beside the cabin, bare. There was no flag. I tied off the canoe and unloaded my gear and trips, stacking everything on the dock before carrying it up to the cabin. The door was unlocked. Inside, the station was exactly as Merritt had described. Spartan but functional. A single room served as living quarters, office and kitchen. A wood stove dominated one corner. 2 bunks were built into the far wall. A desk sat beneath the window facing the lake, the radio and logbook arranged neatly on its surface. The shotgun hung in a rack above the door, 2 boxes of shells on the shelf beside it. Everything was clean and orderly, which surprised me. If the previous ranger had left in the middle of the night, I had expected signs of a hasty departure, but the cabin showed no evidence of panic. The bunks were made, the dishes were washed and stacked, the wood stove had been swept clean of ash. It looked like the occupant had simply finished his day, tidied up and left, except for one detail. The logbook was open on the desk, turned to the final entry. The handwriting was tight and controlled, but the letters grew progressively smaller as the entry continued, as if the writer was unconsciously trying to compress his words into as little space as possible. The date was August 14th. The entry read, Day 43. Clear skies, no wind, high of 72. Checked permits at sites 4 and 7, both in compliance. Trail maintenance on the Sable Portage, cleared 2 blowdowns. Water level dropping on Fernhook. Dock needs extension before fall. Wildlife. None. For the 6th consecutive day, I have observed no wildlife activity within the Fernhook drainage. No birds, no squirrels, no sign of moose or deer at the usual browse points. The beaver lodge on the northeast arm appears abandoned. I have not heard a loon on this lake in over a week. I am leaving tonight. I do not have a rational explanation for what I am about to write, and I understand that it will likely be dismissed. But the silence here is not natural. Something is displacing the wildlife from this area, and whatever it is getting closer to the station. I have not seen it. I have not heard it clearly, but I can feel it. The same way you can feel someone standing behind you in a dark room. I am not equipped for this. I do not know what this is. Whoever reads this, do not stay past dark. Do not go north of Sable. And do not, under any circumstances, answer if something calls your name from the tree line. God forgive me for leaving, but I am leaving. I read the entry twice, then closed the logbook. My hands were steady. My breathing was even. But something had shifted in the quality of the air around me. A subtle change in pressure, like the moment before a storm breaks when the atmosphere compresses and the world holds still. I walked to the window and looked out at Fernhook Lake. The surface was glass. The tree line was motionless. The sky was empty. Nothing moved. Nothing called. Nothing made a sound. And that, I realized, was exactly the problem. I unpacked my gear in silence, stowing provisions in the small pantry, arranging my personal items on the empty bunk, and setting up the radio. The Motorola crackled to life on the first try, and I keyed the handset. Fernhook Station to Ely Dispatch. Radio check. Over. A woman's voice came back almost immediately, clear and professional. Dispatch copies, Fernhook. Welcome to the post. This is Nola. You are loud and clear. Confirm you are settled and the station is secure. Over. Confirmed. Station is in good order. I will begin patrols tomorrow morning. Fernhook out. I set the handset down and stood at the window for a long time, watching the light change on the water as the afternoon deepened into evening. The sun dropped behind the spruce line on the western shore, and shadows spread across the lake like something spilling. The temperature fell with it, the warmth of the day evaporating so quickly that the window glass fogged under my breath. I lit the wood stove, ate a cold dinner of jerky and dried fruit, and sat at the desk reviewing the topographic map Merritt had given me. The map showed Fernhook Lake clearly, along with the surrounding network of smaller lakes and connecting portages. To the north, 3 lakes were marked in succession: Sable, Ridgeline, and a third whose name had been partially obscured by a water stain. Beyond these, the map showed only contour lines and the green shading of unbroken forest extending to the Canadian border. I studied the area north of Sable, looking for the lake I had been warned away from. The contour line suggested a basin, a depression in the terrain that could hold water, but no lake was drawn there. No blue, no shoreline symbol, just the tight concentric rings of a low point in the landscape, like a bowl pressed into the earth and left empty, or erased. I folded the map and placed it in my pack. Outside, full darkness had arrived. The window reflected the interior of the cabin back at me, the glow of the wood stove, the neat geometry of the bunks, my own face pale and watchful above the desk. Beyond the glass, Fernhook Lake was a void, a perfect absence of light that began at the dock and extended in every direction without boundary. I checked the door lock, confirmed the shotgun was loaded, and climbed into the lower bunk. The sleeping bag was rated to 20 below, overkill for early September, but I was glad for its weight. It felt like armor. Sleep came slowly. I lay in the dark, listening to the silence, and found it oppressive in a way I had never experienced in 4 seasons of sleeping in remote camps. In Oregon, the night forest was never truly quiet. There were always sounds: the rustle of mice in the duff, the distant yip of coyotes, the wind moving through the ponderosa like a slow exhalation. The boundary waters offered none of this. The silence was total, absolute, a physical thing that pressed against the walls of the cabin and seeped through the gaps around the door. I do not know what time I finally drifted off, but I know exactly what woke me. It was not a sound. It was the sudden, complete awareness that something was standing on the dock. I did not see it. I did not hear it, but I knew it with a certainty that bypassed my conscious mind entirely and went straight to the place in my brain that had kept my ancestors alive on the savannah when the grass rustled the wrong way. Every hair on my body stood on end. My breath stopped in my chest. My eyes were open, staring at the ceiling, and I could not make myself turn toward the window. The dock creaked once. A single, distinct pop of wood flexing under weight, then nothing. I lay there for what felt like hours, rigid and unmoving, ears straining for any sound at all. But the silence had returned, thick and complete, as if the night had swallowed whatever had been there and sealed itself shut again. When dawn finally came, pale and reluctant through the cabin window, I forced myself out of the bunk and walked to the dock. The morning air was cold enough to sting my lungs, and a thin mist hung over the lake, erasing the far shore entirely. The dock was empty, but the boards at the far end, the section closest to the water, were wet, not from mist or dew, which would have coated the entire surface evenly. These boards were wet in a pattern, 2 elongated patches roughly 3 feet apart, as if something had stood there, dripping, and then stepped back into the lake. I crouched down and examined the wet marks. They were already fading in the morning air, the wood grain absorbing the moisture and returning to its weathered gray. In another 10 minutes, they would be gone entirely, as if nothing had ever been there at all. I stood up, looked out at the mist-covered lake, and felt the first real tendril of fear curl through my chest. Then I went inside, keyed the radio, and gave my morning check-in as if everything was normal, because at that point, I still believed it could be. The first full day at Fernhook was consumed by routine, and I was grateful for it. Routine is the scaffolding that holds a rational mind upright when the ground beneath it starts to feel uncertain. I ate breakfast, washed my dishes, swept the cabin floor, split kindling for the wood stove, and reviewed the patrol map that the previous ranger had left pinned to the wall beside the desk. It showed the network of campsites within my assigned area. 12 designated sites spread across 4 lakes, each one marked with a small red circle and a number. My first patrol would cover the 4 sites on Fernhook itself, then the 3 on Sable Lake to the north, accessible by a portage that the map indicated was roughly 400 yards over mostly flat terrain. I loaded my day pack with the basics: water filter, first aid kit, permit book, bear spray, a handheld compass, and a radio. I did not bring the shotgun. It felt like an overreaction to wet dock boards, and I was not yet ready to admit that the previous ranger's paranoia might have been justified. I launched the canoe at 7:30 and paddled north along the western shore of Fernhook. The mist had burned off by then, revealing the lake in full daylight, and for a few minutes the beauty of the place overrode every other concern. The water was the color of dark amber, clear enough that I could see the sandy bottom in the shallows and the tangled roots of fallen trees in the deeper sections. White birch trunks lined the shore like pale sentinels, their bark peeling in curls that caught the light. Beyond them, the spruce forest rose in a solid green wall, dense and uniform and ancient. I checked the first 2 campsites and found them empty. The fire grates had been cleaned, the bare hang poles were intact, and the ground showed no evidence of recent use. The third site, on a small peninsula near the north end of the lake, showed signs of a recent visit: compressed tent pad, ash in the fire ring, boot prints in the mud near the water. But the occupants were gone, and they had packed out everything they had brought in. Clean camp. The fourth site was different. It sat on a low, rocky point that jutted into the lake like a broken finger. I saw the tent from 100 yards out, a bright orange 2-person shelter pitched at an odd angle near the tree line. A canoe was pulled up on the rocks beside it, overturned, with paddles tucked underneath. A blue dry bag sat on the ground near the fire ring, which held the gray remains of a fire that had burned itself out. Standard setup for a backcountry campsite. Nothing alarming, except that it was 9 in the morning and no one was there. I beached my canoe and called out as I approached. Forest Service Ranger. Anyone here? No response. The tent flap was partially unzipped, hanging open to reveal a sleeping pad and bag inside, neatly arranged. A headlamp sat on top of the bag. 2 water bottles, both full, were lined up beside the tent. Everything was orderly, everything was present, and no one was home. I checked the permit tag attached to the bare hang pole. It showed a 2-night reservation under the name D. Lind, with entry dated 2 days prior. 1 person, solo permit. I opened the blue dry bag and found what I expected: food supplies for a multi-day trip, carefully portioned and labeled. Oatmeal packets, trail mix, dehydrated meals, coffee. Nothing had been disturbed. The bag was properly sealed and showed no signs of animal tampering. Whoever D. Lind was, they had set up a well-organized camp, built a fire, gone to bed, and then vanished. Their gear was here. Their food was here. Their canoe was here. But they were not. I walked the perimeter of the campsite in expanding circles, looking for boot prints or any indication of which direction Lind might have gone. The rocky terrain made tracking difficult, but near the edge of the tree line where the granite gave way to a narrow strip of moss and duff, I found a single set of prints heading north into the forest. The prints were clear and evenly spaced, the stride of someone walking with purpose rather than stumbling or running. They led straight into the spruce, where the canopy closed overhead and the understory thickened into a tangle of alder and balsam fir. I followed them for about 50 yards before the trail disappeared on a patch of bare rock. Beyond the rock, the forest floor was undisturbed. No broken branches, no scuffed moss, no continuation of the track. It was as if the person had walked to that exact spot, stood on the rock, and simply ceased to exist. I backtracked to the campsite, keyed my radio, and called dispatch. Fernhook to dispatch. I have an unoccupied campsite at Fernhook Site 4. Permit shows a solo camper, D. Lind, 2 nights booked, but no one is present. Gear and canoe are here. Requesting a welfare check on the permit holder. Over. Nola's voice came back. All business. Copy, Fernhook. I will pull the permit registration and get you more information. Can you describe the condition of the campsite? Intact. No signs of distress or animal activity. 1 set of boot prints leading north into the tree line, ending on bare rock approximately 50 yards from camp. No blood, no torn gear, no struggle. A pause. Copy. Stand by. I stood at the edge of the campsite, looking north toward the tree line where the prints had led. The forest was still. The lake behind me was still. The sky above was a pale, washed-out blue, almost white at the horizon. Everything was composed and calm and perfectly motionless, and that was what bothered me. I had been in wild places my entire adult life, and I had never stood in a forest this quiet. No chickadees, no nuthatches, no jays. Not even the high, thin whistle of a cedar waxwing, a bird so common in the boreal forest that its absence was like a missing word in a familiar sentence. The radio crackled. Dispatch to Fernhook. Registration shows Darcy Lind, age 31, resident of St. Paul. Solo paddler, experienced. Checked in at the entry point 2 days ago as scheduled. Emergency contact is a sister in Minneapolis. I am notifying Merritt. Recommend you secure the campsite and begin a preliminary search of the immediate area. Do not proceed past Sable Lake without backup. Acknowledged. Over. Acknowledged. Beginning preliminary search. Fernhook out. I secured Lynn's campsite, photographing the tent, the gear, and the boot prints with my phone. Then I paddled to the portage that connected Fernhook to Sable Lake and shouldered my canoe for the carry. The Sable portage was well maintained, a clear path through mixed forest with wooden boardwalks over the wet sections. It took me about 15 minutes to complete the carry, and I emerged onto the shore of Sable Lake just before noon. Sable was larger than Fernhook, more irregular in shape, with deep bays and rocky islands that broke the water into a maze of channels and dead ends. The 3 campsites on Sable were spread along the eastern shore, each one tucked into its own small cove. I checked all 3 sites. 2 were empty and showed no recent use. The 3rd was occupied. A man was sitting on a flat rock near the water's edge, shirtless despite the cool air, mending a fishing net with practiced hands. He was tall and rangy, with a thick gray beard and skin that had been darkened to leather by decades of sun and wind. A battered aluminum canoe was pulled up on the rocks behind him, loaded with more gear than any recreational paddler would carry. "Morning," I called as I beached my canoe. "Forest Service. Mind if I check your permit?" He looked up with pale blue eyes that held no surprise and no welcome. "Permit is on the bear pole," he said, returning his attention to the net. "Name is Reuben Ash. I run the outfitting post on Moose Lake. Been coming to this site for 40 years, give or take." I checked his permit. It was valid, issued for a 5-night stay. I wrote the details in my book and walked back to where he was sitting. "Mr. Ash, have you seen another paddler in the area? Solo, probably in an orange tent?" He stopped mending and looked at me. Something moved behind his eyes, a ripple of calculation that came and went too quickly to read. "Saw a canoe on Fernhook 2 days ago, heading north along the western shore. Solo paddler, could not tell you man or woman from that distance. Have not seen anyone since. North along the western shore," I repeated. "Toward the portage to Sable?" "Toward it. Whether they took it, I could not say." I hesitated, then asked the question that had been forming in my mind since I had read the previous ranger's logbook entry. "Mr. Ash, have you noticed anything unusual about the wildlife out here? Anything different from previous years?" He set the net down and studied me with those pale eyes. The silence between us stretched out, filled by the soft lapping of water against rock and nothing else. "You are the new one," he said. Not a question. "Holloway sent you." I took the posting, yes. "And you found the other one's logbook?" I did. Reuben Ash looked out across the lake for a long time. When he spoke again, his voice had dropped, not in volume but in register, as if he were speaking from a deeper part of himself. "I have been paddling these lakes since I was 14 years old. My father ran the outfitting post before me, and his father before him. 3 generations of Ashes on this water. I know every island, every portage, every beaver dam from Moose Lake to Knife Lake and beyond. I know where the walleye spawn in spring and where the moose yard up in winter. I know this country the way you know the rooms of your own house." He paused, turning a gnarled hand over in the light. "Something is different this year. It started in late June, maybe early July. The loons stopped calling on the interior lakes first. Then the songbirds went quiet. Then the red squirrels disappeared from the portage trails. I set snares in August, same places I have set them for 30 years, and caught nothing. Not one rabbit, not one grouse. The animals are leaving, and they are leaving from the inside out, radiating away from the deep interior like something is pushing them." "Pushing them," I said. "What do you mean by that?" "I mean exactly what I said. Animals do not just leave, they are territorial. They have ranges, patterns, routines. For the entire population of a region to relocate, something has to displace them. Fire will do it, flood will do it, a large predator will do it, within a limited range. But this is not limited. This is miles. Every lake north of Sable is dead quiet. I paddled up to Ridgeline Lake last week, and I did not hear a single living thing for 6 hours. Not a frog, not a mosquito, nothing. What do you think is causing it?" He picked up the net again and resumed mending, his fingers moving with mechanical precision. "I did not say I knew what was causing it. I said the animals are leaving. If you are smart, you will pay attention to why." "Why?" "Because animals know things we do not. They feel pressure changes before storms. They sense vibrations before earthquakes. When every living thing in a forest decides to leave at the same time, it is not a coincidence, it is a warning." "A warning about what?" Reuben Ash tied off a knot, bit the line clean with his teeth, and looked at me with an expression that was neither fear nor pity, but something in between. "My grandmother was Ojibwe," he said. "She grew up on the reservation near Net Lake, way before the casinos and the government programs. She told stories about these woods that I dismissed as folklore when I was young. I am not young anymore, and I do not dismiss them." "What kind of stories?" "The kind that do not get repeated in daylight to strangers wearing government badges. No offense, none taken. But I have a missing camper and I need to understand what I am dealing with." He was quiet for a long time. The lake made small sounds against the rocks. The forest stood motionless around us. "My grandmother called it the hunger that walks," he said finally. She said it lives in the deep places, the places where the forest is oldest and the lakes have no names. She said it sleeps for years, sometimes decades, and when it wakes, the first thing that changes is the silence. The animals feel it before anything else. They know what it is, even if they have never encountered it before. The knowledge is in their blood, the way fear of snakes is in the blood of a monkey that has never seen one. And then what? Then it feeds. And when it is done feeding, it sleeps again. And the forest fills back up, and the loons come back, and everyone forgets. Until the next time, he returned to his net, and I understood that the conversation was over. I thanked him for his time, secured my canoe, and began the paddle back to Fernhook. The return trip took longer than it should have. The wind had shifted, blowing from the north directly into my face, and the water on Sable had turned choppy and dark. I fought for every stroke, the canoe bucking against the waves, spray soaking my arms and chest. By the time I reached the portage back to Fernhook, my shoulders were burning and my mood had curdled into something close to anger. I was angry at the previous ranger for leaving behind a logbook entry designed to frighten his replacement. I was angry at Merritt for not being more forthcoming about what I was walking into. I was angry at Reuben Ash for his cryptic folklore and his refusal to speak plainly. And underneath all of that anger, if I was honest with myself, I was angry because I was beginning to feel something I had not felt in years of wildland firefighting, where the danger was real and quantifiable and could be managed with training and equipment and discipline. I was beginning to feel helpless. I reached the station just as the afternoon light began to soften. The cabin was exactly as I had left it. The dock was dry. Nothing had been disturbed. I stowed my gear, ate a quick meal, and sat down at the desk to record the day's observations in the logbook. I wrote about the empty campsites, about Darcy Lynn's abandoned camp, about the boot prints that led nowhere. I wrote about Reuben Ash and his observations about the wildlife displacement. I did not write about his grandmother's stories. Some things do not belong in official records. My evening check-in with dispatch was brief. Nola confirmed that Merritt had been notified about the missing camper and that a search and rescue team would be organized if Lynn did not turn up within 24 hours. She asked if I had observed anything else of note. Negative, I said. Station is secure. Fernhook out. I hung the handset on its hook and listened to the silence. It was different tonight. Or perhaps I was different, having spent the day accumulating evidence that something was genuinely wrong in this stretch of wilderness. The silence was not merely the absence of sound. It had texture, weight, a quality of attentiveness that made me feel observed. Not watched exactly, but noticed, the way a spider notices a vibration on its web without yet moving toward the source. I loaded the shotgun and placed it on the desk within arm's reach. Then I sat in the chair, facing the window and the darkening lake beyond it, and waited. The night came on slowly, the sky darkening from blue to indigo to black in gradations so subtle that I could not identify the exact moment when daylight ended and darkness began. The lake disappeared first, swallowed by its own reflection of the sky. Then the tree line merged with the background, the individual shapes of spruce and birch, dissolving into a single black mass that surrounded the cabin on three sides. I lit a candle rather than the propane lantern. The smaller flame felt less exposed, less like a beacon advertising my position to whatever might be out there. The candlelight threw my shadow against the wall behind me, a dark, elongated shape that moved when I moved, and was still when I was still. 9 o'clock passed. 10. 11. I should have been in my bunk, conserving energy for the next day's patrol, but I could not bring myself to turn away from the window, to close my eyes, to surrender my vigilance to sleep. At 11:40, I heard it. Not a sound, exactly. More like the memory of a sound, as if something had called out from a great distance and only the faintest echo had reached me across the miles of dark water and silent forest. It was low, lower than any bird call or animal vocalization I had ever heard, a vibration that seemed to travel through the ground rather than the air. It lasted perhaps 3 seconds, then faded. I sat motionless, my hand on the shotgun, straining to hear. The silence returned, heavier than before, as if the sound had compressed the air around the cabin and left it denser in its wake. Then, from a different direction, another sound answered. The same frequency, the same duration, but from the northeast rather than the north. 2 sources, 2 directions, 2 of whatever was making that noise, or one that had moved impossibly fast. I picked up the radio, hesitated, then put it down. What would I report? A low sound in the forest at night? Merritt would chalk it up to first night jitters, and he would probably be right. The boreal forest was full of sounds that could disorient an unfamiliar ear. Ice cracking on distant lakes, trees groaning under their own weight, the deep percussion of a beaver tail slapping water that could carry for miles. But those were sounds I knew. I had heard ice and trees and beaver 100 times in 100 places, and none of them had ever sounded like this. This was something else, something I had no reference point for, no category to file it under, no name. I sat at the desk until the first gray light of dawn leaked through the window, and the sound did not come again, but the silence that replaced it was worse. Search and rescue arrived on the morning of my third day. They came by float plane, a de Havilland beaver that banked low over Fernhook Lake and touched down on the dark water with a spray of white foam that seemed almost violent against the stillness. The plane taxied to my dock, and 3 people climbed out. Merritt Holloway, a woman I did not recognize, and a man named Jace Dunlop. Jace was the one I noticed first. He stepped onto the dock with the compact, deliberate movement of someone who had spent years in environments where efficiency mattered and wasted motion could get you killed. He was mid-30s, built like a middleweight, with close-cropped hair the color of wet sand and a face that looked like it had been assembled from spare parts, each feature slightly too large or too angular for conventional attractiveness, but fitting together into something that commanded attention. His eyes were a washed-out gray, the color of old ice, and they moved continuously, cataloging everything they landed on with the quick, systematic assessment of someone trained to spot what did not belong. "Jace Dunlop," he said, extending a hand. "Volunteer SAR. County Search and Rescue out of Cook." His grip was dry and exactly calibrated, firm enough to communicate competence, brief enough to avoid performance. I liked him immediately, in the way you like someone whose baseline mode of operation matches your own. "Merritt said you found a campsite," he said. "Show me." The woman was introduced as County Deputy Ellen Voss, who had been assigned to coordinate the search from a jurisdictional standpoint. She was in her 40s, solidly built, with a no-nonsense manner that suggested she had been doing this work long enough to be unimpressed by remote locations and missing persons. Merritt pulled me aside while Jason Voss unloaded supplies from the plane. "How are you holding up?" he asked. But the question was perfunctory. He was already scanning the tree line, the lake surface, the dock, as if looking for something specific. "I am fine. I have some concerns about the area. The wildlife displacement is significant. I spoke with Reuben Ash on Sable Lake and he confirmed that the interior lakes have gone quiet. No birds, no mammals, nothing." Merritt nodded slowly. "Ash has been reporting that since July. We sent a biologist up to check in early August. She spent 3 days in the interior and came back with nothing conclusive. Suggested seasonal migration patterns and drought stress on the food chain. Wrote it up and filed it." "Do you believe that?" "I believe she did not find another explanation." "That is not the same thing." Merritt looked at me, and for the first time, I saw something behind the careful composure, a flicker of something old and tired and unresolved. "No," he agreed. "It is not." We paddled to Site 4 in 2 canoes. Jace and I took the lead with Merritt and Voss following. The morning was overcast, the sky a uniform gray that pressed down on the lake like a lid. The water was calm but colorless, reflecting nothing. The campsite was exactly as I had left it. Lynn's orange tent, the overturned canoe, the blue dry bag, the dead fire. Nothing had been touched. Nothing had moved. Jace moved through the site with quiet professionalism, photographing everything, measuring the boot prints, checking the tent interior, and the gear with gloved hands. He spoke into a handheld recorder as he worked, noting observations in a clipped, technical shorthand. "Boot prints, single set, heading north from camp into the tree line. Size 8. Vibram sole pattern consistent with a mid-weight hiking boot. Stride length approximately 28 inches, consistent with a person of average height walking at a deliberate pace. No signs of running, stumbling, or being pursued." He followed the tracks to the bare rock where they ended, crouched down, and examined the stone surface for several minutes. "Tracks terminate on an exposed granite slab approximately 50 yards from camp. No continuation visible in any direction. Surrounding duff and moss show no disturbance consistent with a person leaving the rock surface." He stood up and looked at me. "You followed these yesterday?" "Yes." "Same result. The tracks just stop." "People do not just stop," he said. "They continue in a direction that does not leave tracks, or they are removed by a force that does not leave evidence. Neither of those options is particularly comforting." Voss had been on the radio with the county sheriff's office, coordinating the broader search. When she joined us at the rock, her expression had hardened. "No one matching Lynn's description has turned up at any entry point or ranger station in the BWCAW, she reported. "No emergency calls, no contact with the outfitters, no vehicle at any of the trailhead parking areas matching her registration." She paddled in, Merritt said. "Her car would be at the Moose Lake entry point lot." "It is," Voss confirmed. "Still there, locked, undisturbed." We divided the search area into quadrants. Jace and I would cover the north, following the direction Lynn's tracks had indicated. Merritt and Voss would sweep the southern and eastern shorelines of Fernhook, checking every bay, island, and campsite for any sign of her. "Stay in radio contact," Merritt ordered. "Check-ins every 30 minutes. If you find anything, do not disturb it. Mark the location and call it in." Jace and I paddled north across Fernhook and took the portage to Sable. The carry was easier with a lighter load, and we made good time. Sable Lake spread out before us under the gray sky, its surface so still that the tree line was reflected with perfect clarity, as if there were 2 forests, one above and one below, separated by a membrane of dark water. Ashes said he saw a paddler heading north 2 days ago, I told Jace as we launched onto Sable. If Lind was headed past the established campsites, she would have come through here. Why would a solo paddler go beyond the maintained sites? Jace asked. Especially this late in the season. Some people come out here specifically for the solitude. The farther in you go, the fewer people you see. If you are looking for real wilderness, the interior is where you find it, or where it finds you, Jace said, and the flatness in his voice told me he was not making a joke. We paddled the full perimeter of Sable, checking every shoreline, every rocky point, every sheltered cove. Reuben Ash's camp was empty. His canoe was gone. There was no note. He might have paddled out, I said. His permit was for 5 nights. He could be heading back to the entry point, or he decided not to stay. Jace said. We continued north, taking the portage from Sable to Ridgeline Lake. This carry was rougher, the trail less maintained, the terrain steeper. The forest on either side of the portage was dense and dark, the spruce trees so close together that their branches interlocked overhead, blocking the sky entirely. Walking through it felt like moving through a tunnel, the light at each end visible but the middle section submerged in a green darkness that smelled of resin and decay. Ridgeline Lake was smaller than the others, a narrow body of water wedged between 2 granite ridges that rose sharply from the shore. The water here was even darker, almost black, stained by the peat bogs that drained into it from the surrounding lowlands. There were no established campsites, no bear poles, no fire grates. This was beyond the maintained zone, the kind of place that only experienced backcountry travelers would seek out. We paddled slowly along the eastern shore, scanning for any sign of human presence. The silence here was extraordinary. I had noticed the diminishing wildlife sounds as we moved deeper into the interior, but Ridgeline was something else entirely. The quiet was not merely an absence, it was a presence, a weight that settled over us like a blanket and muffled even the sound of our paddles entering the water. Jace felt it too. I could see it in the way his shoulders tightened, the way his head turned in small, alert increments, tracking something his conscious mind could not identify. You hear that? He whispered. I do not hear anything, I replied. Exactly. We pulled the canoe onto a flat rock on the eastern shore and stepped out. The granite was cold beneath my boots, and the air carried a chill that seemed to come from the water itself, a damp, penetrating cold that worked its way through layers of clothing and settled against the skin. I want to check the tree line, Jace said, unholstering his bear spray. If Lind came through here, there might be sign. We walked the shoreline, moving slowly, examining the ground for any evidence of human passage. The forest edge was a chaos of fallen logs, moss-covered boulders, and dense shrub growth that would have been difficult to navigate even in daylight. In the gray, flat light of the overcast afternoon, it looked impenetrable. Then Jace stopped. Here, he said, pointing to the ground at his feet. A boot print, clear, well-defined, pressed into a patch of wet mud between 2 rocks. Size 8, Vibram sole. The same tread pattern we had photographed at Lynn's campsite on Fernhook. She was here, I said. Jace crouched beside the print, studying it with the focused intensity of a man reading a map in a language he almost understood. This print is at least 24 hours old. The edges are softened by moisture absorption. She came through here yesterday or the day before. We found 4 more prints, spaced at regular intervals, leading away from the shore and into the forest. The same deliberate stride, the same purposeful direction. North, she is heading deeper in, I said. Past the maintained area, past radio coverage, past everything. Why? Jace asked, and this time the question was not rhetorical. He was genuinely puzzled. She set up a perfect camp on Fernhook. Good site, good water access, sheltered from wind. Why would she leave all her gear behind and walk north into unmaintained wilderness? I did not have an answer. But as I stood at the edge of that dark forest, looking at the boot prints that led into it like a dotted line drawn on a map to indicate a route that should not be followed, I thought about what Reuben Ash's grandmother had called the hunger that walks. I thought about the silence that surrounded us, the absolute void of animal life, the way the forest seemed to watch us without moving. And I thought about the previous ranger's final logbook entry. Do not answer if something calls your name from the tree line. We need to follow the tracks, Jace said. Merritt told us not to go past Sable without backup. We are past Sable, and there is a woman out there who has been missing for at least 2 days in country that gets below freezing at night. If she is injured or disoriented, every hour matters. He was right, and I knew it. The protocol was clear. A missing person in a wilderness environment is a time-critical emergency. Delay costs lives. But the protocol had been written for normal wilderness, for known hazards like hypothermia and injury in bears. It had not been written for whatever was happening in the interior of the boundary waters. 30 minutes, I said. We follow the tracks for 30 minutes. If we do not find her or further sign, we turn back and call in the coordinates for a full team. Jace nodded. and we stepped off the shore and into the trees. The forest closed around us immediately. Within 20 yards of the water, the light dropped to a fraction of what it had been on the shore, the canopy overhead filtering the already gray sky into a dim, greenish twilight. The ground was soft underfoot, a thick carpet of moss and decaying needles that absorbed our footsteps and gave back nothing. The air was cold and still and carried a faint smell that I could not place. Something organic and wrong, like meat left in the sun too long, but with an undertone of something mineral, something old. Jace noticed the smell too. His nostrils flared, and he paused, head tilted slightly, processing. "What is that?" he asked. "I do not know. It was not here when I followed Lynn's tracks on Fernhook. That trail smelled like normal forest. This does not smell like normal forest." We continued following the boot prints, which remained visible in the soft ground at irregular intervals. The stride length had not changed. The direction had not varied. Wherever Lynn was going, she had known exactly where it was, and had walked there without hesitation or deviation. After 15 minutes, the boot prints led us to a small clearing, perhaps 30 feet across, where a massive white pine had fallen years ago, its root ball torn from the earth and now standing vertically like a wall of tangled roots and soil. The trunk lay across the clearing, moss-covered and slowly returning to the forest floor. The boot prints entered the clearing and did not exit. I walked the perimeter, checking every possible exit point. The surrounding forest was undisturbed. No broken branches, no compressed vegetation, no marks in the soft ground. Lind had walked into this clearing and stopped, or been stopped. "Same as Fernhook," Jay said quietly. "The tracks just end." "There has to be an explanation," I said, though I could hear the hollowness in my own voice. Jace was examining the fallen tree, running his hand along the trunk. He stopped abruptly and leaned in closer. "Look at this," he said. I moved beside him and looked where he was pointing. The bark of the fallen pine had been scored with long, parallel grooves, 4 of them, running vertically down the trunk for about 2 feet. They were deep enough to expose the pale wood beneath the bark, and they were spaced at intervals of roughly 3 inches. "Claw marks?" I asked. "If they are, whatever made them had a span wider than my hand." He held his fingers against the grooves for scale. His hand, spread to its maximum width, barely covered 3 of the 4 marks, and the depth suggests significant pressure. This was not a casual scratch. Something gripped this tree hard enough to gouge the wood. I looked at the claw marks, then at the boot prints that terminated in the clearing, then at the darkening forest that pressed in from every side. The smell was stronger here, that faint, wrong odor of decay, overlaid with something metallic, and the silence had deepened into something that felt alive, as if the air itself was holding its breath. "We need to go back," I said. "Now." Jace did not argue. We moved quickly through the forest, retracing our steps with the focused urgency of people who know they are being observed but cannot identify the observer. The light was fading faster than it should have been, the overcast sky compressing the afternoon into a premature twilight that made the shadows between the trees run together like ink in water. We reached the canoe and launched without speaking. The paddle back across ridgeline was a race against the dying light, our strokes fast and synchronized, the bow cutting through the black water with a sound that seemed too loud in the encompassing quiet. It was on the portage between Ridgeline and Sable that I heard it again, the same sound from my first night at the station, that low subsonic vibration that traveled through the ground rather than the air. But this time it was closer, much closer, close enough that I could feel it in my sternum, a resonance that made my ribs ache and my breath catch. Jace froze mid-stride, the canoe on his shoulders. "What was that?" he hissed. "Keep moving," I said. "Do not stop." We almost ran the rest of the portage, the canoe bouncing on Jace's shoulders, gear clanking, branches whipping our faces. We hit Sable's shore at a stumbling run, threw the canoe into the water, and paddled south with every ounce of strength we had. The sound did not follow us, or if it did, we outran it. We reached Fernhook Station at full dark, beached the canoe, and went inside. I locked the door, lit the lantern, and keyed the radio. "Fernhook to dispatch. Priority message. Over." Nola's voice came back immediately. "Go ahead, Fernhook." We tracked Lynn's prints to Ridgeline Lake. Prints enter the forest heading north and terminate in a clearing approximately half a mile from the shore. Same pattern as Fernhook. Tracks stop with no continuation, no sign of egress. We also found scoring on a fallen tree consistent with claw marks from a large animal, requesting full search and rescue team at first light. We are unable to continue the search in darkness. A long pause. "Copy, Fernhook. Full SAR team will deploy at dawn. Merritt is aware. Secure the station and do not resume the search until backup arrives. Dispatch out." I set down the handset and looked at Jace. He was sitting on the bunk opposite mine, elbows on his knees, staring at the floor. His face was composed, but his hands were not entirely steady. "I have done search and rescue for 6 years," he said without looking up. "I have found people alive, I have found people dead, and I have found no one at all. People get lost, they fall, they drown, they die of exposure, they get taken by animals. There is always evidence, there is always a trail. People do not walk into the woods on a clear day and vanish without leaving a single piece of physical evidence beyond their own footprints. I know, I said. The claw marks on that tree. A black bear could make those, maybe. But a bear would not score bark in parallel grooves at that height and spacing. A bear rakes with a swiping motion. Those marks were made by something that gripped the trunk vertically, like a hand. I know, he looked up. What do you think we are dealing with? I sat down at the desk and opened the logbook. I thought about Reuben Ash and his grandmother's stories. I thought about the previous ranger's entry, the part about not answering if something called your name. I thought about the silence that had swallowed every living thing from the interior lakes and was working its way outward like a stain. I do not know what we are dealing with, I said. But whatever it is not a bear. Neither of us slept that night. We sat in the cabin with the lantern burning and the shotgun across my knees, listening to the silence outside the walls and waiting for the sound that had followed us from ridgeline. It came at 3 in the morning, not from the north this time, but from the west. From somewhere across Fernhook Lake. The same frequency, the same bone-deep vibration, but sustained longer than before, lasting perhaps 10 seconds before fading into the dark. And then, from the east, something answered. We were surrounded. Jace moved to the window and peered out into the blackness. I cannot see anything, he whispered. The lake is too dark. Do not open the door, I said. I was not planning to. The sounds continued for another hour, calling and answering from different positions around the lake. Sometimes they seemed to come from across the water. Sometimes they seemed to come from the tree line directly behind the station. Once, just once, the sound seemed to come from directly above us, as if something was standing on the roof. Jace looked up at the ceiling, and I saw the blood drain from his face. We both held absolutely still, listening. The cabin creaked softly, the way old wood creaks when weight shifts upon it. Then silence, complete, total, smothering silence. We did not move until dawn. The SAR team arrived at dawn, but not by float plane. The overcast had thickened overnight into a solid ceiling of cloud so low it seemed to graze the treetops, and the pilot refused to fly. Instead, they came by canoe, a convoy of 4 boats carrying 6 additional personnel and enough equipment to sustain a multi-day search. They were efficient and professional and utterly ordinary, and their presence was the most comforting thing I had experienced since arriving at Fernhook. Merritt was with them. He looked like he had not slept, his eyes red-rimmed and his jaw tight with something that might have been anger, or might have been fear compressed into the shape of authority. Brief me, he said before his boots were fully on the dock. I told him everything, the boot prints, the clearing, the claw marks, the sounds. I left nothing out, including the sensation on the roof of the cabin and the way the calls had surrounded the lake from multiple positions. Jace stood beside me, confirming each detail with a nod. Merritt listened without interruption, his face unreadable. When I finished, he turned to Jace. Your assessment? Jace was quiet for a moment, choosing his words with the care of a man laying bricks. I have been doing this work for 6 years. I have never encountered a situation where a missing person's tracks terminate without explanation in multiple locations. I have never heard vocalizations like what we heard last night. I do not have a working theory that accounts for all the evidence. Do you have a non-working theory? I have instinct. And my instinct says we should find this woman quickly and get everyone off these lakes as soon as possible. Merritt nodded as if this was exactly what he had expected to hear. He divided the team into 3 search groups. Group 1 would sweep the eastern shore of Fernhook and check every bay and island. Group 2 would take the portage to Sable and search the area around Reuben Ash's last known campsite. Group 3, consisting of Jace, myself, and a SAR volunteer named Gavin Trask, would return to Ridgeline and follow whatever sign we could find beyond the clearing where Lynn's tracks had ended. Group 3, Merritt said, looking directly at me. You have a 4-hour window. If you have not located the subject or established a clear search direction by 1300 hours, you return to Fernhook. No exceptions, no extensions. Is that clear? Clear, I said. Gavin Trask was a quiet man in his early 40s with the weathered complexion and patient eyes of someone who spent most of his life outdoors. He was a licensed trapper and hunting guide who volunteered for SAR operations because, as he put it, he already knew every inch of the country and might as well put the knowledge to use. He carried a rifle, a bolt-action Remington, and when I asked him why, his answer was simple: because I have been in these woods at night, and I have heard things that bear spray will not stop. We launched at 7:30 and made good time to Ridgeline. The overcast had not lifted, and the light filtering through the cloud cover gave the lake a flat, metallic quality that made distance difficult to judge. Ridgeline's water was perfectly still. The surrounding forest reflected on its surface with such precision that it was difficult to tell where the real trees ended and the reflections began. We beached at the same spot where Jace and I had landed the day before and moved directly to the clearing where Lynn's tracks had terminated. Everything was as we had left it. The boot prints, the fallen pine, the claw marks, scored into the bark. Gavin examined the claw marks for a long time without speaking. He ran his fingers along the grooves, measured the spacing with his hand, then leaned close and sniffed the exposed wood. "These are fresh," he said. 2 days old at most. The sap is still tacky. "What made them?" I asked. He straightened up and looked at me with an expression that I had seen on Reuben Ash's face and on Merritt Holloway's face, and that I was beginning to recognize as the universal expression of someone who knew something they were not prepared to say. "Nothing I want to meet in the open." We pushed past the clearing, moving north through increasingly dense and disorienting forest. The spruce trees grew so close together that we had to turn sideways to pass between them in places, and the ground underfoot transitioned from firm moss to spongy, waterlogged peat that sucked at our boots and made each step an effort. There was no trail, no blazes, no cairns, no indication that any human had ever traveled this route before Darcy Lind, and yet her boot prints continued, appearing at intervals in the soft ground, always heading north, always at the same deliberate pace. She knew where she was going, Jace observed. Look at the stride. No hesitation, no searching for a route. She walked through here like she was following a path only she could see. The smell was worse here. That same organic wrongness I had noticed the day before, but concentrated now, thick enough that I could taste it at the back of my throat. It was the smell of something between rot and rust, biological decay and mineral oxidation, as if the forest itself was decomposing at a chemical level. Gavin stopped and raised a hand. We froze. He was pointing to the ground ahead of us, where a shaft of gray light fell through a gap in the canopy and illuminated a section of bare earth. Something had been there recently. Before I continue, if you are enjoying this story, take a moment to hit that subscribe button, leave a like and drop a comment telling me which part unsettled you the most. It helps more than you know. Now, back to what happened next. The peat was compressed in a large, irregular depression, roughly 5 feet long and 2 feet wide, as if something heavy had lain there. "Bedding site," Gavin whispered. "Something rested here." I crouched beside the depression and examined it. The peat was cold and damp, indented to a depth of several inches. At one end of the impression, where the head would have been if the creature had been lying in the orientation the depression suggested, I found a clump of coarse hair caught on a piece of protruding root. The hair was long, perhaps 4 inches, and a dark grayish-brown. It was coarse and brittle, unlike any animal fur I had handled in my years of outdoor work. It did not look like bear hair. It did not look like moose or deer or wolf. It was too thick, too stiff, and it carried that same mineral smell, as if the creature that had shed it was made of something partly organic and partly geological. Gavin picked up the hair between 2 fingers, held it to his nose, and then dropped it as if it had burned him. "We should go," he said. His voice had changed. The professional calm was gone, replaced by something raw and urgent. "Gavin, what is it?" "We should go now." Jace and I looked at each other. In the flat gray light of the overcast forest, Gavin Trask's weathered face had gone the color of old ash. His hands, steady enough to shoot a rifle at 200 yards, were trembling. "What do you know?" Jace asked quietly. Gavin shook his head, not a refusal to answer, but the involuntary motion of a man trying to shake something loose from his thoughts. "My uncle trapped this country in the 60s and 70s, he said, his voice barely audible above the silence. "He was Métis, mixed French and Cree, and he knew the bush better than any man I have ever met. He told me about places in the deep interior where you do not go, places where the animals will not live. He said the old people had a name for what lived in those places, and he said the name should not be spoken because speaking it was the same as inviting it." "What name?" I asked. "I told you. It should not be spoken. Gavin, there is a woman missing in these woods." He met my eyes, and what I saw in his face was not superstition or folklore or the vague unease of a man in an unfamiliar forest. It was the specific, practiced fear of someone who had spent his life in the presence of predators and recognized one he could not outmatch. "My uncle called it Wetiko," he said, and the word fell into the silence like a stone into still water. The old Cree word, the Ojibwe say Wendigo, the Algonquin have their own pronunciation, but the meaning is the same in every language. The thing that hungers, the thing that is never full. None of us spoke for a long moment. "That is a legend," Jay said, but his voice lacked conviction. "So are grizzly bears if you have never seen one." Gavin checked his rifle, worked the bolt to confirm a round was chambered, and looked north into the unbroken wall of spruce. "My uncle told me 2 things about it. The first is that when the animals leave, it means one is near. The second is that it calls to people, not with words, with a pull, a feeling, like a hook in your chest that draws you toward it. He said some people can resist the pull and some cannot. The ones who cannot walk toward it the way a moth walks toward a flame. Straight line, no hesitation, no looking back." I thought about Darcy Lynn's boot prints, the deliberate stride, the unwavering direction, the way she had left her gear, her food, her canoe, and walked into the forest as if drawn by something she could not refuse. "What happens to them?" I asked. Gavin looked at me with those patient, weathered eyes. "My uncle said they are consumed, not just the body, everything. The thing takes what they are, their warmth, their strength, their voice, and adds it to itself. And the more it takes, the hungrier it gets. That is the curse of it. It can never be satisfied. Every meal makes the hunger worse." The forest around us was utterly still. The air was cold and dense with that mineral smell. The sky above the canopy was a featureless gray that offered no warmth and no orientation. "We need to keep searching," I said, because the alternative was to accept that we were looking for someone who could not be found, and I was not ready for that. "Then we search fast," Gavin said, "and we stay together, and when I say we leave, we leave. No discussion." We moved north for another 20 minutes, following the intermittent boot prints through terrain that grew increasingly hostile. The peat bogs deepened, forcing us to detour around sections of saturated ground that would have swallowed us to the thigh. The spruce trees thinned as the soil became too wet to support their root systems, replaced by stunted tamarack and alder thickets that scratched at our faces and arms. Then the forest opened. We stepped out of the trees and onto the shore of a lake that was not on my map. It was small, perhaps 300 yards across, roughly circular, surrounded on all sides by the same dense boreal forest that we had been fighting through. The water was black, not dark, not tea-stained, but genuinely black, as if the lake had no bottom and the surface was a window into something lightless and depthless beneath. The shore was bare rock, smooth granite that sloped gently into the water without vegetation, without debris, without the usual accumulation of driftwood and sediment that marks the edge of every natural lake. It was clean in a way that felt intentional, as if something maintained it. And at the far side of the lake, on the opposite shore, there was a figure. Jace saw it first. He grabbed my arm and pointed without speaking. The figure was standing at the water's edge, motionless, facing us across the dark surface. It was too far away to make out details, but even at that distance, something about its proportions was deeply wrong. It was tall, much taller than any person, and thin in a way that suggested not slenderness but deprivation, as if its body had been stretched by hunger until the bones showed through the skin. It did not move. It stood with an absolute stillness that no living thing possesses, the kind of stillness that belongs to objects rather than organisms. Even at 300 yards, I could feel its attention, a pressure against my chest that pushed the air out of my lungs and replaced it with something cold. Gavin raised his rifle and sighted through the scope. "Do not shoot," I said. "I am not going to shoot. I am looking." He stared through the scope for perhaps 10 seconds, then lowered the rifle. His face had passed beyond pale into something I did not have a word for. His eyes were wide, his mouth was open, and the rifle in his hands was shaking so badly that the barrel traced small circles in the air. "We leave," he said. "Right now. Do not look at it. Do not talk to it. Turn around and walk." "What did you see?" Jace asked. "Walk. Now." We walked. We did not run, because running felt like it would trigger something, the way running from a bear triggers a pursuit response. We walked with controlled, deliberate strides back through the tamarack and alder, back into the spruce, back along the route we had come. Nobody spoke. Nobody looked back, but I felt it the entire time, that pressure against my chest, that pull, subtle but insistent, like a thread connected to my sternum, gently tugging me back toward the black lake and the figure on its shore. It took every ounce of discipline I had to keep walking away from it. We reached the canoe on ridgeline shore and launched in silence. The paddle back to Sable was a blur of coordinated effort and suppressed terror. On the portage between Sable and Fernhook, Gavin finally spoke. "What I saw through the scope was not a person," he said, his voice flat and dead, as if he were reading from a transcript. "It was shaped like a person the way a drawing is shaped like a person. The proportions were wrong, the limbs were too long, the torso was too narrow, and where the face should have been, there was..." He stopped walking, set his end of the canoe down, and pressed his palms against his eyes. "There was a mouth," he said. "Just a mouth. Open. And I could see its ribs through its skin. Every single one." Nobody said anything. We picked up the canoe and finished the portage. We reached Fernhook Station at 12:40, 20 minutes ahead of Merritt's deadline. The other search teams were already there, their canoes pulled up on the shore in a neat row, their gear stacked on the dock. No one had found anything. No sign of Darcy Lind, no additional evidence, no indication of where she might have gone. Merritt listened to our report in the cabin, his face a mask of controlled attention. I told him about the bedding site, the hare, the unnamed lake. Jace described the figure on the far shore. Gavin said nothing, sitting on the bunk with his rifle across his knees, staring at the wall. When I finished, Merritt closed his eyes and pressed his thumb and index finger against the bridge of his nose. He held this position for a long time, and when he opened his eyes again, something had changed in them. The careful composure was gone, replaced by an exhaustion that looked decades old. "Clear the room," he said to the assembled team. "Everyone except these three." The other SAR volunteers filed out without argument, recognizing the tone of a man who was not making a request. When the door closed behind them, Merritt sat down at the desk and folded his scarred hands on the surface in front of him. "What I am about to tell you does not leave this cabin," he said. "It is not in any official report. It is not on any record. And if you repeat it to anyone who was not sitting in this room, I will deny having said it." He paused, measuring each of us in turn. "This is the fourth disappearance on these lakes in 11 years. Darcy Lind is the fourth person to walk into the interior of this wilderness and not come back." The silence in the cabin was absolute. The first was in 2013. A solo paddler named Marcus Ben from Duluth, experienced backcountry camper, Eagle Scout, had been paddling the Boundary Waters since he was 12. He entered through the Moose Lake access point and paddled to a campsite on Sable Lake. His canoe was found on the north shore of Sable 3 days later, fully loaded. His tent was still pitched at the campsite. His food was hung properly. His boots were in the tent. He was barefoot, wherever he went. Search teams found a single set of barefoot prints leading from the campsite into the forest, heading north. The prints ended on bare rock. They never found him. Merritt's voice was level, almost mechanical, as if he were reading from a report he had memorized long ago. The second was in 2016. 2 men from Chicago, experienced campers, well-equipped. They had a permit for a campsite on Ridgeline Lake. They checked in at the entry point and were not heard from again. When we sent someone to check on them 4 days later, the campsite was empty. Gear intact, canoe on the shore, food undisturbed, but no sign of the men. No tracks, no disturbance, nothing. 2 people at the same time, Jace said. "That was significant," Merritt agreed. "One person can be explained. An accident, a medical event, a fall into deep water. 2 healthy adults disappearing simultaneously from a maintained campsite without a trace of struggle is considerably harder to dismiss." "What was the third?" I asked. Merritt looked at his hands. "The third was in 2019. A woman named Bridget Keller, a wildlife photographer from Minneapolis. She had a permit for the deep interior, past Ridgeline. She was documenting the effects of climate change on boreal bird populations. She was experienced. She carried a satellite messenger, and she checked in with her editor every evening for the first 5 days of her trip." He paused. "On the 6th day, her check-ins stopped. We activated a search immediately. Found her campsite on a lake that is not on the current maps. A small, dark water lake roughly a kilometer north of Ridgeline." I felt the blood leave my face. "The lake we found today?" I said. "Yes." Her gear was at the campsite. Her satellite messenger was in her dry bag, still charged, still functional. Her camera was there too, with photos on the memory card dating up to the afternoon before she disappeared. The last photograph was a landscape shot of the lake at sunset. "What was in the photograph?" Merritt was quiet for a long moment. The photograph showed the lake and the far shoreline. And standing on the far shore, partially obscured by the tree line, there was a figure, tall, thin. We had the image analyzed by 3 independent experts. 2 said it was a photographic artifact, a compression glitch combined with tree shadows that created a pareidolik illusion. The third said it was a bipedal figure approximately 8 feet tall, with proportions inconsistent with any known species. "What did you think?" Gavin asked, speaking for the first time since we had returned. "I thought she photographed what killed her," Merritt said. The words hung in the air like smoke. "The investigation was classified as a missing persons case," Merritt continued. "All 3 disappearances were. The Forest Service position is that these are unrelated incidents involving experienced backcountry travelers who made navigational errors or suffered medical emergencies in remote terrain. That is the official position, and it is the position I have maintained publicly for 11 years. "But you do not believe it," I said. "I believe that something lives in the deep interior of this wilderness that I cannot explain and cannot control. I believe it is responsible for 4 disappearances, possibly more if you count the historical record. I believe the wildlife displacement we have observed this year indicates increased activity. And I believe that Darcy Lind walked into the same area where the previous 3 victims disappeared and encountered the same thing they did." "Then why did you send me to Fernhook?" I asked, and the anger in my voice surprised me. "Why did you staff this post at all, knowing what you know?" Merritt met my eyes without flinching. "Because the post has to be staffed. Because if we close Fernhook, other paddlers will enter the interior without any ranger presence at all. Because the Forest Service does not close wilderness areas based on unsubstantiated reports of an unidentified predator. And because every ranger I have sent to this post has been warned to stay south of Sable and to not enter the interior alone." "The previous ranger was not eaten," I pointed out. "He quit." The previous ranger heard the sounds and felt the pull, and had the good sense to recognize that he was in danger. He was smarter than either of us. The cabin fell quiet again. Outside, the overcast sky had darkened further, and a cold wind had begun to push across the lake from the north, ruffling the surface and bending the birch trees along the shore. "What do we do now?" Jace asked. Merritt stood up from the desk and moved to the window. He looked out at the lake for a long time before answering. "We pull everyone off the lakes. All SR teams, all rangers, all campers. We issue a closure order for the interior zone north of Fernhook, citing bear activity as the public justification. And we pray that whatever is out there is satisfied with what it has taken and settles back down before the freeze." "And Darcy Lind?" "Darcy Lind will be listed as missing, presumed dead, due to suspected misadventure in wilderness terrain. That is the official report. That is all the official report will say." "That is a lie," I said. "It is the only truth the system can accommodate," Merritt replied. "You and I both know it. The question now is whether we can get everyone off these lakes before dark." But we could not. The wind that had been building from the north intensified throughout the afternoon, pushing waves across Fernhook that grew from whitecaps to full rollers in the space of 2 hours. The SAR teams, experienced paddlers all of them, tried to launch 3 separate times and were driven back to shore each time by conditions that made open water travel suicidal. A loaded canoe in 3-foot waves is not a vessel. It is a coffin waiting to tip. By 4 o'clock, it was clear that no one was leaving Fernhook until the wind died. Merritt made the call. We would shelter in place at the station, all 9 of us, and wait for conditions to improve. He radioed dispatch to explain the situation, and NOLA confirmed that a high-pressure system was expected to move through overnight, which should calm the winds by morning. "One more night," Merritt said to the assembled team. "We stay together. We stay inside. We stay alert." The cabin, designed for a single occupant, became very crowded very quickly. We arranged ourselves in shifts, 4 sleeping while 5 kept watch, rotating every 3 hours. The wood stove was loaded and kept burning. The lanterns were lit. Food was prepared and consumed in near silence, each person lost in their own assessment of the situation. I sat at the desk during the first watch, the shotgun within reach, the radio crackling with occasional static. The wind battered the cabin walls, and the lake roared outside like a living thing, waves crashing against the dock and the rocky shore in a relentless rhythm that made conversation nearly impossible. It was almost a relief. The noise was natural, explicable, the product of weather and water and physics. For the first time in days, the forest was not silent. The wind tore through the spruce trees with a sound like tearing fabric, and the waves drowned out everything else. If the calls were happening tonight, I could not hear them over the storm, but the pull was still there. I noticed it first as a mild discomfort, an itch behind my sternum that no amount of shifting or stretching could relieve. It grew gradually, over the course of the first hour, into a steady traction, a physical sensation of being drawn toward the north wall of the cabin, not painfully, not urgently, but persistently, the way gravity is persistent, the way a river current is persistent, always there, always pulling, patient enough to erode stone. I gripped the edge of the desk and held on. I focused on the grain of the wood, the texture of the varnish, the solidity of the object beneath my hands. I counted the knots in the planks. I counted my breaths. I counted the seconds between waves hitting the shore. The pull did not stop. It stayed, constant and insistent, and I understood with terrible clarity what had happened to Darcy Lind. She had felt this. She had felt this hook in her chest, this invisible thread, and she had not known what it was. She had mistaken it for curiosity, or wanderlust, or the simple desire to explore one more lake, see one more ridge, push one more mile into the unknown. And she had followed it, step by step, mile by mile, until she stood on the shore of that black lake, and whatever waited there had her. I clenched my jaw and held onto the desk and did not move. At midnight, I woke Jace for his shift. He took one look at my face and put a hand on my shoulder. "You feel it," he said. "Yes. Can you resist it?" "So far," he nodded. "I felt it too, on the portage today. Like something was calling me without using sound. Just a direction, a pull." "How did you handle it?" "I thought about my daughter. She is 4. Her name is Sophie. I thought about the way she runs to the door when I come home from a search. I thought about what happens to her if I do not come home." He sat down at the desk and picked up the shotgun. "Find something to anchor you. Something real. Something that matters more than the pull. Hold on to it. Do not let go." I lay down on the bunk and closed my eyes. The pull continued, a steady tug at the center of my chest, pointing north. I thought about the fire line in Oregon, the crew I had worked with, the feeling of standing in a burned clearing at dawn and watching the sun rise through the smoke. I thought about the first time I had seen the boundary waters on a map and how the pattern of blue lakes scattered across the green forest had looked like a constellation laid flat against the earth. I thought about why I had come here in the first place, not just for the job, but for the stillness, for the clarity, for the feeling of being small in a vast landscape and finding peace in the smallness. The pull did not stop, but it dimmed. It became tolerable. I slept. When I woke, the cabin was quiet. The wind had died. The waves had subsided. Dawn light seeped through the windows, gray and flat. Jace was still at the desk, the shotgun across his lap, his eyes fixed on something beyond the glass. "Look," he said. I moved to the window and looked out at Fernhook Lake. The surface was still, the air motionless. The overcast was beginning to break, patches of blue sky showing through the thinning cloud cover. The trees along the shore were undamaged by the wind, their branches intact and orderly, and on the dock, standing in a line, were the bodies of birds, 5 of them, 3 loons and 2 mergansers, arranged in a neat row along the edge of the dock, each one positioned with its head pointing north toward the interior. They were dead, not decayed, not scavenged, not injured in any visible way, just dead, arranged, placed there with obvious deliberation while 9 people slept or kept watch 20 feet away. I was watching, Jay said, his voice barely a whisper. I was watching the dock the entire night. I never looked away for more than a few seconds. I never saw anything approach. I never heard anything step onto the boards. The birds were cold to the touch when I examined them. Their eyes were open, clear, and undamaged. There were no marks on their bodies, no blood, no broken feathers. They looked as though they had simply stopped living and been laid out by careful hands. Merritt came up behind me, looked at the row of dead birds, and said nothing for a very long time. "Get everyone into the canoes," he said finally. "We leave in 10 minutes. What about the station? The gear? Leave it. Leave everything. We can come back for equipment. We cannot come back for people." We launched within 15 minutes, 9 of us distributed among 4 canoes, paddling south with the desperate, focused energy of people fleeing a fire. The portages were brutal with our numbers, each carry requiring multiple trips, and the morning air was cold enough that our hands cramped around the paddles and our breath hung in white clouds that dissipated slowly in the still air. Nobody spoke. The sounds of paddles entering water and boots crunching on portage trails were the only noise in the wilderness. The forest remained silent, watchful, and patient around us. It took us 7 hours to reach the Moose Lake entry point. 7 hours of continuous paddling and portaging. 7 hours of watching the tree line for movement. 7 hours of fighting the steady, insistent pull that tugged at my chest like a fishing line. When I finally stepped onto the maintained dock at the entry point and felt concrete beneath my boots, the pull did not stop. It diminished, faded to a background hum, but it did not stop. I could still feel it, pointing north, pointing toward the interior, pointing toward the Black Lake and whatever stood on its shore. But I was on solid ground, among other people, within reach of a phone and a vehicle and the infrastructure of human civilization. The pull was there, but it could not overcome the weight of everything I had to anchor me. Not yet. That was 11 months ago. I am writing this from an apartment in Duluth, 60 miles south of the Boundary Waters, close enough that I can see the outline of the northern ridges from my bedroom window on clear days. I did not plan to stay this close. After the evacuation, I drove south, intending to put as much distance as possible between myself and those lakes. I made it to Minneapolis before the pull became unbearable. It is difficult to describe to someone who has not felt it. It is not a thought or a desire or even an urge. It is a direction, a constant, silent assertion of where I should be, embedded in my nervous system like a compass needle embedded in a block of iron. It points north, always north. And when I try to move further south, the discomfort grows until it becomes something close to physical pain. A tightness in my chest, a pressure behind my eyes, a ringing in my ears that does not stop until I turn around. So I stopped in Duluth, which is as far south as I can get without the symptoms becoming debilitating. I rented an apartment. I found work at a hardware store. I go through the motions of a normal life, and most days, I almost succeed. Merritt Holloway filed the closure order for the interior zone within a week of our evacuation. The official reason was elevated predator activity, which covered everything and explained nothing. The closure affects all lakes north of Fernhook, including Sable and Ridgeline and whatever lies beyond them. No paddling permits are issued for those areas. No rangers are stationed there. The Fernhook cabin sits empty, the logbook still open on the desk, the shotgun still mounted on the wall, the wood stove cold. Darcy Lind was officially listed as missing, presumed dead, on October 17th of last year. Her sister in Minneapolis held a memorial service that I did not attend. I wanted to. I wanted to stand up in front of the people who loved her and tell them the truth, that their sister and daughter and friend did not die of exposure or drown in deep water or fall from a cliff, that she was taken by something that lives in the oldest part of the forest, something that calls to people with a pull they cannot resist, something that has been there longer than the trees and the lakes and the rock beneath them. But I did not go, because telling them would serve nothing but my own guilt. They cannot fight it, they cannot find her body, they cannot bring her home. All the truth would do is replace the clean grief of an accident with the unbearable grief of a mystery that has no resolution. I still talked to Jace Dunlop. He went back to Cook County after the evacuation and resumed his work with search and rescue. but he has not taken any calls in the Boundary Waters since. He told me that the pull faded for him within a few weeks, that whatever connection the creature had made with him was either weaker than mine or less persistent. He credits his daughter, Sophie. He says the anchor held. You need to find your anchor, he told me the last time we spoke. Something stronger than the pull. Something that keeps you here when everything in your body is telling you to go north. I am working on it. Gavin Trask has not spoken to anyone about what happened. Through Jace, I learned that he returned to his guiding business and has refused to discuss the search or the creature or anything related to the interior. His silence is its own kind of testimony. A man who has spent 40 years in the bush does not stop talking about the bush unless he has encountered something that makes talking feel like a risk. Reuben Ash, I learned, paddled out of the Boundary Waters the same day we evacuated. He has not returned. His outfitting post on Moose Lake is still operational, but he no longer makes the deep interior trips himself. He sends younger guides, and he warns them about the same things his grandmother warned him about, though I suspect he is more specific now than she ever was. Merritt retired from the Forest Service 3 months after the closure order was filed. He cited health reasons, which were not entirely false. The frostbite scars on his hands, I eventually learned, were not from winter exposure. They were from a night in 2016 when he personally led the search for the 2 missing men from Chicago. He found their campsite on Ridgeline Lake, found their gear intact and their boots in the tent, and followed barefoot tracks north into the forest just as I would follow Darcy Lynn's tracks years later. He followed them alone, in the dark, because he did not believe in what the tracks suggested and needed to prove to himself that there was a rational explanation. He found the Black Lake. He saw what stands on its shore. And the cold that came off the water that night, the supernatural, bone-deep cold that radiated from the surface like heat radiates from a fire, froze his hands so severely that he lost partial function in 3 fingers and has carried the scars ever since. He told me this on the phone 2 weeks after I settled in Duluth. His voice was tired and flat, the voice of a man setting down a weight he has carried too long. I should have told you everything before I sent you up there, he said. I convinced myself that the closure of the interior zone was enough, that keeping you south of Sable would keep you safe. I was wrong, and I am sorry. Would I have believed you? I asked. No. No one ever does. That is part of how it works. The thing thrives on disbelief. It operates in the space between what we know and what we are willing to accept, and that space in the modern world is enormous. He paused. The Ojibwe elders I've spoken with over the years say it has always been here. Before the logging, before the fur trade, before the first European set foot in this country. They say it sleeps in cycles, decades or sometimes centuries. And when it wakes, the forest knows before the people do. The animals leave. The water changes. The silence spreads. And then it feeds. How does it end? Does it go back to sleep? Eventually, when it has taken enough to sustain itself for another cycle. But each cycle, the elders say, it wakes a little hungrier and stays awake a little longer. They believe it is growing, getting stronger, extending its range. Its range, I repeated. How far? Merritt was quiet for a long time. The wildlife displacement this year extended further south than any previous episode on record. Birds that normally nest as far south as the Sawbill area have relocated. Beaver populations have declined in drainages 30 miles from the interior zone. Whatever is pushing the animals out, it is not staying contained. You think it is expanding. I think we have no way of knowing its limits because we do not understand what it is. We see the effects, we see the displacement, the disappearances, the silence. But the thing itself, the mechanism of it, is beyond our tools and beyond our language. All we have is anecdote and legend and the scars on my hands. That conversation was the last time Merritt and I spoke at length. He calls occasionally to check in, brief exchanges that last only a few minutes and always end with the same question. Is the pull still there? And my answer is always the same. Yes, I have tried to research what we encountered. I have read the ethnographic literature on Algonquian spiritual traditions, the accounts of fur traders and missionaries who recorded the stories they heard from the people who lived in these forests for thousands of years before Europeans arrived. I have read the academic papers that attempt to reduce the Wendigo to a metaphor for starvation psychosis, for the specific madness that descends on isolated people in the depths of a northern winter when food runs out and the cold strips away everything but the animal imperative to survive. Those papers are wrong. Not because the psychological phenomenon they describe is not real, but because they make the fundamental error of assuming that the stories were created to explain the psychology, rather than the other way around. The Ojibwe and the Cree and the Algonquin did not invent the Wendigo to explain why starving people sometimes lost their minds. They told the Wendigo stories because they had encountered something in the deep forest that was real and present and terrifyingly beyond their ability to control, and the stories were the only tool they had to warn future generations. The thing in the Boundary Waters is not a metaphor. It is not a cultural artifact. It is not a misidentified bear or a psychological projection, or a shared delusion among stressed wilderness travelers. It is a predator. It is intelligent. It is patient. And it is hungry in a way that goes beyond the physical, a hunger that encompasses not just flesh but identity, warmth, presence, the essential quality of being alive that it lost or never had, and that it takes from others because taking is the only thing it knows how to do. I know this because I can still feel it pulling. 11 months later, 800 miles south of where I last saw the Black Lake, I can feel it. It is weaker here, manageable, a background hum rather than a compulsion. But on certain nights, when the air pressure drops and the wind shifts to blow from the north, the pull intensifies, and I find myself standing at my apartment window, looking toward the dark ridges on the horizon, my hand on the glass, my breath fogging the pain, and I hear it, not with my ears, with something deeper, something in the marrow, something in the part of my brain that predates language and logic and the comfortable fiction that humans are the dominant species on this planet. I hear the call, low and resonant and vast, rolling across the miles of forest and lake and stone that separate me from the interior, and I feel the pull sharpen into something almost unbearable. On those nights, I sit in the center of my apartment, as far from the windows as possible, and I hold on. I think about the hardware store where I work, the coworkers who know me only as the quiet new guy, the regular customers who bring me coffee and talk about their projects. I think about the dog I adopted from the shelter in October, a mutt named Cedar who sleeps at the foot of my bed and whines when I stand at the window too long, as if he can sense what I am feeling and wants to call me back. I think about Jace Dunlop's advice, find your anchor, something stronger than the pull. Cedar is my anchor. The hardware store is my anchor. The ordinary, unremarkable rhythms of a life lived among people, in daylight, within the boundaries of the human world are my anchor. They are the weight that holds me in place when the pull tries to lift me and carry me north. But I would be lying if I said I was confident they would hold forever. The pull is patient, it does not tire, it does not forget. It is always there, a constant, gentle insistence that I am in the wrong place, that the place I belong is north, in the deep interior, on the shore of a lake that does not appear on any map, where something stands in the darkness and waits with a mouth that is always open and a hunger that is never satisfied. And sometimes, in the small hours of the morning, when the world is quiet and the wind is still and Cedar is asleep and there is nothing between me and the silence but the thin walls of my apartment and the fragile architecture of my own resolve, I wonder how long I can hold out. I wonder how many others are out there, scattered across the northern states, carrying the same hook in their chests, fighting the same pull, lying awake in the same dark hours and feeling the same terrible gravity drawing them back to the place where they were marked. I wonder if Darcy Lind is still out there, somewhere beyond the Black Lake, in the deep places where the forest is oldest and the silence is absolute. I wonder if she is still walking north, still following the pull, step by step, mile by mile, deeper into the interior, deeper into whatever lies at the heart of the hunger. And I wonder, with a fear that I cannot silence and cannot share, whether one day the pull will become too strong and the anchor will not hold, and I will find myself standing on the shore of Fernhook Lake at dawn, empty-handed and barefoot, walking north through the silent forest, unable to stop, unable to turn back, unable to do anything but follow the direction that has been written into my bones since the moment I stepped onto the shore of that Black Lake and felt the gaze of something ancient and starving settle on me like a hand. The boundary waters are closed to the public north of Fernhook Lake. Do not go there. Do not paddle past the closure signs. Do not portage into the interior. Do not camp on the shores of lakes that have no names and no place on any map. Do not walk into the forest when the birds have gone silent and the animals have fled and the air smells of cold and iron and something you cannot identify, but that your body recognizes before your mind does. And if you are standing in the wilderness and you feel a pull in your chest that points in a direction you did not choose, turn around, walk the other way, paddle south, drive south, do whatever you have to do to put distance between yourself and the source of that pull, and do not stop until it fades to something you can live with. Because I have stood on the shore of that lake, I have seen what waits there, and I am telling you now, with every ounce of conviction I possess, that some places in the wild are not meant for us. They belong to something older and hungrier and more patient than we can comprehend, and the price of entering them is a debt that follows you home and never ever stops collecting. The pull is there right now, as I write this, faint but insistent, pointing north. Cedar is whining at the foot of my bed. He knows. I am going to close my laptop and hold my dog and wait for morning. That is all I can do tonight. That is all any of us can do. I did not go into the Appalachian backcountry because I wanted a story. I went because I wanted silence. That is the part people misunderstand when I tell them I was camping alone. They think solitude means confidence. They think a person walks into the mountains by himself because he believes he is stronger than fear. That was not true for me. I went because I was tired of hearing my own life. At that time, I was living in a small apartment near a busy road. Cars passed under my window all night. My phone never stopped lighting up. Work followed me home. Messages came in while I was eating. Calls came in while I was trying to shower. Even on days off, I felt like I was waiting for someone to ask for another piece of me. I had also stopped sleeping well, not because of one dramatic thing. It was slower than that. I would wake before sunrise with my jaw clenched and my hands locked around the blanket. I would stare at the ceiling and feel like I had already spent the day before it began. I had friends, but I stopped calling them. I had family, but I gave them the short version of everything. I told people I was fine because explaining the truth seemed like another job. Photography was the only thing that still made me feel like I was choosing my own thoughts. I liked old trails, wet leaves, fog caught between ridges, the way a creek sounds different depending on the rock under it. I liked carrying a camera into a place where there were no buildings, no advertisements, and no one trying to sell me a better version of myself. So I planned 4 nights alone in a remote section of the Appalachian Mountains. I will not give the exact location. I know that sounds convenient, but I mean it. The trail is still there. People still use it. Some of them probably walk past the same creek bend without knowing what happened nearby. I do not want anyone going there because of this account. The nearest town was small enough that the gas station, bait shelf, and diner shared the same building. I stopped there the morning before I hiked in. The sky was low and white, and the mountains beyond the road looked dark under it, like the weather had already decided where it wanted to fall. Inside the diner, I sat at the counter with eggs, toast, and coffee that tasted burned but did the work. My pack leaned against the wall beside me. It was not new gear, but it was good gear. A 2-person tent, a 20-degree down sleeping bag, inflatable pad, stove, water filter, headlamp, spare batteries, compact lantern, map, compass, bear spray, knife, paracord, dry bags, rain shell, wool layers, food for 5 days. I knew what I was doing. That is one of the reasons the story still bothers me. The woman behind the counter had gray hair tied back with a pencil. Her name tag said Nola. She refilled my coffee and looked at my pack. You going up alone? I nodded. For how long? 4 nights. She looked through the front windows toward the road. Rain comes in tomorrow. I saw that. Light rain. She gave me a careful look. Light rain down here is not always light rain up there. I smiled because I thought she was just being kind. I have decent gear. I am not talking about gear. The man 2 stools down turned a page of his newspaper. He had a gray beard, a brown canvas jacket, and hands that looked like they had spent years holding tools in cold weather. You parking by Laurel Fork Spur? He asked. I paused. That was closer to my actual starting point than I wanted to admit. Near there, I said. He nodded once. Trail register still in the metal box? I think so. Nobody checks it. Nola stopped wiping the counter. The man folded the newspaper slowly. You see orange flagging tape after the second creek crossing. Leave it alone. I am staying on the main trail. He looked at me then. There is not much main trail left up there. I should have asked what he meant. I should have asked his name. I should have stayed there long enough to hear whatever warning he was trying to decide whether to give me. Instead, I paid for breakfast. Before I left, Nola put 2 paper napkins on the counter. Take those, she said. Everything gets wet. At the door, she added. Sign the register anyway. The forest road was worse than I expected. It climbed away from town in a series of muddy bends, passing old pull-offs and ditches full of brown leaves. Branches scraped both sides of my truck. Twice I had to get out and drag fallen limbs aside. By the time I reached the parking area, my phone had no signal and the radio had become static. The parking area was just a muddy loop at the end of the road. A rusted gate blocked the old continuation, and a faded wooden post marked the trail. One other vehicle sat there, a green Subaru with a cracked rear light. I remember that clearly. It had mud on the doors and nothing hanging from the mirror. No stickers, no visible gear through the rear windows. It looked ordinary, which is why I did not think about it for long. The trail register sat in a dented metal box nailed to a post beside the gate. The hinge screamed when I opened it. Inside was a damp notebook sealed in a plastic bag with a swollen pencil. The last entry was 9 days old. Mara Quill and Bennett Vale. Destination: Upper Creek Sites. One night, there was no exit note. That did not mean much. People forget. People do not take registers seriously. I had forgotten to sign out of trails before. Still, I looked at the blank space after their names for longer than I should have. Then I wrote my first name, the date, and my planned return. I did not write my full route. At the time, I called that privacy. Looking back, it was just carelessness wearing a better coat. I locked my truck, checked the doors twice, shouldered my pack, and started walking. The first few miles were beautiful in a way that made me feel embarrassed for being anxious. The trail climbed through poplar, oak, and rhododendron. The leaves were slick and dark. Water moved under them in hidden channels. Old blazes appeared on trunks just often enough to keep me confident. The air smelled like wet bark and stone. I took photographs of bear tracks near a muddy patch beside a log. I took photographs of moss on black rock. I took photographs of the creek where it crossed the trail in a bright cold rush. By early afternoon, I reached the second creek crossing. That was where I saw the orange tape, 3 strips tied to a mountain laurel branch. New tape. Bright. Clean. Beyond it, a narrow, unofficial path climbed away from the creek into a tunnel of rhododendron. I remembered the man at the diner. You see orange flagging tape after the second creek crossing. Leave it alone. I did leave it alone, but I stood there too long. I took a photograph of the tape, because that is what I did when something made me uneasy. I turned it into an image. I made it smaller. I made it something I could review later under safer light. Then I kept to the trail. The first campsite I passed sat too close to the water. It had a stone fire ring and a log bench under hemlocks. It looked used, maybe too used. I kept walking. The second site was higher, tucked behind rhododendron on a small rise above the creek. It had 2 good trees for a bear hang, flat ground for the tent, and a fire ring with old ash in it. It was far enough from the trail to feel private, but close enough that I could leave quickly if the weather turned. I walked the perimeter before unpacking. I checked for dead branches overhead. I looked for fresh scat. I looked for game trails. I checked how water would move if rain came hard. Everything looked normal. That word matters. Normal. There was nothing about the site that announced what it would become after dark. I pitched the tent with the door facing the fire ring and the creek beyond it. I staked the fly tight because the air already smelled damp. I laid out my sleeping pad and bag. I put my camera inside the tent. I collected deadfall from the dry sides of logs and built a small fire before the light left the trees. For dinner, I made rice and tuna in my cookpot. I ate sitting on the log beside the fire, listening to the creek below and the little clicks of branches settling in the cold. The world felt simple for the first time in months. Before full dark, I hung my food. I walked about 80 paces downhill and away from camp, threw my line over a branch, and hauled the dry bag high enough that I felt satisfied. It held my food, trash, toothpaste, and anything scented. I checked my jacket pockets for wrappers. I rinsed my pot near the creek and scattered the water away from camp. I did things correctly. That was why the first sound bothered me so much. It came from uphill. One knock. Wood against wood. I looked up from my camera. The fire moved. The creek moved. Nothing else did. A few seconds passed. Then it came again. Knock. Same direction. Same distance. I stood and turned on my headlamp. The beam cut through trunks, wet leaves, rhododendron, and the first low threads of mist gathering between roots. No movement. Hello? I called. My voice sounded small. No answer. I waited, feeling foolish. I told myself it was a limb dropping against another limb. I told myself trees make strange sounds when temperature changes. I told myself I was alone and nervous, and alone nervous people give intention to random noise. Then a whistle came from below camp. 2 notes, low to high. It was not loud. That was what made it worse. It sounded casual. Close enough to be meant for me. I turned toward the creek. Nothing. Who is there? The woods held still. The whistle came again, this time from the trail side. 2 notes, low to high. I grabbed my bear spray from the log and held it in both hands. I had not removed the safety. I remember that detail because my thumb kept rubbing against it while I tried to listen. Hey, I said. You are near an occupied camp. No answer, just creek water. Fire. My own breathing. I stayed up later than planned. Rain began around 10. Soft at first, then steady. I killed the fire properly, stirred the coals, poured water, stirred again, and watched until there was no glow. Inside the tent, I changed into dry layers. I placed my boots under the vestibule, soles facing out. I put the bear spray by my right hand, the knife beside it, and the headlamp above my sleeping bag. The lantern hung from the tent ceiling on its lowest setting, turning the fabric amber. The rain whispered over the fly. For a while, I felt safe. That was the first real lie of the trip. A tent is not safety. It is a thin little agreement you make with the dark. You pretend the fabric has authority. The dark pretends not to notice you. I woke sometime after midnight to footsteps. Slow ones, not the scatter of a small animal, not the delicate step of deer, not the careless huffing approach of a bear. These were measured. Crunch, pause, crunch, pause. Something was walking around my camp. I opened my eyes and stared at the darker triangle of the tent door. The lantern had gone out. Rain moved over the fly. My sleeping bag was warm around my legs, but my hands were cold. The step came again, near the left side of the tent. A faint pressure touched the fabric beside my shoulder. Not a strike, a press. The nylon pushed inward and released. I stopped breathing. The pressure came again, higher this time. Something dragged lightly along the rain fly, slow enough that I could hear the fabric whisper. I grabbed the headlamp and clicked it on. White light filled the tent. The pressure vanished. I sat up hard and hit my head on the tent ceiling. Pain flashed behind my eyes. I grabbed the bear spray and aimed it at the door. Get away. I said. The word shook. Movement shifted outside the fire ring. Leaves. A branch. Then nothing. I sat that way for a long time. Maybe 10 minutes. Maybe 30. I do not trust my memory of time from that night. Fear stretched every second until it felt like something I had to carry. Eventually, I unzipped the inner tent door just enough to look through the mesh. My boots were still there. My pack was still upright. Nothing had torn the fly. Nothing pushed under the vestibule. Then the whistle came from directly behind the tent. 2 notes, low to high, I shouted then. I hit my cookpot with the handle of my knife. The clang rang out through the trees. Leave, I yelled. Get out of here. Something rushed through the brush behind me, not away, across, from the uphill side toward the creek side. Heavy movement through wet leaves, then a sudden stop. I held the pot in one hand and the spray in the other. The rest of the night became a long act of waiting. I did not lie down again. I sat with my back against the rear wall of the tent, sleeping bag around my legs, headlamp dimmed, bear spray pointed at the door. Before dawn, after the rain had stopped, I heard breathing outside the vestibule. Slow, wet, controlled. I leaned forward without meaning to. The breathing stopped. Then I heard a tiny metallic sound. Click, click. The zipper pulls. Something was touching them from outside. I will spray you, I said. My voice came out calmer than I felt. The clicking stopped. A shape rose outside the vestibule, blocking the faint gray pre-dawn light. Tall enough to stand over the low slope of my tent. Still enough to feel deliberate. Then it walked away, downhill, toward the creek, one slow step after another, until the water swallowed the sound. I waited until full daylight before I opened the tent. The morning looked harmless, and that made me angry. Gray light, wet bark, mist lifting from the creek, my blackened fire ring, my bear bag still hanging untouched in the distance. Then I saw the mud. The ground around my tent was marked by smeared impressions, not clean footprints, not bear tracks, not deer. Long narrow presses in the mud, as if someone had walked on the edges of wrapped feet or dragged cloth under their soles to ruin the shape. Near the vestibule, mud darkened the zipper pull. I had not touched it with muddy hands. I photographed the marks. Most of the pictures were blurred because I could not stop shaking. I packed fast and badly. The tent was wet. I shoved it into its sack without folding. I dropped a steak and had to go back for it. I spilled coffee grounds into the leaves and did not care. I kept looking toward the creek. My food bag was still hanging where I left it. That bothered me more than it should have. A bear would have cared about food. Whatever had circled my tent had cared about me. When I lowered the bag, I saw another strip of orange tape tied to a sapling 15 yards beyond it. I had not seen it the evening before. It was clean, wet from the rain, but new. Beyond it, a faint path climbed into the rhododendron. I did not follow it. I returned to camp, shouldered my pack, and started down toward the trailhead. At least, I thought I did. For 20 minutes, the trail looked right. Creek to my left, slope to my right, wet leaves over stone. Then the ground climbed when it should have stayed level. I stopped. I took out my map and compass. The creek sounded wrong, farther away than it should have been. I turned around. 5 minutes later, I stood in front of the same orange tape near my bear bag. I had followed it without knowing. That was when real fear began to replace panic. Panic says run. Real fear says think, or you will die. I forced myself to drink water. I ate half a tortilla with peanut butter even though my mouth was dry. I used the creek as an anchor, found the lower trail again, and moved slowly, checking blazes instead of trusting open ground. The sun came through for a while. Birds started up. Squirrels moved in the leaves. The forest tried to become normal again. Then a man spoke behind me. Rough night? I turned so fast my neck hurt. He stood about 40 feet back on the trail. Gray beard, dark rain jacket, brown pants, brimmed cap pulled low, no pack, only a small satchel hanging at his side. I had not heard him approach. Morning, I said. He looked at my pack, then my face, then the woods behind me. You camp up creek? Yes. Alone? I hated the question. Yes, he nodded. People get turned around easy after rain. I am fine. Did not say you were not. His satchel shifted slightly, and something inside made a faint wooden clack, like sticks knocking together. I moved my right hand closer to the bear spray on my shoulder strap. You local? I asked. He smiled without showing teeth. Local enough. I stepped aside to pass him. He stepped aside too, but only just enough. When I went by, I saw his boots. Old leather. Cracked toes, mud on the sides but not on the soles. He said quietly, best thing is not answering. I stopped even though I knew I should not. Answering what? He looked uphill. Anything that sounds like it wants you to. Then he walked past me toward the creek. I looked back after 10 seconds. The trail behind me was empty. I should have left the mountains that morning. I knew that then, and I know it now. But fear does not always make a person sensible. Sometimes it makes him proud. Sometimes it makes him embarrassed. Sometimes it whispers that leaving after one bad night means the bad night owns him. By late morning, the sky had lifted. The trail became easier. The creek ran bright and fast beside me. I told myself the man had been a hunter or someone who lived nearby. I told myself the whistle could have been a bird. I told myself the footsteps could have been a black bear. And the zipper could have been my imagination changing small sounds into human ones. The mud on the zipper did not fit, so I stopped thinking about it. My original plan had been to continue deeper for 3 more nights. I gave that up. But instead of hiking all the way to my truck, I made a compromise with myself. I would stay 1 more night at the lower campsite, the first one I had passed on the way in. It was closer to the trailhead. It was more open. If anything felt wrong, I could leave. That was the phrase I used. If anything felt wrong, as if the previous night had been normal enough to require another test. I reached the lower side around 1 in the afternoon. It sat beneath hemlocks near a bend in the creek. The ground was flatter than my first camp, but closer to the water. A stone fire ring sat near a log bench, and someone had balanced an old board between 2 rocks as a table. There were signs of recent use: cold ash, boot prints, a torn corner from a ramen packet, a piece of blue cord tied around a branch. I cleaned up the wrapper. I pitched my tent on the safest patch of ground. Then I moved it after noticing a dead limb overhead. I filtered water. I collected firewood. I organized my gear with too much care because order made me feel less foolish. Around 3, I heard voices on the trail. A man and woman came into view, both carrying day packs. The man was tall, with a red rain shell tied around his waist. The woman wore a dark green fleece and used trekking poles. They looked tired but cheerful. The man raised a hand. "Hey, you camping here?" "That is the plan." "Good spot." The woman looked at my tent, then at the creek. "You are alone?" "Yes," she nodded. Not judging, just noticing. They introduced themselves as Caleb Wren and Jody Marks. They had started from the same trailhead and intended to make a loop, but their map was old and their phone map had stopped loading without signal. I showed them my paper map on the flat board near the fire ring. "You are here," I said. "The connector you are looking for might not be usable anymore." I saw orange tape after the second creek crossing, but I would not follow it. Caleb looked up. "Orange tape?" "Yes." Jody turned toward him. "What?" "We saw that near the gate," he said. "I thought it marked a reroute." "It is not official," I said. Jody studied my face. "You sound very sure." I should have shrugged it off. Instead I said, "I had a bad night near it." Caleb tried to smile. "Bad night like weather? Or bad night like people?" I looked across the creek. "Maybe people. That changed them." Jody lowered her voice. "What happened?" I told them the short version. The knock, the whistle, the footsteps around my tent, the pressure on the fabric, the zipper, the man on the trail. I did not make it dramatic. I did not need to. The details made it heavy enough. When I finished, Caleb stared at the ground. Jody looked back down the trail. "We heard a whistle this morning," she said. Caleb turned to her. "When?" "Before the second creek crossing." "I did not whistle." "I thought you did." "What did it sound like?" I asked. She made it softly. 2 notes, low to high. The creek seemed louder after that. Caleb laughed once, but it was not real. "Bird, maybe." "Maybe," I said. He wanted me to agree with him. I could see it. He wanted me to say of course it was a bird. And of course I was tired. And of course the woods make strange sounds after rain. I did not give him that. Jody checked the sky. "We should go back." Caleb looked embarrassed. "We still have daylight." "We should go back," she repeated. He gave in after a moment. Before they left, Jody asked if I wanted to hike out with them. I looked at my tent, the firewood, the careful little camp I had built to prove I was not afraid. "I am staying 1 more night," I said. "I am close to the road now." She did not hide what she thought of that, but she did not argue. Caleb lifted a hand. "Yell if the bird comes back." It was a weak joke. I understood why he made it. People make jokes near fear because silence feels too much like agreement. They headed down the trail. For a while I felt better. Seeing normal people helped. Their voices, their bright jackets, their ordinary concern. It made the day feel anchored. Then, a little after 4, Caleb came back alone. He came around the bend too fast, breathing hard, one trekking pole in his hand and the other missing. I stood. "Where is Jody?" He bent forward with one hand on his knee. "She is coming." But he looked behind him when he said it. I waited. No one appeared. "What happened?" "We got turned around." "You were heading down." "I know." "Where is she?" She stopped. "For what?" "I do not know." There was tape. I picked up the bear spray. "Orange?" "No. White." That made no sense to me. "Show me." He shook his head. "We should go to the truck. We should get help." "Not without knowing where she is." "She was right behind me." "How long ago?" He did not answer. "How long, Caleb?" "Maybe 10 minutes." "Too long." I grabbed my headlamp and knife. We moved down the trail together. Caleb kept speeding up, then stopping, then turning in circles like a person trying to wake from a bad dream. At the creek crossing, he pointed toward a narrow opening in the rhododendron on the far bank. "We came through there." "That is not the trail." "I know that now." A strip of white material was tied to a branch at shoulder height. I stepped closer. It was not survey tape. It was paper, twisted tight, a piece torn from a map. Faint blue lines crossed it. Below it, in the mud, were boot prints. Jody's prints were easy to see. Small tread, clean heel. They went into the opening. Beside them were other marks, long, smeared impressions, like the ones outside my tent. "Jody," Caleb called. No answer. I called too. Nothing. The forest was too still. Late afternoon pressed between the trees. No wind moved the rhododendron. The creek ran behind us, but beyond that the woods seemed to be listening. Then the whistle came from inside the brush. 2 notes, low to high. Caleb's face drained. The whistle came again, farther in. Then Jody's voice called. "Caleb?" Faint, not far, but hidden. He lunged toward the opening. I grabbed his sleeve. "Do not run. That is her. Wait." He shoved my hand away. "She is right there. You do not know that." He looked at me with sudden anger. "You scared us with your story. And now you are acting like the woods can talk. I am saying do not go blind into brush." Then Jody's voice came again. "Caleb?" He went in. I followed because leaving him felt worse. The passage through the rhododendron was low and wet. Branches scraped my pack. Leaves slapped my face. The ground climbed, dipped, and twisted. White strips appeared every 30 or 40 feet. Some were tied to branches, some hung from thorns, some were placed low near the ground. Each one looked deliberately placed. After several minutes, the brush opened into a small hollow full of mossy stones. Caleb stopped so suddenly I almost hit him. Jody was not there. Her green fleece hung from a branch at the far side of the hollow, zipped halfway, sleeves hanging straight down. Caleb made a sound like something had been pulled out of him. I moved toward the fleece slowly. "No blood," I said. It was meant to help. It did not. The fleece was damp at the cuffs. One pocket was turned inside out. A lip balm lay on the ground below it. I picked it up without thinking. Caleb whispered her name. From somewhere beyond the hollow, her voice answered. "Here." One word. Flat. Not panicked. Not relieved. Not angry. Just there. Caleb turned toward it. I caught his arm. This time, he did not pull away, because we both heard what followed. The 2-note whistle. Then Jody's voice again. "Here." Same tone. Same distance. Same word. It sounded close enough to her that my body wanted to believe it before my mind could object. But she would not have said only that. She would have said his name. She would have answered our questions. She would have sounded like a person who needed help. I called. "Jody, what color is your pack?" Silence. I waited. Then, from farther right, the voice answered. "Blue." Her pack had been black. Caleb covered his mouth. A branch broke behind us. We turned. At the edge of the hollow, partly hidden behind rhododendron, stood a figure in a dark rain jacket. A cap or hood covered the head. The lower face looked pale, maybe cloth, maybe skin in bad light. It stood still for 1 second, then stepped backward. "Hey!" I shouted. It ran, not like an animal, like a person who knew exactly where to place his feet. Caleb screamed Jody's name and charged after it. I followed him for maybe 15 steps before stopping myself. Running blind was how this thing worked. Whoever was doing this wanted us separated, fast and stupid. "Caleb!" I yelled. "Stop!" He did not. Then he screamed, short, cut off by impact. I pushed through the brush and found him at the bottom of a narrow wash, twisted among wet rocks. He was conscious, but his leg was wrong. The angle above his boot told me enough. I climbed down carefully. He grabbed my sleeve. "I saw her," he said. "Stay still." I saw her. "Caleb, do not move." She was behind him. "Behind who?" "The man," he said. "The man with the missing tooth." A whistle came from above the wash. I looked up. The gray-bearded man stood at the rim, the same man from the trail. In one hand he held Caleb's missing trekking pole. He looked down at us without hurry. I raised the bear spray. "Back away." He did not. "Back away now." He tossed the trekking pole into the wash. It clattered off rock and landed beside Caleb's injured leg. Then he smiled. The missing front tooth showed clearly. I fired the bear spray. The wind betrayed me. The cloud struck the slope, curled, and blew back into my face. My eyes burned. My throat closed. I stumbled and coughed so hard I almost dropped the can. Caleb cursed and turned away, coughing too. The man disappeared. It took almost an hour to get Caleb out of the wash. I used paracord and roots. He pushed when he could. Twice he nearly passed out. By the time we reached the hollow again, the light had started to fail. I took Jody's fleece from the branch. Caleb looked at me. "What are you doing?" "She may need it." He nodded as if that made sense, though neither of us knew what sense meant anymore. We followed our broken path back toward the creek. I marked bark with shallow cuts so I would know if we circled. The white strips led us back, and I hated them for it. They were helpful now. That made them feel crueler. At the creek crossing, the main trail looked like a promise. My lower camp was still there when we reached it. The tent, the fire ring, the stacked wood, the ordinary objects of a normal campsite. I got Caleb onto the log. I splinted his leg with both trekking poles, a rain shell, and cord. He cursed through clenched teeth. I made him drink water. I gave him ibuprofen. I wrapped Jody's fleece around his shoulders, and he held it with both hands. "We have to go after her," he said. "We cannot go into that brush at night. We cannot leave her. We cannot help her if we become lost too." He looked at me with hatred for a moment. I accepted it. I made the fire big, too big. I did not care. I dragged every dry branch I had and fed the flames until the ring glowed and smoke moved low under the hemlocks. I tied paracord between trees on the uphill side and hung my metal cup from it. I tied another line near the creek and hung my pot lid and spoon there. Simple alarms, nothing more. I placed the bear spray, knife, headlamp, lantern, and tripod within reach. I angled the tent door toward the trail in case we had to move. I kept my boots on. Night came. The woods changed in layers. First, the creek lost its shape and became only sound. Then the trunks became flat black bars beyond the fire. Then the spaces between the trunks thickened until looking into them felt like staring into deep water. Caleb drifted in and out of pain. Whenever his eyes closed, the voices began. Caleb, Jody's voice from uphill. "Help me." Jody's voice from the creek, then my voice from the trail. "Do not run." I stood up so fast the log shifted under Caleb. That was my voice, not an echo. Not memory. Not someone simply saying my words in another tone. It was close enough that for one confused second I thought I had spoken without realizing it. The voice came again from the dark. "Do not run." Caleb stared at me. "What is happening?" "People," I said. I needed it to be people. It was people. It had to be. The cup on the uphill line clinked once. I lifted the bear spray. The cup swayed at the edge of the firelight. No one stepped forward. Then Jody's voice said, "I am cold." Caleb tried to rise. I pushed him back. "No. She is cold. That is not enough. She is right there." "No," I said louder. "She is not." The voice came again. "I am cold." Then my voice repeated from the same place. "She is not." I felt something in me bend. The fire snapped. Sparks rose into the dark. Caleb began crying quietly, and I could not blame him. Hearing fear in someone else's voice is bad. Hearing your own voice used by something outside the light is worse. Around midnight, the pot lid near the creek rattled and fell. A figure stood on the gravel bar. It was inside the outer reach of the firelight. It wore Jody's black pack. The body beneath it was too tall to be hers. Dark rain jacket. Old pants. Gloves or hands dark with mud. A cap pulled low. Pale cloth over the lower face. A person. A real person. That should have made the situation easier to understand. It did not. "Take off the pack," I said. The figure did not move. Caleb saw it and began dragging himself forward. "Jody." "No," I said. "Look at the height." The figure reached into the side pocket of the pack and took out a phone. It raised the phone. The screen lit. Even from where I stood, I saw the wallpaper. Caleb and Jody, on a windy overlook, smiling into sunlight. Then a recording began to play. Jody's voice came thin from the speaker. "Caleb, wait. I think this cuts back." A rustle. Then her voice again. Frightened now. "Caleb." Another sound. A breath close to the phone. Then the two-note whistle. Caleb screamed her name. The figure turned and walked downstream, holding the phone as the recording played again. I made the decision too fast. I told Caleb to keep the fire high. Then I followed. I still do not know whether that was courage or stupidity. The figure moved along the creek, always just beyond the beam of my headlamp. It did not run. It knew it did not need to. The firelight shrank behind me. The creek curved left. Rhododendron closed around the bank. Then I heard Jody sob. Not a copied word, not a flat voice, a real sob. Small and broken. I turned uphill toward it, 30 yards from the creek. Hidden behind Laurel, I found a camp. Not a hiker's camp, a concealed one. Black plastic sheeting stretched low between trees. A tarp roof. A fire pit dug into the ground and covered with flat stones to hide its glow. Plastic jugs. Rope. Cans stacked beneath a log. A bucket. A pile of dirty clothing. Strips of torn maps tied in bunches. My headlamp moved too fast over all of it. Then it found Jody. She sat against a tree with her hands bound in front of her. Duct tape covered her mouth. Her eyes were open. For 1 second, neither of us moved. Then she shook her head hard. Not relief. Warning. Something hit me from the side. I went down with dirt in my mouth and weight on my back. A hand grabbed my hair and pulled my head up. A man spoke close to my ear. "You were told." I drove my elbow backward and hit something soft. The weight shifted. I rolled, grabbed for the bear spray and fired. This time the wind helped. The man screamed. I scrambled toward the headlamp. The beam caught a younger face streaked with mud and orange spray. Eyes squeezed shut, mouth open. Not the old man. Someone else. More than one. Jody made a muffled sound. I cut the tape around her wrists. My hands were clumsy. I nicked her skin with a knife, and she did not seem to feel it. I pulled the tape from her mouth. "Run," she said. "Can you walk?" "Yes." A whistle came from behind the tarp. Another answered from the creek. Jody grabbed my sleeve. "They copy," she whispered. "They listen first." "How many?" "I saw 3. The sprayed man groaned behind us. We ran. I did not run well. No one runs well through Appalachian rhododendron in the dark. Branches catch your arms. Roots hide under leaves. Wet stone rolls under your boots. Your headlamp turns the world into a narrow, shaking tunnel, and anything outside that tunnel becomes possible. Jody stayed close behind me at first, breathing in sharp, broken pulls. Then she stumbled, and I turned back and grabbed her by the sleeve. Her face was pale under mud. One side of her mouth was red from the tape. Her eyes kept moving to the trees. "Stay with me," I said. "They used Caleb's voice," she whispered. "I know. No. Before. In the brush. That was why I turned. Something moved behind us. Not crashing. Not reckless. Fast but controlled. The whistle came from our left. 2 notes, low to high. Another answered from our right. Same 2 notes. They were not calling to us. They were calling to each other. That realization cut through the confusion. The whistle was not a ghost sound. It was not a bird. It was not madness. It was coordination. People used whistles in the dark because voices carried too much meaning. A whistle was simple. Direction, distance, response. That made everything more believable. It also made it worse. We reached the creek too far below my camp. The fire was visible upstream through the trees, small and orange. Then I saw Caleb. He was not beside the fire. He was halfway down the slope, dragging himself toward the creek. I had tied his belt to the log to keep him from crawling into the dark, but he had torn one end free. A broken piece of bark dragged behind him. A figure stood behind him. The gray-bearded man. He held the loose end of the belt like a leash. I remember the sound that came out of Jody. Not a scream, not a word. Something smaller and worse. The old man looked toward us. Firelight touched his face. Gray beard. Missing front tooth. Calm eyes. Calm was the worst part. He did not look wild. He did not look lost. He did not look like a man overtaken by some mountain madness. He looked like someone doing work he understood. I ran at him. I had the bear spray can in one hand, almost empty, and the knife in the other. I do not remember deciding which one to use. I remember Jody shouting behind me. I remember Caleb turning his head. I remember the old man releasing the belt just as I reached him. We collided near the edge of the firelight. He was stronger than he looked. We hit the ground together, rolled in wet leaves, and he drove his forearm under my chin. I could smell smoke, old sweat and damp wool. I struck him with the bear spray can. Once, twice. The second hit caught his mouth. He let go. I scrambled backward. He spat blood into the leaves and looked at me with something close to disappointment. "You keep bringing them," he said. That sentence has stayed with me longer than any scream. You keep bringing them. Not you came here. Not you should have left. You keep bringing them. Jody reached Caleb and tried to pull him uphill. He screamed when his injured leg shifted. I got under his other arm, and together we dragged him toward the fire. At the edge of the trees, 2 more figures appeared. The younger man I had sprayed, and another shape behind him, taller, or maybe standing on higher ground. I never saw that one clearly. All 3 remained outside the strongest light. The old man wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. Jody held my knife in both hands. Caleb lay on his side, shaking. I held the emptying bear spray can like it still meant something. For a long moment, the only sound was the creak and Caleb's breathing. Then the old man whistled. 2 notes, low to high. The younger man answered from the left. The third answered from the right. The old man looked at the fire. "Fire dies," he said. "Woods get big." Then he stepped backward. The others moved with him. The trees took them quietly. We kept the fire alive until dawn. I do not mean we stayed awake in a dramatic sense. I mean we survived minute by minute. I fed wet branches into the flames until smoke burned my eyes. Jody sat with Caleb's head in her lap and the knife across her knees. Caleb shook under every layer we had. He was in pain, but fear kept pulling him back whenever he started to drift. The voices came less often after that, but they did not stop. Near 2 in the morning, Jody's voice called from beyond the creek while the real Jody sat right beside me. "Caleb, I found the trail." The real Jody pressed both hands over her ears. Near 3, my own voice came from uphill. "Keep the fire high." I threw another branch into the flames and said nothing. Near 4, the voice of the woman from the diner called my first name from the trail. I had never told the woods about Nola. It almost broke me. Then I remembered the register. My first name was in the register. Anyone could have read it. Anyone could have waited near the trailhead. Anyone could have watched me eat breakfast in town, then reached the woods by another path. I forced myself to keep the explanation human because the alternative would have made me useless. People. It was people. Sick people. Hidden people. People who knew the terrain. People who used fear like equipment. That was enough. It had to be enough. At first light, the forest looked ordinary again in the cruelest way. Mist lifted from the creek. Birds called from the far slope. Wet leaves shone under gray sky. The fire ring smoked. My tent sagged with condensation. Jody had stopped crying by then. Her face had changed. She looked hollow but focused. "We need to leave now," she said. "Yes." Caleb tried to speak and failed. I gave him water. His skin looked gray. His injured leg had swollen badly above the boot. I checked that his foot was still warm, then reinforced the splint as gently as I could. We abandoned most of my gear. Tent, sleeping pad, cook pot, food bag, extra clothing, camera tripod. Things I would have cared about in any other life. I kept the map, compass, headlamp, knife, phone, keys, water filter, and one bottle. I made Caleb a crude crutch from a branch in paracord, but he could not use it well. Jody took one side. I took the other. We moved in short, ugly steps. The trailhead was less than 3 miles away. It took us nearly 5 hours. Every sound made us stop. Every strip of pale bark looked like cloth. Every bird call turned my stomach before I understood what it was. At the second creek crossing, the orange tape was still tied to the mountain laurel. Jody stared at it. I cut it down with my knife. Under it, partly buried in wet leaves, was a piece of paper. I knew what it was before I picked it up. The torn strip from the trail register. My first name was on it. So were Mara Quill and Bennett Vale, the 2 hikers whose names I had seen above mine. 9 days old. No exit note. Jody whispered, "Who are they?" I do not know, but I did know something. The green Subaru at the trailhead belonged to someone. When we finally reached the parking area, my truck was still there. So was the Subaru. Its rear hatch was open. Inside were 2 sleeping bags, a cooler, a pair of women's hiking shoes, and a paperback book swollen from damp air. No Mara, no Bennett, no sign that either one had returned. My phone found one bar halfway down the forest road. Jody called emergency services while I drove. Caleb passed out in the back seat before we reached pavement. After that, the story changed shape. That is what happens when a thing from the woods meets forms, statements, and official language. Injured hiker, possible abduction, possible assault, possible illegal encampment, unknown suspects, missing persons connected to abandoned vehicle, remote terrain, no confirmed motive, no confirmed weapons, no confirmed identities. Search teams went in that afternoon. More came the next day. Dogs, deputies, volunteers, people who knew the area better than I ever could. They found my lower camp. They found the wash where Caleb fell. They found Jody's fleece fibers in the hollow. They found the place behind the laurel where I had seen the hidden camp, but the camp was gone. No tarp, no jugs, no cans, no pile of clothes, no ropes, no map strips, only a buried fire pit, flat stones, and ground pressed smooth by weight. They found one thing near the creek, Caleb's missing trekking pole. It had been pushed upright into the mud. Tied to it was a clean strip of orange flagging tape. No one found Mara Quill. No one found Bennett Vale. No one caught the old man. At least, no one told me they did. Caleb survived. His leg took a long time to heal. I only spoke to him once after the interviews were over. He thanked me, then cried, then hung up. I did not call again. Jody sent me one message months later. It said she was alive, and that was all she could promise anyone. I understood. People ask me why I think we were allowed to leave. I do not know. Maybe the sunrise helped. Maybe Jody and I hurt them enough to make them cautious. Maybe they did not want 3 people vanishing from the same trailhead after 2 already had. Maybe killing was never the first goal. That last thought is the one I hate most, because they were patient. They did not simply attack. They listened. They learned voices. They marked false paths. They separated people. They let fear make decisions before they closed distance. I used to believe the scariest thing in the woods was an animal that did not know you were human. Now I know there is something worse. A person who knows exactly what you are. I still camp, but never alone. Never in that region. Never near unofficial tape. I tell 3 people where I am going. I sign registers fully. I photograph my route. I carry a satellite messenger now, and I do not care who thinks that is excessive. I do not answer whistles. I do not follow voices, and I do not trust a trail just because it looks easier than the one I planned. Last October, almost 2 years after the trip, I found an envelope under my apartment door. No stamp, no address. Inside was a strip of orange flagging tape, nothing else. I took it outside and burned it in the parking lot with a lighter from my old camp kit. It curled, blackened, and melted into itself. Across the street, a man laughed, just once, short and low. Maybe he was looking at something on his phone. Maybe it had nothing to do with me. That night, at 2:17 a.m., rain tapped against my bedroom window. I woke up already afraid. For a few seconds, I was back in the tent, staring at the dark triangle of the vestibule, listening to leaves crush under slow feet. Then, from the alley below my window, someone whistled, 2 notes, low to high. My name is George Thompson, and I am 62 years old. This is a true story of what happened to me in September of 1994. I've been a National Park Ranger stationed in the Appalachian Mountains, Blue Ridge Parkway to be exact, for longer than I care to remember. My old man was a ranger too, the best kind. I kinda grew up in these forests, learning their secrets, respecting their power. But nothing in all my years could have prepared me for what I encountered that fall. It started subtly, barely noticeable, like a shift in the breeze. Rangers began reporting hikers going missing. No bodies, no signs of struggle. They just vanished off the trails. At first we blamed it on folks getting lost or disoriented. It happens sometimes, especially with city folk who underestimate the wilderness. But deep down I felt there was something more, like a chill wind coming from a place you couldn't see. Then came the stories from other rangers out on night patrol. They'd claim to hear footsteps in the underbrush when they were out alone, feel like they were being followed despite the silence. One old-timer, a guy named Flynn, even said he swore he saw eyes, big, glowing yellow eyes, peering back at him from the tree line, disappearing in a blink. The higher-ups laughed it off. Stress, they said. Maybe bad moonshine. But I knew Flynn. He wasn't the type to spook easy or tell tall tales. Something was out there, something that didn't belong. As the weeks passed, the atmosphere in the park grew tenser. Visitors became scarce, spooked by the rumors that had begun to circulate. Even the wildlife seemed on edge. I'd been a ranger long enough to read the signs of the forest, and everything was telling me to be on guard. One evening in late September, I was closing up a section of the parkway when I stumbled on it myself. The cause for all the unsettling stories. Deep in the woods, off a little used maintenance trail, I found a clearing, and in the center of it, bones, piles of them, gnawed and cracked. At first glance, it looked like the remains of deer, maybe a bear, but as I got closer, my blood ran cold. Mixed in were bones too big, too oddly shaped to be just animals, and scattered amongst the animal remains, torn bits of clothing, a mangled backpack. My heart pounded in my chest. This wasn't natural, not normal at all. I'd seen plenty of predator kills in my time, but nothing like this. The sheer volume of bones, the way they were arranged, it was almost ritualistic. Right then, my radio crackled with Flynn's voice, panicked. He said he was out on the trail, said he saw it, the thing that was making those eyes. Then the audio cut out, leaving nothing but static. I ran. Every instinct told me to go back, get help. But Flynn had been like family to me, and my gut said he was in trouble. Night was falling fast as I followed the trail towards the spot he'd radioed in from. The forest was unnaturally quiet. No chirping of insects, no rustling of small animals. It was as if the entire woods were holding its breath. The only sound was my own heavy breathing and the crunch of leaves under my boots. As I reached the edge of the woods, peering into an overgrown meadow, I saw it. In the waning light, it stood there, the creature. I couldn't make out all the details, but the sheer scale of it was enough to make my knees wobble. It was close to 10 feet tall, covered in matted fur that shimmered silver in the moonlight. Its arms were like tree trunks, its hands tipped with claws that ripped into the earth, and the head, that was the worst. A mix of wolf and man, twisted and wrong, with yellow eyes blazing like hellfire. For a heartbeat, we just stood there, frozen. Then it let out a roar that echoed through the mountains, the raw sound of fury and hunger. Flynn cried out from somewhere in the meadow, his voice filled with pain and terror. That snapped me into action. I charged forward, yelling, trying to draw the creature away from wherever Flynn was. It turned, and in the dim light its teeth flashed in a grotesque grin. I heard Flynn scream again, and the sound cut off abruptly. The creature turned back towards me, and for a second I thought about running. But Flynn was out there, maybe even still alive, and that creature wasn't going to let me go without a fight. My heart was a drumbeat in my ears as I raised my rifle. It was more of an act of defiance than actual strategy. I hadn't even reloaded since firing warning shots at a mama bear a few weeks back. This thing, bullets wouldn't even slow it down. Yet, I aimed. The creature stalked closer, its eyes fixated on me. I squeezed the trigger. The shot echoed, useless. It roared and lunged. I braced myself for impact, closing my eyes and waiting for the end. But then, silence. My eyes flew open. The creature had stopped just feet in front of me, its massive form frozen in mid-pounce. Confused, I scrambled back, then noticed what had stopped it in its tracks. A flickering headlamp was bobbing through the trees. Then a voice, gruff and familiar. "Don't move. That thing hates light." It was Old Man Flynn, battered and bleeding, but miraculously alive. He dragged himself into view, one hand clutching the headlamp, the other an old heavy-duty flashlight. As he got closer, the creature hissed and retreated a few steps, its eyes narrowing against the concentrated beams. "Keep those lights on it," Flynn croaked, his face pale. "Come on, move." I didn't need telling twice. Stumbling to my feet, I shuffled towards Flynn. The creature watched, snarling, but the fearsome predator from before seemed held at bay by the harsh light, unable to approach. Flynn collapsed against a tree, and I knelt beside him. His leg was twisted at an unnatural angle, the bone jutting through torn skin. "Hold this," he thrust the heavy flashlight at me. "Aim it straight at that thing." With shaking hands, I took the flashlight. Its beams seemed to make the creature agitated, keeping it at a distance as I helped Flynn splint his leg, fashioning a makeshift support from branches. The whole time, we kept those lights trained on the predator, its snarls filling the night. When the makeshift splint was secured, Flynn slumped back, exhausted. "They told me I was crazy," he rasped, a dark chuckle rasping in his throat. "Said it was bears, wild cats. Never believed they'd believe this." Suddenly, the creature charged again, a blur of dark fur and aggression. We both screamed, holding the light steady. It stopped short, as if hitting an invisible wall. Then it paced back and forth, watching us with calculating eyes. "Can't hold it forever," Flynn muttered. "Sun's coming up soon, but..." He trailed off, grimacing. We both knew what that meant. We'd be sitting ducks come daylight. That's when I saw it. The fire lookout tower flashing on a distant ridge, an old beacon hardly ever used anymore. Maybe, just maybe. I laid out my plan to Flynn, a desperate gamble at best. He nodded slowly, wincing as he shifted his injured leg. "Crazy enough to work," he grunted, with Flynn providing cover, keeping the creature pinned with the flashlights. I crept backwards into the undergrowth. I had to get to the base of the tower, unseen, if this had any chance. Inch by painful inch I moved, the creature pacing restlessly as it sensed me pulling away. Then I was free of its sightline, scrambling towards the tower on my belly. The base of the tower was an old metal shed filled with outdated equipment and forgotten maps. Inside, I struck gold. Flares, I grabbed them, heart pounding, then began the terrifying climb up the narrow ladder of the tower. The creature must have sensed the change of elevation because it roared in frustration, scrabbling against the base of the tower as I reached the top. I secured myself, hardened my throat, and fumbled with the flare. Flickering crimson light sparked to life, and with a prayer, I hurled it down. The flare bounced off a rock near the creature and exploded. It screeched, recoiling from the blinding flash. Encouraged, I lit another, and another, tossing them into the clearing. The creature thrashed and howled, clearly in pain from the sudden bursts of light. I didn't stop, my hands shaking as I fumbled for the last flare. And then, as dawn broke, the creature turned and fled, disappearing into the forest with astonishing speed. When the search team finally arrived, we told them the unbelievable truth. They found footprints larger than any bear, the clearing littered with bones. Whatever that creature was, it was still out there. The aftermath was a blur. Flynn recovered, though he walked with a limp for the rest of his days. I never saw the creature again, but I feel it sometimes. A prickling at the back of my neck, that lingering sense of being watched from the encroaching darkness of the trees. We got transferred, both of us. I moved on, got a desk job pushing paper instead of patrolling trails. Safer, they said. Maybe. But sometimes, in the dead quiet of my office, I swear I can smell the rankness of the woods, hear the echoing roar, and feel the heat of those burning yellow eyes fixed on me in the deep, unending dark. The official report chalked it up to a rogue bear, maybe rabid. But Flynn and I, we know the truth. There's something out there in those mountains, something old, something hungry, and God help anyone who stumbles across its path. I'm telling this story now because I'm not getting any younger. People need to know, need to be prepared. If you're ever hiking in the Blue Ridge Mountains and you feel that chill wind, hear those footsteps when there's nothing there, don't hesitate. Run. Run as fast as you can, and pray it isn't already too late. Because in those ancient forests, where the shadows run deep and the night seems to last forever, there are things that defy explanation, things that remind us that we're not the top of the food chain. And sometimes, just sometimes, those things decide to remind us just how small and vulnerable we really are. So next time you're out in the wilderness, enjoying the beauty of nature, remember my story. Keep your wits about you, your flashlight close, and maybe, just maybe, you'll make it out alive if you ever encounter the creature that haunts the Appalachians. My name is Edward Johnson, and I am 66 years old. This is the story of an event that changed my life forever, an encounter that took place in October 2011, in a place I thought I knew like the back of my hand, the Redwood National and State Parks in California. For 8 years, I worked as a ranger in those majestic forests. Some called me a park veteran, and the job had gotten into my blood. The crisp air, the towering trees, the sound of the creek. It was my kind of paradise. I wasn't about to quit anytime soon. That fateful day started like any other. I laced up my boots, grabbed my gear, and headed out for my usual patrol route. It was a clear autumn morning, the first leaves starting to paint the forest floor in golds and reds. But something felt off. The forest, usually alive with birdsong and the chattering of small creatures, was unnervingly quiet. As I hiked deeper into the woods, an unsettling feeling crept over me. It was as if something was watching me, following my every move. The sensation only intensified as the day wore on. Then I saw it, a sight so bizarre that my mind struggled to process it. A deer carcass, torn open and half devoured, hung from the branches of a tree at a height no predator I knew could reach. As I approached to examine it, a wave of nausea washed over me. The slashes and tears on the animal looked surgical, calculated, as if something methodical had done this. "What the hell are you?" I muttered under my breath, scanning the surrounding trees. My heart pounded in my chest as I spotted a flicker of movement, then a pair of glowing eyes staring down at me. They looked almost human, but far too large. What confronted me from the treetops was massive, far bigger than any human, with impossibly long, thin limbs. Its skin was dark, textured like rough bark. The thing tilted its head at an unnatural angle, and then in a blink it was gone, vanished into the canopy. Panicked, I radioed for backup, stammering out a bewildered description of the creature. Ranger dispatch sounded amused, probably thinking I'd finally cracked under the strain of the job. But then I heard my partner, Alara, shouting over the radio. She was further down the trail, her voice panicked. "Killian, I found something. You need to get here fast. It's bad. Really bad." A sickening dread pooled in my stomach as I raced to her location. What I saw made me question my own sanity. A hiker lay sprawled on the ground, his body torn and twisted at impossible angles. There were the same methodical marks on him that I'd seen on the deer, a kind of calculated brutality that made me want to retch. Before I could process the horror of this scene, a scream tore through the trees. I bolted after the sound, Elara trailing behind. Branches whipped at my face and roots snagged at my feet, but fear propelled me forward. When I reached a clearing, my blood turned to ice. Elara was trapped. The creature had her pinned to the ground. One massive hand clamped over her mouth. Its other hand hovered inches from her throat, long claws glinting in the dappled sunlight. Its eyes burned with an intelligence that was both eerie and terrifying. We locked eyes, and for a frozen moment, I swear it paused, as though trying to read my intentions. Then, with a speed that defied its size, it grabbed Alara and vanished back into the dense foliage. I collapsed to my knees, a strangled sob escaping my throat. My mind raced. Was this some kind of freak of nature? An undiscovered species? Or something else? Something far more sinister? I knew no animal, no person could have done this. The woods that were once my sanctuary had become a nightmare, and whatever lurked in those trees had broken something fundamental inside me. When backup finally arrived, I looked like a madman, babbling about monsters and eyes in the trees. They sedated me, and when I woke up, they were chalking it up to stress, maybe even a bear attack. Despite extensive searches, no trace of Alara or the creature was ever recovered, leaving an open wound in our tight-knit ranger community. I resigned from my position a few weeks later. I tried to explain what I saw, but my words sounded hollow even to my own ears. The incident haunted me. The carnage, Alara's terrified eyes, the creature's unnatural intelligence. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't just prey in this equation. I was being studied. The experience tore me from the wilderness I once loved, and left me with an unshakable fear that lingers to this day. I tell this story now not for sympathy or to seek validation. Frankly, I don't expect anyone to believe me, but I can no longer stay silent. Something inhuman dwells in those woods, and it will strike again. It's only a matter of time. In the decade that followed, I couldn't settle. I moved constantly, from one anonymous city to the next, the paranoia gnawing at me like a persistent hunger. I tried therapy, support groups, even medication. Nothing could banish the chilling memory of those glowing eyes and the feeling of being watched. I became a shadow of myself, a husk driven by a constant irrational dread. Then the reports began. At first it was just whispers, hushed rumors among park rangers in Oregon and Washington. Disappearances, animal mutilations bearing the same methodical marks I'd seen years earlier. My heart pounded in my chest. It was back. No one connected the dots except for me. These incidents were treated as separate tragedies, freak accidents. I knew better. I felt sick with guilt and helplessness. Desperate, I tried to warn others, but it only fueled the perception that I was unhinged. My frantic stories about the creature only confirmed what everyone already suspected. The ordeal in the woods had shattered me. No one listened, and more lives were lost. I became an outcast and a cautionary tale. One night, an old colleague, Simon, reached out. I hadn't spoken to him since the Redwood incident. His voice on the phone was grim. "Killian, people are dying out here. Rangers, hikers. It's like you said, you need to come back." With heavy reluctance, I found myself on a backcountry trail in Washington's Olympic National Park. The air carried the same damp smell of earth and pine needles that filled my nightmares. Simon, visibly shaken, filled me in. Over the previous weeks, 3 hikers had vanished, and 2 rangers were found brutally murdered, bearing the familiar terrifying wounds. The hunt began. We moved through the ancient forest, our senses on high alert. Simon knew I hadn't made up what I saw. My insistence, my unwavering fear, had slowly swayed him to the terrible truth. We were days deep into the wilderness, the dread hanging heavier with each passing night. Then came the sighting. It flickered across the trail, a hulking silhouette moving against the moonlight. We exchanged a terrified glance and took off in pursuit. The creature was fast, impossibly fast, its long limbs propelling it through the dense undergrowth at unnatural speeds. Twigs snapped and leaves rustled, but it was eerily silent. It led us deeper into the forest, into an area even Simon had never ventured into. Finally, we emerged into a hidden clearing dimly lit by the moon. In the center of the clearing stood a tree far more massive than any I'd ever seen. At its base were remnants, clothing, backpacks, bones, all stained with dark, dried blood. The sight turned my stomach. This was its lair, a gruesome trophy case. A low growl broke the silence, and the creature stepped out from the shadows. This time I saw it clearly, all 7 feet of it, the impossibly long claws, the dark, leathery skin, but it was the eyes that chilled me to the bone, glowing pools of malevolence. Fear and fury surged within me, a desperate need to avenge Alara, those who died, and the shattered remains of my own life. I raised my rifle, my hands shaking. Simon squeezed my shoulder, and with a grim nod he drew his own weapon. Shots rang out, echoing through the clearing. The creature let out a guttural roar, but it didn't falter. It charged, its movements a blur of limbs and claws. We fired again and again, the desperation giving us an edge. I swore I saw the creature stumble, but it didn't fall. Suddenly Simon screamed. He was on the ground, one massive hand wrapped around his leg, dragging him relentlessly toward the massive tree. I sprinted to his side, but the creature moved with blinding speed. With a sickening crunch, it snapped Simon's leg like a brittle branch, and his horrified screams cut through the night. I was next. A giant hand closed around my torso, lifting me off the ground, and the gun clattered uselessly away. Its rancid breath washed over me as I stared into its fathomless eyes, and the last thing I saw was the unnatural bend of its arm as it brought one impossibly long claw closer. Then, darkness. The aftermath is a blur. I woke up in a hospital bed, battered, bandaged, but alive. The official report called it an encounter with a rogue bear, but the disbelieving look in the doctor's eyes suggested he knew better. The story made headlines, stirring the same fascination and doubt that followed me from Redwood. I never went back to the woods. Instead, I exist in the purgatory of populated spaces, the cities and crowds I once avoided. Sometimes in the dead of night I wake in a cold sweat and see the creature, its glowing eyes boring into my soul. I know in those moments that I haven't escaped it. Not really. It's still out there. A patient hunter waiting for the next opportunity, the next victim, and I'm powerless to stop it. I always knew Snowshoe Gulch had a reputation. Most trails around Flathead National Forest do, especially if you talk to the locals who've spent their lives hunting, fishing, and guiding tourists through these mountains. Growing up here in northwest Montana, I'd heard the warnings whispered in gas stations and grocery store aisles, quiet conversations about places where compasses spun uselessly, where experienced hunters refused to venture even in daylight, where the forest itself seemed to reject human presence. My brother Thomas and I would sometimes discuss these stories over beers at the Northwoods Tavern, calling them campfire legends or the paranoid delusions of isolation-addled minds. But neither of us ever laughed too loud about it. We both knew to watch the tree line carefully when dusk settled over the peaks, when shadows stretched long and strange across the snow. When Thomas went missing with his client, Isaac Brennan, in early February of 2018, those warnings came rushing back with the force of an avalanche. Thomas ran a small guiding business, taking wealthy out-of-state hunters and adventure seekers into the backcountry on snowmobile expeditions. He was 34 years old, experienced beyond his years, and methodical to the point of obsession. He carried 3 GPS units, filed detailed route plans with the Forest Service, and checked in twice daily without fail, morning and evening, like clockwork. When his scheduled evening check-in passed on February 8th with only silence crackling through the radio static, we knew something had gone catastrophically, terribly wrong. The temperature that week had plummeted to minus 22 degrees Fahrenheit. Search and rescue coordinator Ben Kowalski told our family that exposure could kill a man in under 3 hours in those conditions, maybe less if the wind picked up. By the time Flathead County Search and Rescue mobilized, 72 hours after Thomas's last contact, hope was already a fragile, desperate thing we clung to against our better judgment and the cold mathematics of survival. I didn't join the main search group of 23 volunteers, even though Coordinator Kowalski specifically asked me to. Something in my gut, some instinct I couldn't name, told me that a large group crashing through the forest would find nothing but confusion and their own footprints. Instead, I assembled a smaller team, Sterling Whitehorse, a Blackfeet tracker I'd known since high school who worked for the Forest Service, Deputy Lawrence Hayes from the County Sheriff's Department, and Tyler Morrison, a local snowmobile mechanic who knew every trail, game path, and hidden gully in a 100-mile radius. We left Kalispell before dawn on February 11th, our headlights cutting pale tunnels through the heavy snow flurries that rolled down from the peaks like frozen fog. The temperature gauge on my dashboard flickered between -18 and -20. Our breath created frost on the inside of our helmet visors within minutes of starting the engines. We rode hard for 3 brutal hours, following the GPS coordinates from Thomas's last ping, which had registered near the western edge of Snowshoe Gulch before his beacon went completely dead. Not just silent, but erased, as if it had never existed. Snowshoe Gulch wasn't marked on most recreational maps. The area was too steep, too narrow, and too prone to avalanches for casual winter travel. It appeared on Forest Service maps as a blank space between contour lines, an absence rather than a presence. Old-timers spoke about it in the way people discuss places they'd rather forget. Brief mentions followed by quick deflections and uncomfortable silences that stretched too long. Sterling had told me once, years ago after too many beers, that his grandfather, a medicine man respected throughout the Blackfeet Nation, had called the Gulch the place where Earth remembers how to be hungry. I hadn't understood what that meant then. I was beginning to understand now. We reached the Gulch's narrow entrance around 9 in the morning, though the heavy cloud cover made it feel like perpetual twilight. Sterling slowed his snowmobile ahead of me, raising his fist in the universal signal to stop. He killed his engine and we all followed suit. In the sudden silence, the forest felt fundamentally wrong in a way I struggled to articulate. There were no bird calls, no chittering of squirrels, no distant crow warnings echoing through the trees. Just an oppressive, smothering quiet that seemed to absorb sound rather than simply mark its absence. Sterling pulled off his helmet, his weathered face drawn with concern that bordered on fear. "This place feels sick," he said, his voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might wake something that should remain dormant. "My grandfather hunted these mountains for 60 years. He'd take elk and mule deer 15 miles in any direction from here, but never here, not once. He said the forest gave up trying to heal this place generations ago." Lawrence laughed nervously, trying to inject some normalcy into the moment, but the sound came out wrong, too high, too forced. "Come on, Sterling, we can't start spooking ourselves before we even find anything." Sterling didn't look at him. His dark eyes remained fixed on the shadows between the towering pines, studying them with the intensity of a man reading a language the rest of us couldn't understand. "Thomas was smart and careful," he said quietly, finally meeting my gaze. "If he came in here willingly, something pulled him. Something he thought he had to investigate." I nodded, my throat tight with unspoken fear. Thomas had been methodical, almost paranoid about safety protocols. He wouldn't deviate from his filed route without a compelling reason, without something extraordinary demanding his attention. We restarted our engines and rode slowly into the gulch, navigating around fallen timber and snowdrifts that reached higher than our handlebars. The deeper we penetrated into that narrow canyon, the more the silence pressed against my eardrums like physical pressure. I found myself holding my breath without realizing it, releasing it in short, shallow gasps that fogged my visor and made my chest ache. Tyler spotted the snowmobiles first, pointing wordlessly with a gloved hand that trembled slightly. 2 machines sat in a small clearing about 40 yards ahead, positioned in a strange, deliberate formation, nose to nose in a perfect circle, like hands on a clock pointing to 12 and 6. Their headlights were still glowing faintly beneath accumulated snow, weak yellow beams that did nothing to illuminate the growing shadows pressing in around us. "Why would they park like that?" Tyler's voice carried a tremor he couldn't quite suppress, his breath coming faster now. I dismounted slowly and approached Thomas's sled, brushing away the snow with my glove. His keys dangled from the ignition, swaying slightly in the absent breeze. The fuel gauge registered slightly above half full. The emergency kit in the rear cargo box appeared completely untouched. Flares still wrapped, first aid supplies sealed. None of it made any sense whatsoever. Thomas was compulsive about his equipment, checking and rechecking every detail obsessively. He wouldn't abandon his machine with fuel remaining and supplies unused, especially not in temperatures that could kill in hours. Sterling knelt beside the tracks leading away from the snowmobiles, studying them with the focused attention of someone reading a disturbing letter written in a language only he understood. 2 sets of prints, he announced after a long moment, both walking steadily, no running, no signs of panic or struggle. They walked deliberately away from their machines, purposefully. We followed the footprints carefully, weapons drawn now, scanning constantly. The tracks led us through dense undergrowth, weaving between massive pines whose branches blocked what little light filtered through the overcast sky, until they reached a frozen creek about 200 yards from the clearing. The prints approached the creek's bank in a steady stride, then simply ended, vanished, ceased to exist. Lawrence stepped cautiously onto the ice, testing it with his weight before crouching down to shine his flashlight through the crystalline layers. "It's solid," he said, confusion and frustration coloring his voice. "Probably 8, maybe 9 inches thick. No cracks anywhere, no signs of breaking through, No indication anyone fell through the ice. That's impossible, Tyler muttered, walking along the creek bank in both directions, searching frantically for where the tracks might resume. Footprints don't just disappear into nothing. They have to go somewhere. Sterling stood at the creek's edge, but he wasn't studying the ice or the banks. His eyes traced the branches overhead, following the skeletal canopy that formed a twisted lattice above us. Something removed them, he said, his voice flat and certain in a way that made my stomach clench. This place doesn't work the way other places work. It has its own rules, its own logic, and we don't know what they are. We're operating blind here. The sun began its descent behind the western ridgeline earlier than it should have, bringing with it a darkness that seemed to fall faster and heavier than natural twilight. We made camp on a flat rise overlooking the clearing where we'd found the abandoned snowmobiles, building a fire that crackled weakly against the suffocating stillness. The flames seemed smaller than they should be, struggling against invisible pressure, as if the darkness around us actively consumed the light before it could spread. Sterling walked the perimeter of our camp slowly and deliberately, sprinkling tobacco at measured intervals around our position while speaking softly in Blackfeet. Lawrence watched this ritual with obvious skepticism written across his face, his mouth forming questions he never quite voiced. Tyler paced restlessly near the fire, his eyes constantly darting toward the shadows that lurked and shifted between the trees. After the others rolled out their sleeping bags and settled in for the night, I remained sitting upright, staring into the impenetrable darkness beyond our small ring of firelight. Thomas was out there somewhere in that suffocating black. I couldn't shake the sensation of being watched, not the casual awareness of wildlife in the woods, but the focused, intelligent attention of something that studied us with purpose and terrible intention. I moved closer to Sterling, who sat motionless near the fire, his face illuminated by the weak, struggling flames. "What did your grandfather say lived out here?" I whispered, not wanting to wake the others. Sterling didn't look at me. His eyes remained fixed on the darkness beyond the fire's reach, unblinking. "He called it the consumer of men," he said softly, each word deliberate and weighted. "Something old and patient. Something from before the tribes claimed these mountains, before humans walked here at all. He said it stays dormant for years, sometimes decades, sleeping in the deep places. But when someone disturbs it, when someone wakes it up, it remembers what it is, and it gets hungry." A chill that had nothing to do with the temperature spread through my chest. Before I could respond, Tyler jerked upright from his sleeping bag with a strangled gasp, his eyes wide with absolute terror. He scrambled backward, pointing frantically toward the trees behind me with a shaking hand. "Someone's out there," he gasped, his voice breaking. I saw someone tall, really tall, moving between the trees, just standing there, watching us. We grabbed flashlights immediately, weapons ready, scanning the forest beyond our camp with frantic urgency. Our beams swept across snow-covered ground, stark tree trunks, and dense shadows, but revealed absolutely nothing. No tracks, no movement, no signs of any presence whatsoever. "You're seeing things," Lawrence said, though his voice carried no conviction whatsoever. His hand trembled visibly as he held his flashlight, the beam wavering. Tyler shook his head violently, retreating closer to the fire until the heat must have been uncomfortable. "I know what I saw. Someone was standing there, just beyond the light, completely still, watching us. I could feel it watching." Sterling rose slowly, his jaw clenched tight. He turned back toward the fire without scanning the darkness any further. "Get what rest you can," he said quietly, settling back into his position. "Tomorrow will test us harder than today did." I lay in my sleeping bag, eyes open, staring up at the black canopy of branches overhead that blocked out even the stars. Rest wouldn't come, couldn't come. Every small sound, the settling of snow on branches, the creak of wood expanding and contracting in the brutal cold, the whisper of wind through the pines, made my heart race and my breath catch. I lay there in the darkness waiting for dawn, knowing with absolute certainty that whatever existed out here in the gulch was patient and watchful, and that it was waiting for something I couldn't understand. Morning arrived gray and bitter, a low-hanging mist clinging to Snowshoe Gulch like a burial shroud that refused to lift. I'd managed only brief moments of fitful, nightmare-haunted rest, waking repeatedly to the overwhelming sensation of being observed by something that never blinked. Sterling was already awake when I finally gave up on rest, methodically packing gear with the quiet efficiency of someone preparing for something deeply unpleasant. Lawrence stood nearby, checking his weapon repeatedly with obsessive attention, his face drawn with exhaustion and poorly concealed fear. Tyler sat near the dying embers of our fire, staring blankly at the snow, his hands shaking despite his heavy gloves and the relative warmth. We ate quickly, energy bars that tasted like sawdust and cold coffee from thermoses, speaking very little. The plan was straightforward: return to the frozen creek where the tracks vanished, then search the ridge above for any signs of Thomas and Isaac. None of us discussed what we'd do if we found nothing. None of us mentioned the possibility that they might already be beyond any help we could provide. We retraced our route to the creek in silence. The footprints remained exactly as we'd left them, ending abruptly at the ice's edge as if whoever had made them had simply ceased to exist mid-stride. Sterling knelt again, brushing away fresh snowfall with his gloved hand, studying the prints with the intensity of someone trying to read a coded message written in a dying language. "This wasn't natural," he said, more to himself than to us, his voice tight. "Something interfered here. Something deliberately obscured what happened. Erased evidence, removed traces." Lawrence cleared his throat impatiently, eager to move forward, to do something rather than simply stand and speculate. "Then let's find out what and be done with it. We're burning what little daylight we have." Sterling rose slowly, his eyes scanning the steep ridge that loomed above us, like a wall. He said nothing, but I could see the tension in his jaw, the way his shoulders remained rigid despite his attempts to appear calm and controlled. With no clear trail to follow, we began climbing the steep incline beyond the creek, picking our way through tangled deadfall and dense clusters of young pines that seemed to deliberately block our path. Snow crunched beneath our boots, the sound echoing oddly through the silent forest in ways that didn't quite make sense acoustically, as if the gulch itself were listening to our progress and considering what to do about it. The higher we climbed, the more oppressive the atmosphere became, a physical pressure against my chest that made breathing feel labored and difficult, as if the air itself had grown thicker, heavier, harder to draw into my lungs. Halfway up the slope, Tyler stopped abruptly, his breath coming in short, panicked gasps that fogged the air. What is that?" he whispered, pointing upward with a trembling hand. We turned as one, following his gaze upward through the skeletal branches. About 20 feet above us, wedged firmly into the trunk of a massive pine tree, was the skull of a large deer. Its jaw hung crookedly, broken and displaced at an unnatural angle, the empty eye sockets staring down at us with terrible, hollow accusation. The skull had been picked completely clean, every scrap of flesh and muscle removed with surgical precision, leaving only bone bleached nearly white despite the relatively recent placement. But what made my stomach clench with rising nausea was its position. Driven into the tree trunk at least 12 feet above the ground, embedded deeply into the solid wood as if something had thrown it with tremendous, impossible force. "Who could do that?" Tyler's voice barely rose above a whisper, his face pale. Lawrence stepped forward, his forensic training warring with his rational mind as he examined the skull carefully. "No blood on the bark," he said, his voice tight and strained. "No drag marks in the snow below. No ladder marks, no climbing equipment marks. No explanation for how this got up here at this height and with this much force." Sterling was staring not at the skull but at the trees around us, his eyes wide with an emotion I couldn't quite identify. Recognition, perhaps, or confirmation of something he desperately hoped not to see. He raised his hand slowly, pointing silently deeper into the forest ahead, his arm rigid. We moved cautiously forward, weapons drawn, our breath misting in the freezing air that seemed to grow colder with each step. What we found ahead made Tyler vomit violently into the snow, choking and gasping as his body rejected what his mind was processing. Scattered through the trees ahead in a rough semicircle, arranged with deliberate, terrible precision, were pieces of animals, deer legs, still attached to portions of hide, wedged between branches at impossible heights, antlers driven into tree trunks at angles that defied physics, a complete rib cage suspended from a high branch by means we couldn't determine, swaying slightly in wind we couldn't feel. Everything appeared completely desiccated, dried to leather, as if something had drained every drop of moisture from the flesh before positioning the remains as territorial markers. Sterling's face had gone pale, all color draining from his weathered features. His usual stoic expression had been replaced by something very close to pure fear. He shook his head slowly, backing away from the grotesque display that surrounded us. "This is a territorial marker," he said, his voice strained and thin. "A boundary warning. Whatever lives here, whatever claims this space, it wants us gone. It's telling us to leave while we still can." Lawrence's hands shook as he lowered his rifle, his professional composure cracking visibly. "This is just someone's sick idea of—" "No man did this," Sterling interrupted sharply, his voice carrying an edge I'd never heard before. "Look at the height of the placements. Look at the force required to drive solid antler through living wood. Look at the systematic arrangement, the perfect spacing, the deliberate pattern." He gestured to the scattered remains forming their terrible semicircle. "This is intentional communication. Something is claiming this space and warning us that we've already intruded too far into its territory." Silence stretched between us, broken only by Tyler's ragged breathing as he wiped his mouth with the back of his glove. Finally, Sterling spoke again, his voice firm but quiet, carrying absolute conviction. "I won't go further. Whatever Thomas disturbed here has woken something ancient and hungry. We've already pushed too deep into its domain." I stared at him, anger and fear battling in my chest, making my heart race. Thomas is still out here, Sterling. I'm not leaving until we find him or we find proof he's gone. Sterling's eyes softened briefly, sympathy flickering across his features. I understand, but I won't risk all our lives. Not for this. Not when the warning is this clear and this aggressive. Lawrence set his jaw defiantly, exhausted and frightened but clinging to his sense of duty. Then stay here. I'll go with him. He nodded toward me. We'll finish what we came to do. Tyler looked between us, his face anguished, shame written clearly across his features. I can't go up there, he whispered, avoiding my gaze. I'm sorry, I can't. Without another word, Lawrence and I continued upward while Sterling and Tyler remained below. The air seemed to grow colder with each step, biting through my layers despite the exertion of climbing. My fingers ached even inside my insulated gloves. A deep, penetrating cold that seemed to emanate from the ground itself rather than from the surrounding air. We reached the crest of the ridge 15 brutal minutes later. Lawrence stopped suddenly, his entire body going rigid, his face draining of what little color remained. Oh God, he breathed, his voice hollow and distant. Oh God in heaven. Ahead of us, partially buried in a snowdrift against the base of a massive pine, was a dark shape, bright orange fabric, the unmistakable color of Isaac Brennan's expensive expedition parka, emerged from the white like a terrible flag marking territory claimed. We scrambled forward on hands and knees, frantically digging with our gloved hands, clearing snow away in desperate handfuls. Isaac's face emerged inch by terrible inch, frozen solid, his features locked into an expression of absolute, overwhelming terror. His mouth gaped open in a silent scream that would echo forever in my nightmares, his eyes wide and staring at something above him that was no longer there, or perhaps at something we couldn't see, something that existed just beyond our perception. His body was curled in a tight fetal position, knees drawn up to his chest, both feet bare despite the lethal cold, the flesh blackened with severe frostbite. His hands were clenched into rigid claws, as if he'd died grasping at something, fighting against something, trying desperately to ward off something unspeakable that had pursued him through these dark woods. God in heaven, Lawrence whispered again, stepping back, his professional composure completely shattered. What happened to him? What could do this? I stood frozen, unable to tear my gaze from the terror etched permanently into Isaac's features. This wasn't exposure, wasn't simple hypothermia, wasn't any natural cause I could recognize or explain. This was a man who had died in complete, overwhelming fear. Fear so profound and absolute that it had physically transformed his features into a permanent mask of horror. A sharp crack echoed through the forest behind us, the unmistakable sound of a thick branch breaking under significant weight. We both spun around simultaneously, Lawrence raising his rifle with trembling hands, his flashlight beam cutting through the thickening mist. The forest appeared empty, revealed nothing, yet the sensation of presence was absolutely overwhelming, something massive and patient, breathing slowly and deliberately, just beyond our vision, just outside the reach of our light. We need to move, I whispered, my voice barely audible even to myself. Right now. We lifted Isaac's frozen body awkwardly between us, struggling down the treacherous slope toward where Sterling and Tyler waited below. Every step felt heavy, labored, as if the gulch itself physically resisted our attempts to remove what it had rightfully claimed. My breath came in ragged gasps, fogging my vision, my heart hammering against my ribs so hard I thought they might crack. Sterling and Tyler met us halfway down, their faces grim and drawn. Sterling's eyes lingered on Isaac's twisted expression, and I saw something in his gaze, not surprise, but terrible confirmation. Recognition of something he desperately hoped never to witness with his own eyes. Leave him here, Sterling said, his voice flat and absolutely certain. Lawrence bristled immediately, exhausted and frightened but clinging desperately to procedure and protocol. Absolutely not. We're taking him back. We're not leaving him in this place. Sterling didn't flinch, didn't waver. Don't bring the marked one back to our fire. It will follow. It knows now that we've touched what belongs to it. What it claimed belongs to it. Lawrence's voice rose with frustration and poorly controlled fear. You're talking complete insanity. This is a human being. I raised my hand, stopping the argument before it could escalate. We'll bury him nearby, I said quietly, my throat tight and aching. Away from camp, like Sterling says. We'll mark the location carefully and come back with proper recovery equipment and more people. We dug hurriedly in a small clearing about 50 yards from our campsite, using our snowshoes as makeshift shovels, breaking through the frozen ground with exhausting, painful effort. We placed Isaac's body carefully in the shallow grave, covering him with frozen earth and snow while speaking no words over him. The entire time Sterling stood apart, facing the darkening woods, his lips moving silently in what I recognized as prayer in his native Blackfeet language. That night, around our rebuilt fire, conversation died completely and permanently. Lawrence sat rigid, gripping his rifle across his lap with white knuckles, his eyes constantly scanning the darkness that pressed in around us. Tyler had curled into his sleeping bag, facing the fire, flinching visibly at every small sound that emerged from the forest. Sterling remained motionless at the fire's edge, his face illuminated by the weak flames, watching the tree line with unwavering focus. As exhaustion finally began pulling me toward uncomfortable, fitful rest, I heard it clearly, slow, deliberate crunching through snow, circling our camp just beyond the reach of the firelight. Each footfall was heavy and patient, moving in a wide arc around our position with methodical precision. The sound would fade briefly to the north, then return from the east, always maintaining its distance, never quite close enough to see but near enough to know absolutely that it was there, that it was real, that it was watching and waiting. I lifted my head, scanning the darkness with wide eyes, but the forest revealed nothing but shadows and the pale gleam of snow. The footsteps continued their patient circuit, methodical and relentless, circling endlessly through the night like a predator marking its territory. When I finally closed my eyes, one thought dominated all others. We had never been alone out here. Something had been watching since the moment we entered the gulch, and now it was growing bolder, more confident, more willing to reveal its presence. Dawn broke cold and gray, frost forming intricate, beautiful patterns on every exposed surface that seemed to mock our situation. I woke to find Sterling already packed, his gear arranged methodically, his face set with grim determination and barely controlled fear. Tyler sat hunched near the dead fire, rocking slowly back and forth, his eyes red and exhausted. Lawrence loaded his rifle with shaking hands, checking and rechecking the chamber with obsessive repetition that accomplished nothing. Sterling met my eyes as I sat up stiffly, his expression apologetic but absolutely firm. "We need to leave now. There's nothing here we can save. Whatever your brother was has been consumed by this place. Transformed by it." "Thomas is still out there," I said, my voice rough from the cold and lack of proper sleep. "I won't abandon him. I can't." Sterling sighed heavily, setting down his pack. "Your brother isn't here anymore. Not in any way you'd recognize. This place doesn't return what it claims. It changes them, uses them, makes them part of itself." Lawrence interrupted sharply, stepping forward with renewed determination. "Enough with the superstition. We found Isaac's body, which proves people can be recovered here. Thomas might still be alive, still be himself." Sterling's eyes darkened with something between pity and frustration. "What's alive in this gulch isn't Thomas anymore. Trust me on this." I hesitated, uncertainty tightening my chest painfully. Then Lawrence touched my shoulder, his voice carrying desperate reassurance. "We came to find him. Let's finish what we started. We owe him that much." I nodded slowly, trying to ignore Sterling's warning, and adjusted my pack with numb fingers. Tyler immediately shook his head, backing toward Sterling with panic clear in his eyes. "I can't go back up there," he whispered, shame evident in every word. "I just can't." Sterling placed a reassuring hand on Tyler's shoulder, then turned to Lawrence and me. His voice carried clearly in the oppressive silence. "If you see it, don't run. Running triggers pursuit, activates hunting instinct. Don't look directly at it if it shows itself. Don't meet its eyes if it has any." The climb back to the ridge was absolutely grueling. Neither Lawrence nor I spoke at all, our breathing heavy in the thin, brutal air. He led with his rifle ready, scanning constantly, his professional training warring with obvious, barely controlled fear. My thoughts spiraled downward, dread gnawing at my resolve with each painful step. As we crested the ridge where we'd found Isaac, we both froze simultaneously. The forest had changed dramatically overnight. Branches had been broken deliberately, arranged in a crude circle around the entire area, limbs twisted at physically impossible angles to form grotesque, skeletal sculptures that seemed to watch us. The snow within the circle had been disturbed extensively, compressed and churned, as if something very large had been dragged through repeatedly in circles. And there, clearly visible in the fresh snowfall, were boot prints. Thomas's distinctive sorrel boots, the tread pattern I'd recognize absolutely anywhere. The tracks led deeper into the woods, disappearing behind a dense wall of tangled pines that seemed to form a deliberate barrier. My pulse quickened painfully, hope and dread tangling together in my chest. "These are fresh," Lawrence whispered, his voice tight. "Within the last few hours. He's close." We followed slowly and carefully, weapons ready, scanning every shadow, every movement. The prints wound deeper into increasingly dense forest, the trees pressing closer together, the canopy overhead blocking what little light filtered through the heavy clouds. Then, from just beyond a thick cluster of pines came Thomas's voice, thin, hollow, but unmistakably his. "Hello? Is someone there? Please. Someone help me." I broke forward without thinking rationally, desperation completely overwhelming caution. Lawrence shouted sharply behind me, but I didn't stop, couldn't stop. I pushed through the dense branches, emerging into a small clearing. Thomas stood at the far end, perhaps 30 feet away, barefoot in the deep snow that should have killed him hours ago. His parka hung torn and completely open, revealing only a thin thermal shirt beneath. His skin appeared blue-white, his lips cracked and bleeding from severe exposure. He trembled violently, continuously, staring not at me but through me, his eyes glazed and completely unfocused. "Thomas," I gasped, my breath hitching painfully. "We're here. We found you. We're getting you out of this place." He didn't move at all, didn't acknowledge my words in any way. Instead, his eyes widened suddenly, focused on something behind me, and his face transformed into an expression of absolute, pure terror. A sound erupted from the forest behind us. Not quite a roar, not quite a scream, but something between them that shouldn't exist. A guttural, resonant bellow that seemed to vibrate through my chest cavity, shaking my bones, rattling my teeth. It was the sound of something massive, something that didn't belong in any taxonomy I understood or could comprehend. Lawrence spun around, rifle raised, firing blindly into the trees with desperate panic. The shots echoed uselessly, seeming to be swallowed by the forest before they could travel. I grabbed Thomas's arm. His skin felt like solid ice through my glove, wrong in ways I couldn't articulate, and pulled him toward me with all my strength. He moved mechanically, offering no resistance but no help either, like a sleepwalker being guided through a nightmare. "Run!" Lawrence screamed, ejecting his spent magazine and fumbling desperately for another with shaking hands. I dragged Thomas forward, stumbling through the snow, my heart hammering so violently I thought it might actually burst through my ribs. Behind me I heard Lawrence scream, a raw, agonized sound that cut off abruptly and completely, replaced by a horrible wet tearing noise, and then absolute silence. I didn't turn back, couldn't turn back, wouldn't turn back. We crashed through the trees, sliding and falling repeatedly down the slope toward where Sterling and Tyler waited with the snowmobiles. Branches tore at my clothes, ripped my skin, drew blood. Snow filled my boots, soaked my clothes. My lungs burned in the freezing air. Sterling rushed to meet us, his eyes wide with urgent terror. "Keep moving," he shouted, gripping Thomas's other arm firmly, pulling us both toward the waiting machines. Behind us, the forest exploded with the sound of massive branches snapping like gunshots. Something huge pursuing through the dense undergrowth with deliberate purpose. Not running, walking, moving with patient, methodical purpose, knowing we couldn't truly escape. Tyler had already started the snowmobiles, their engines roaring to life, shattering the oppressive silence completely. Sterling shoved Thomas roughly onto the sled behind Tyler, then turned sharply toward the trees, chanting urgently in Blackfeet, his voice rising above the engine noise. He pulled his knife, cutting his palm deeply and letting blood drip onto the snow while continuing his desperate prayer. "Go!" he commanded, pushing me toward the remaining sled. "Now! Don't look back!" I hesitated only one terrible second before climbing on, looking back just long enough to see Sterling facing the dark trees, knife raised, blood running freely down his hand, his voice strong and defiant as he chanted prayers in a language older than English, older than this country. Then we were moving, racing away from Snowshoe Gulch, the forest blurring around us into meaningless shapes. We rode hard and recklessly, not slowing for obstacles, taking risks we'd normally never attempt. Tyler led, Thomas clinging mechanically to his back without awareness. I followed, my hands completely numb on the controls, my mind refusing to process what had happened, what we'd left behind. We didn't stop until we reached the main trail, miles from the gulch, in open terrain where the sky was finally visible overhead. Only then did Tyler kill his engine. I slid off my sled, legs shaking so badly I nearly collapsed into the snow. I turned slowly to Thomas. He sat motionless on the sled, eyes distant and unfocused, his lips moving silently in constant repetition. I moved closer, trying to hear what he was saying, what he was repeating over and over. "It watches through the bones," he whispered mechanically. "It watches through the bones, never closes its eyes, never stops watching, never sleeps. It watches through the bones." 2 days later, Thomas was found by a county road crew, wandering barefoot and incoherent down Highway 83, 15 miles from Snowshoe Gulch. He remembered nothing coherent or useful, offering only fractured whispers about the Tall One and the Consumer of Men. Lawrence's body was never recovered despite extensive searches. Sterling never came out of the gulch, though they searched for 3 weeks. 6 terrible weeks passed before I could bring myself to visit Thomas at the psychiatric facility in Missoula. He'd been diagnosed with severe trauma-induced dissociation, permanent hypothermia damage to his extremities requiring partial amputation of 3 toes, and what the doctors clinically called acute delusional disorder with paranoid features. He refused to go near windows after dark, kept his eyes fixed constantly and obsessively on shadows, and spoke rarely to anyone. As I prepared to leave after a brief, painful visit where he barely acknowledged my presence, he finally looked directly at me, his eyes focused with Terrible absolute clarity for the first time. "You can't see it unless it decides to show itself," he said, his voice strained and hollow but perfectly clear. "But you always feel it watching. Always. It waits in the cold places, the old places, the forgotten places where Earth remembers hunger. It's patient beyond human understanding. It can wait forever, eternally, and it's still there, right now, waiting for someone else to come, waiting and watching and hungry." I left him there in that sterile white room, haunted by his words, knowing with absolute certainty that whatever we had awakened in Snowshoe Gulch remained, patient and hungry and watching silently from the shadows between the trees, waiting with infinite patience for the next person foolish enough to enter its ancient, terrible domain. It was the summer of 2017, and I was 22 years old when everything changed. The five of us had been planning this camping trip for months, coordinating schedules, researching trails, and dreaming about disconnecting from our phones and the suffocating routines of city life. We'd been friends since our freshman year of high school, Amy, Tyler, Lindsay, Brandon, and myself, and in all those years together, we'd never done anything quite like this. A 3-day backcountry camping trip felt like the ultimate test of our friendship and our ability to survive without the comforts we'd grown accustomed to. The morning we left was perfect. Clear skies stretched endlessly above us as we loaded our packs into Tyler's SUV. Amy, who was 23 and the oldest among us, had done most of the planning. She'd mapped out our route, calculated our food needs, and even created a detailed itinerary that accounted for every meal and rest stop. Lindsay had handled the first aid supplies, packing what seemed like enough bandages and antiseptic to treat a small army. Brandon, ever the tech enthusiast, had reluctantly agreed to leave his gadgets behind but insisted on bringing a portable GPS device, just in case. Tyler, who'd grown up hunting with his father, brought something that made the rest of us uneasy. A handgun, secured in a locked case at the bottom of his pack. "It's just a precaution," he'd said when we questioned him about it. "Bears, maybe aggressive animals, you never know." We'd accepted his reasoning, though part of me wondered what good a pistol would do against a charging bear. Still, there was something reassuring about having it there, locked away and forgotten, like insurance you hope you'll never need to use. The trailhead sat at the edge of a vast national forest, hours from the nearest town. As we shouldered our packs and set off, the weight of our supplies pressed into our shoulders and hips, but none of us complained. The air smelled clean, sharp with pine and the earthy scent of decomposing leaves. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden shafts, and birds called to each other in a language I'd never understand but somehow found comforting. For the first few hours, we moved steadily along the trail. The path wound through dense woods, occasionally opening to reveal stunning vistas of rolling hills covered in endless green. We crossed streams using fallen logs as bridges, our arms outstretched for balance while the others shouted encouragement. We shared granola bars and passed around a water bottle that tasted faintly of plastic but was ice cold and refreshing. Amy walked at the front, consulting her paper map every so often even though the trail was well marked. Lindsay and I walked together, talking about everything and nothing, her recent breakup, my stressful job search, the movie we'd all watched the week before. Brandon and Tyler brought up the rear, arguing good-naturedly about sports teams and debating whether we'd see any wildlife. "I'm telling you, there are mountain lions out here," Brandon insisted, his voice carrying through the trees. "I read about it. They're reclusive, but they're here." "Mountain lions don't attack people," Tyler countered. "You're more likely to get struck by lightning." Their bickering made me smile. This was what I'd been craving, the simple pleasure of being with my friends, away from responsibilities and expectations, just existing in the moment. By mid-afternoon, we'd covered nearly 8 miles. The sun hung lower in the sky, casting longer shadows through the trees, and our pace had slowed. My legs ached pleasantly from the exertion, and sweat had soaked through the back of my shirt despite the moderate temperature. When Amy announced we'd stop for a break, relief washed through the group. The clearing we found was small but inviting, nestled in a natural dip between 2 gentle rises. Thick moss carpeted the ground, and a fallen log provided natural seating. We dropped our packs with collective groans of relief, the sudden absence of weight making me feel almost weightless. I stretched my arms overhead, feeling my spine crack and realign. "God, that feels good," Lindsay said, collapsing onto the moss. "How much farther to the campsite?" "About 3 more hours," Amy replied, pulling out her map again. "We're making good time. If we leave here in 20 minutes, we'll reach the site before sunset." We spread out in the clearing, each claiming our own space. I sat with my back against a tree trunk, closing my eyes, and letting the sounds of the forest wash over me. The wind whispered through the leaves. Somewhere in the distance, I could hear running water, probably the creek we'd crossed earlier. Tyler passed around a bag of trail mix, and we ate in comfortable silence, too tired and content to make conversation. Greg stood up first. He was the quietest of our group. a thoughtful guy who'd rather listen than talk. He brushed dirt and leaves from his jeans and glanced toward a cluster of trees about 30 yards from where we sat. "Nature calls," he announced matter-of-factly. "Be right back." None of us paid much attention. Lindsay was examining a blister forming on her heel. Brandon had his GPS device out, checking our coordinates against Amy's map. Tyler lay flat on his back, eyes closed, catching a quick rest. I was digging through my pack for my water bottle when it happened. The scream tore through the afternoon calm like a knife through fabric. It wasn't human, or rather, it was too human, stripped of all the social conditioning that normally modulates our voices. It was pure animal terror and agony, raw and primal, and it turned my blood to water. Every muscle in my body locked up for a fraction of a second before instinct took over. We ran. There was no discussion, no hesitation. We crashed through the underbrush, branches whipping across our faces and arms, thorns snagging our clothes. The screaming continued, each cry somehow worse than the last, building in intensity until it felt like the sound itself might shatter something inside my chest. We found Greg writhing on the ground, and the sight stopped me in my tracks. My brain couldn't process what I was seeing at first. His right leg was caught in something that looked like it belonged in a museum, an ancient bear trap, its jaws locked around his ankle with mechanical precision. The metal was rust orange and brown, eaten away by years of weather and neglect, but still strong enough to do its terrible work. Greg's hands clawed at the trap, trying uselessly to pry it open. His fingers were already bloody from the effort. His face had gone chalk white, a stark contrast to the spreading crimson that pooled beneath his leg. The trap's teeth, there must have been a dozen of them, had punched through his boot and into the flesh beneath. I could see where they'd penetrated, small points of entry that wept blood in steady streams. Lindsay reached him first, dropping to her knees so hard I heard the impact. Her hands hovered over Greg, shaking violently as if she wanted to help but couldn't figure out where to begin. Tears streamed down her face, and she kept saying no, 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 over and over like a broken prayer. "Everyone stay calm," Amy said, but her voice cracked on the last word. She knelt beside Greg, her hands pressed to his shoulders as if she could somehow transfer strength to him through touch alone. "Greg, look at me, look at me." His eyes found hers, wild and unfocused. He was going into shock. I could see it happening in real time. His breathing came in rapid, shallow gasps, and his skin had taken on a clammy quality that terrified me. The amount of blood was shocking. It didn't just drip, it poured, soaking into the dirt and turning it into dark mud. Tyler ran back to our packs and returned with his pistol case and the first aid kit. Brandon circled the trap like a predator, studying it from every angle. His face was set in concentration, and I realized he was trying to master his own panic by focusing on the mechanical problem before us. "There has to be a release," he muttered. "These old traps, they all have releases. Otherwise, how would trappers get their catches out?" He knelt beside the trap, running his fingers along its edges. The metal was rough with rust and corrosion, and I watched him cut his finger on a sharp edge without seeming to notice. Greg's screams had subsided to a constant keening moan that was somehow worse than the initial shrieking. It spoke of a deeper pain, something beyond the immediate physical trauma. I forced myself to look at the wound. The trap had closed around Greg's ankle at the narrowest point, just above where the foot begins to widen. The teeth had punched through the leather of his hiking boot as if it were paper, and I could see how some had caught on bone. White fragments were visible in the mangled flesh, and I felt bile rise in my throat. This wasn't just a surface wound, the trap had done serious structural damage. I thought about the tendons and ligaments that run through the ankle, all the delicate machinery that allows us to walk, and wondered how many had been severed. The chain attached to the trap stretched behind him, anchored to a stake that had been driven deep into the ground and hidden beneath layers of fallen leaves and forest debris. Someone had set this trap here deliberately and then abandoned it. The rust and weathering suggested it had been here for years, maybe decades, just waiting for someone's foot to trigger its ancient spring. "Got it," Brandon said suddenly. His fingers had found a lever mechanism on the side of the trap, hidden under layers of grime. "Hold him down. When I release this, he's going to move." Amy and I grabbed Greg's shoulders. Tyler took his left leg, keeping it still. Lindsay gripped his hand so tightly her knuckles went white, and she whispered to him urgently, trying to keep him present and conscious. "You're okay, you're going to be okay, we've got you. Just hold on." Brandon positioned both hands on the lever. "On 3. 1, 2, he didn't wait for 3. He threw his weight against the lever, and the trap's jaws sprang open with a sound like breaking branches. Greg's scream reached a pitch I didn't know human voices could achieve. His body arced up off the ground, every muscle contracting at once, and it took all our combined strength to keep him from thrashing and doing more damage to himself. The moment the jaws released, I could see the full extent of the injury. The trap had bitten down in a circle around his ankle, leaving a ring of puncture wounds that went deep into the tissue. In some places, the teeth had penetrated more than an inch. Blood flowed freely now, not just seeping, but actively pumping in rhythm with his heartbeat. The boot was destroyed, the leather torn and compressed, and underneath, his flesh looked less like a leg and more like ground meat. Lindsay immediately pressed gauze from the first aid kit against the wounds, but the blood soaked through in seconds. She added more layers, then more, wrapping them with medical tape that turned pink, then red, then dark crimson as the blood saturated everything. Greg had stopped screaming and now lay still, his breathing shallow and rapid, his eyes glazed and distant. We had to move him, but every slight shift caused fresh agony. Amy and Brandon positioned themselves on either side of Greg, hooking their arms under his shoulders. Tyler and I took his legs, me on the left, Tyler carefully supporting the injured right leg. Lindsay walked ahead, clearing branches and obstacles from our path. Each step was torture. Greg would cry out or whimper and we'd freeze, guilty at causing him more pain but knowing we had no choice. The 30 yards back to the clearing felt like 30 miles. Sweat poured down my face, mixing with tears. I hadn't realized I was crying. My arms burned from supporting Greg's weight, and I could feel muscles in my back protesting. But worse than the physical strain was the psychological weight of knowing that every movement we made drove those puncture wounds deeper, tore the damaged tissue further, caused blood vessels to tear and nerves to scream. We laid him down as gently as possible on the moss. Lindsay had already emptied the first aid kit, organizing supplies with shaking hands. She pulled out more gauze, medical tape, antiseptic wipes, and a small bottle of pain medication. Nothing stronger than ibuprofen, which seemed laughably inadequate given the severity of Greg's injury. "We need to stabilize it," she said, her voice steady despite her trembling hands. She'd taken a wilderness first aid course 2 years ago, and that training was the only thing between Greg and complete medical disaster. If we don't immobilize it, the movement will just make it worse. She used a small foam sleeping pad from someone's pack, cutting it into strips with a pocket knife. These she wrapped around Greg's ankle, creating a makeshift splint. The bandages were already completely soaked through, deep red and dripping. She worked quickly, efficiently, but I could see the horror in her eyes every time she had to touch the wound. Greg had stopped making noise. His eyes were half closed, and his skin had taken on a grayish tinge that terrified me more than the screaming had. Tyler checked his pulse. Fast, too fast, like a frightened rabbit's heart. "He's going into shock," Tyler said quietly. "We need to get him to a hospital. Now." The decision was unanimous and instant. The camping trip was over. Everything we'd planned, the campfires, the stargazing, the days of hiking through pristine wilderness, all of it evaporated in the face of Greg's injury. We discussed our options in rapid, overlapping sentences. The campsite we'd been heading toward was still 3 hours away, and from there, another full day's hike to reach the car. Going back the way we'd come was shorter, maybe 5 or 6 hours to the trailhead where Tyler's SUV waited. We made the call to retreat. Speed was everything now. Every minute that passed was a minute Greg continued to lose blood, a minute closer to permanent damage or worse. We threw together the essentials: water, the first aid kit, what little food was easy to carry. Everything else, tents, sleeping bags, cooking equipment, most of our clothes, we abandoned in the clearing. Later, the police would ask us why we didn't take more supplies, and we'd struggle to explain the panic, the tunnel vision that made anything not directly related to Greg's survival seem completely irrelevant. Brandon and I took primary carrying duty. We positioned ourselves on either side of Greg, his arms over our shoulders, our arms wrapped around his waist. He couldn't put any weight on his injured leg, which hung uselessly between us, the bandages already showing fresh blood seeping through. Tyler took point, the pistol now out of its case and held low at his side. He kept glancing back at us, ensuring we were keeping up, then scanning the trees ahead for threats, animal or otherwise. Lindsay and Amy flanked us, carrying the first aid kit and water, ready to spell Brandon or me when our strength gave out. The first hour was the hardest. Greg drifted in and out of consciousness, his weight shifting unpredictably. When he was awake, he tried to help, tried to hop or take some of his weight on his good leg, but the pain would overwhelm him and he'd sag against us. When he'd passed out, he became dead weight, and Brandon and I staggered under the burden. My shoulders screamed. The muscles in my neck felt like they were tearing. My lungs burned with every breath. But I didn't stop. None of us did. We fell into a rhythm. 10 minutes of carrying, then a brief pause to rest, redistribute weight, check Greg's bandages, force water past his lips. Then we'd hoist him up again and continue. The trail blurred around us. I stopped noticing the beauty of the forest, stopped hearing the birds or feeling the breeze. Everything narrowed to the next step, the next 10 feet, the next rest break. Greg's blood dripped steadily onto the trail behind us, leaving a trail of dark spots that looked black in the late afternoon shadows. We were maybe 3 hours into our retreat when the forest exploded into violence. The first shot sounded like a branch breaking, a sharp crack that echoed through the trees. I didn't immediately recognize it as gunfire. My brain was too focused on the physical task of carrying Greg, on watching where I placed each foot, on calculating how much farther we had to go. It was the second shot that made everything clear. This one was closer. Much closer. I heard the bullet's passage through the air, a sound like tearing fabric, and then the impact as it struck a tree trunk 10 feet to our left. Bark exploded in a shower of splinters, and Tyler was shouting, "Get down! Get down! Someone's shooting!" The world went into slow motion and fast forward simultaneously. Brandon and I dropped with Greg, trying to lower him gently, but mostly just falling in a tangle of limbs. Lindsay screamed, a high, sharp sound that cut through my confusion. Amy threw herself flat, her arms over her head. Tyler crouched behind a thick tree trunk, his pistol up, trying to locate the shooter. Another shot. This one struck the ground near Lindsay, kicking up dirt and dead leaves. She scrambled backward, her face frozen in an expression of absolute incomprehension. We weren't supposed to be in danger. The trap had been the danger, the injury, the race against time. But this was something else entirely. Something deliberate and human and infinitely more terrifying. "Where are they?" Brandon yelled. "Where's it coming from?" Tyler fired twice in the direction he thought the shots had originated from. The sound of his pistol sharp and flat compared to the deeper boom of what I now recognized as a rifle. The shots seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, echoing off trees and hills until I couldn't pinpoint a direction. Greg lay on the ground between Brandon and me, his eyes wide and aware now, shock giving way to a different kind of terror. His hands clutched at his injured leg, and fresh blood poured from the bandages. The fall had torn something open again, and the white of bone gleamed through the red. "We have to move," Amy shouted. She was on her feet, crouched low, her hand reaching for Greg. "We can't stay here." Another shot, and another. They came rapidly now, a different rhythm. Someone was firing repeatedly, methodically, not caring about accuracy so much as keeping us pinned down and terrified. I heard a bullet strike stone somewhere nearby, the ricochet whining off into the forest. Tyler emptied his pistol's magazine in the direction of the shots, then dropped back behind the tree to reload with shaking hands. "Run!" he screamed at us. "Get him up and run. I'll cover you." Brandon and I hauled Greg to his feet, or rather, his foot. He cried out but didn't resist. The pain of movement must have been excruciating, but the terror of staying still under fire was worse. We half carried, half dragged him forward, moving as fast as we could manage while trying to stay low and present a smaller target. The forest became a nightmare maze. Branches grabbed at us like clawed hands. Roots seemed to deliberately trip us up. Greg's weight felt like it had doubled, and my arms trembled with the effort of supporting him. Behind us, Tyler's pistol barked again and again, and each shot made me flinch, made my heart clench with the certainty that he'd been hit, that he was down, that we were leaving him behind. But then he was there, catching up to us, his face flushed and his eyes wild. "Keep moving, they're following." I risked a glance back and saw nothing, just trees and shadows, and the empty trail behind us. But the shots continued, sometimes close, sometimes distant, creating the horrible impression that we were surrounded, that shooters waited behind every tree, that there was no escape. We ran until we couldn't run anymore, then walked until the pain forced us to rest, then staggered forward again. Greg's condition deteriorated with every passing minute. The bandages Lindsay had applied hours ago were now just wet rags, completely saturated. She tried to change them during one brief stop, but her hands were shaking so badly she could barely manage it. The new gauze soaked through almost immediately. Greg's face had gone beyond pale into a grayish-blue shade that looked like death itself. His eyes rolled back, showing whites, and his breathing came in shallow, rapid pants. I kept expecting him to stop breathing altogether, kept waiting for that moment when his weight would become truly dead weight and we'd have to accept that we'd failed. The shooting had stopped, or at least we couldn't hear it anymore. Either the shooter had given up, or we'd put enough distance between us that the forest absorbed the sound. But the fear remained, electric and sharp. Every shadow held threat. Every bird call made us jump. Every breeze through the leaves sounded like footsteps approaching. Tyler kept the pistol ready, swinging it toward every sound, his finger off the trigger but ready to respond instantly. His face was set in grim determination, but I could see the exhaustion in his eyes, the same fatigue that was turning my legs to rubber and making every breath feel insufficient. Amy consulted her map obsessively, counting landmarks, checking our progress. 2 more hours, she kept saying. Maybe 2.5. We can make it. We're going to make it. But even she didn't sound convinced. 2 hours might as well have been 2 days given our condition. Brandon's shoulder, the one supporting Greg, had begun to dislocate. I could see how it sat at a wrong angle, how his face contorted with pain every time Greg shifted weight onto it. My own body was failing. Muscles in my back spasmed. My knees felt like they might give out at any moment. Lindsay walked ahead of us now, clearing the path, but also, I realized, crying. Silent tears streamed down her face, and her shoulders shook with suppressed sobs. The first aid kit dangled from her hand, useless now. We'd gone through all the bandages, all the gauze, everything except some antiseptic wipes and the ibuprofen. She caught me looking at her and tried to smile, but it came out as a grimace. The light was failing. Sunset couldn't be more than an hour away, and the thought of being in these woods after dark, with an injured friend and a shooter somewhere behind us, made my stomach clench with dread. We'd left our flashlights with the camping gear we'd abandoned. Tyler had one small pen light in his pocket, and Amy had her phone. But we'd been saving the battery, not knowing how long it might take to get help once we reached the car. We staggered around a bend in the trail, and I saw it. The trailhead parking area, just a quarter-mile ahead. Tyler's SUV sat alone in the small lot, looking like salvation made of metal and glass. A sound escaped my throat, half laugh and half sob, and suddenly we all had fresh energy. We ran, truly ran, Greg's feet barely touching the ground between us. The final stretch blurred into a chaotic scramble. Tyler got ahead, unlocking the SUV with fingers that fumbled at the keys. Amy threw open the back door. We piled Greg into the rear seat, and he collapsed across Lindsay's lap as she climbed in beside him. Brandon and I fell into the middle row. Tyler cranked the engine, and Amy leaped into the passenger seat. "Hospital," Tyler said, and the word sounded like a prayer. "Where's the nearest hospital?" Amy's phone came out, and she cursed at the lack of signal. "Drive," she said. "Just drive. We'll get signal eventually. Head toward town." The SUV lurched forward, tires kicking up gravel as we accelerated away from the trailhead. I looked back through the rear window, half expecting to see a figure emerge from the trees, rifle raised. But there was nothing, just the empty parking lot and the dark mouth of the trail we'd emerged from, swallowing the fading daylight. The drive was endless. The forest road seemed to stretch forever, winding through darkness as the sun finally set. Amy's phone picked up signal after 20 agonizing minutes, and she called 911, her voice shaking as she described our situation. The dispatcher kept us on the line, giving directions to the nearest hospital, asking questions about Greg's condition that Lindsay tried to answer from the back seat. "Blood pressure?" the dispatcher asked. "I don't know. We don't have equipment. He's pale, he's cold, his pulse is fast. God, I don't know." Greg had stopped responding. His eyes were closed, and if not for the shallow rise and fall of his chest, I would have thought he was already gone. Lindsay held pressure on his leg, but blood still seeped through, staining the SUV's upholstery. The smell was overwhelming, copper and rust mixed with sweat and fear. Tyler drove like he was racing the devil himself, taking corners too fast, accelerating on straightaways until the engine screamed. Nobody told him to slow down. Every second counted now. We'd entered that territory beyond normal panic, where the only thing that mattered was reaching help before it was too late. The hospital appeared suddenly, a bright beacon in the darkness. Tyler didn't bother with proper parking. He drove straight to the emergency entrance, laying on the horn. Doors burst open and medical staff poured out. A doctor shouting orders, nurses wheeling a gurney. They took Greg from us with practiced efficiency, transferring him to the gurney in seconds. Lindsay tried to follow, but a nurse gently but firmly held her back. "Let us work," the nurse said. "You've done your part. Let us do ours." We watched them wheel Greg through the automatic doors, watched the organized chaos of the trauma team surround him, watched until the doors closed and cut off our view. Then we stood there in the harsh fluorescent light of the emergency entrance, covered in blood and dirt, shaking with exhaustion and the aftermath of adrenaline, and we broke down. Lindsay collapsed against Tyler, sobbing into his chest. Amy sank to the curb, her head in her hands. Brandon leaned against the SUV, staring at nothing. I found myself sitting on the ground, my back against the building's wall, unable to make my legs work anymore. We'd made it. We'd gotten him here alive. But the fear didn't leave. It just transformed into a new shape. A horrible waiting game where we had no control over the outcome. The police came while we were still in the waiting room. 2 officers with notepads and grave expressions. We told them everything, our stories tumbling over each other in a confused rush. The trap, the shooting, the desperate escape. They asked careful questions, took detailed notes, requested exact locations and descriptions. "Did you see anyone?" the older officer asked. "Any vehicles in the parking lot besides your own? Anyone on the trail?" We hadn't. The shooter had remained invisible, a ghost that had tried to kill us for reasons we couldn't begin to understand. The officers exchanged glances that told me they found our story troubling, that this wasn't just going to be filed away as some hunting accident or case of mistaken identity. Hours passed. The waiting room's fluorescent lights hummed overhead, harsh and unforgiving. Nurses came and went, but none with news about Greg. We called our parents, tried to explain what had happened, broke down crying mid-sentence as the reality of how close we'd come to death finally penetrated our shock. Finally, a surgeon appeared, still in scrubs, a mask hanging around her neck, Her face was neutral, professional, but I thought I saw exhaustion in her eyes. "He's stable," she said, and the relief that washed through the room was almost physical. "The leg is badly damaged. We've done what we can for now, but he'll need multiple surgeries. There's significant tendon and ligament damage, some bone fragmentation. It's going to be a long recovery, and I need to be honest with you. He may never regain full function in that ankle, but he was alive. That was the only thing that mattered. He was alive, and he would stay that way. The rest we could deal with later." The police investigation went nowhere. They searched the area where the shooting occurred and found shell casings from a high-powered rifle, but no fingerprints, no DNA, nothing that led to a suspect. The bear trap was recovered, a rusted antique that could have been set decades ago by trappers who were long dead. Park officials admitted that there were likely other abandoned traps scattered throughout the forest, relics of a time before such practices were banned and regulated. As for the shooter, they had theories but no answers. A hunter who'd mistaken us for game, a property owner defending land they thought was theirs, someone mentally unstable living rough in the woods. None of the explanations felt adequate. None of them addressed the deliberate, sustained nature of the attack, the way the shots had kept coming even after we'd clearly been identified as human. The case eventually went cold. Greg's parents hired a lawyer, pushed for continued investigation, but there's only so much you can do when there are no leads, no witnesses, nothing but 5 traumatized kids, and a blood trail that told a story with no ending. Greg spent weeks in the hospital, enduring 3 surgeries to reconstruct his ankle. The doctors did remarkable work, but the surgeon's warning proved accurate. He walked with a permanent limp, and chronic pain became his constant companion. Physical therapy helped, but there were some things that even modern medicine couldn't fully repair. The psychological scars ran even deeper than the physical ones. We tried to stay close, to support each other through the aftermath, but the trip had changed us in fundamental ways. Amy stopped planning adventures and became almost reclusive, uncomfortable anywhere that wasn't completely urban. Tyler got rid of the pistol, couldn't stand to have it in his house. Brandon developed panic attacks whenever he heard loud noises. Lindsay went to therapy, worked through the trauma, but admitted she still had nightmares where she was back in those woods, running forever, never reaching safety. As for me, I stopped hiking, stopped camping, couldn't even walk through a city park without my heart rate spiking. The woods had transformed from a place of beauty and peace into something sinister, somewhere that hid traps and shooters and death. Every forest now felt like it was holding its breath, waiting for the next victim to stumble into its embrace. We tried to talk about it once, months later, gathered at Brandon's apartment with beer and false bravado. But the words wouldn't come. How do you process an experience like that? How do you make sense of random violence and near death and the reality that someone had tried to kill you and gotten away with it? We couldn't, so we stopped trying. We made small talk, avoided the subject, and eventually stopped gathering altogether. The friendship that had survived high school and early adulthood couldn't survive the woods. Greg and I still talk sometimes. He's learned to live with his injury, has adapted his life around the limitations. But when I look at him, I see the trap, see the blood, hear the screams. And I know he sees the same thing when he looks at me, a reminder of the day everything changed, the day we learned that bad things don't just happen in movies or news reports. They happen in clearings, surrounded by beauty, on trails marked safe, to people who'd done everything right and still ended up bleeding. The woods are still there, of course. The same trails, the same trees, the same deceptive beauty. And somewhere in those woods, our abandoned camping gear slowly rots into the forest floor, a monument to innocence lost and the terrible knowledge that some trips don't end the way you plan. They say time heals all wounds, but that's not quite true. Time just teaches you to live with the scars, to function despite the pain, to keep moving forward even when part of you is still back there in those trees, running and never quite escaping. God knows we tried to escape, but the woods wouldn't let us go. Not completely. They held on to pieces of us, pieces we'll never get back, and in return we carry pieces of them. The fear, the trauma, the certainty that safety is an illusion, and that horror can find you anywhere, even in paradise. That's what I remember when I think back to the summer of 2017. Not the planning or the anticipation or the promise of adventure, just the blood and the screaming and the knowledge that we survived something we shouldn't have, and that survival came with a price we're still paying. We survived, but something broke that day in the woods, something that won't heal like Greg's leg eventually did. We're all still limping, still adjusting our stride to accommodate injuries that no surgeon can repair, and the woods are still out there, still beautiful, still waiting. But they're not for us anymore. They never will be again.